Against a majestic green mountain, a colossal tree marks a legendary institution. This was Valhalla, one of the 4 great hunter training academies. Inside, the air crackled with tension as armed aspirants stood ready. Every year, countless hopefuls throw themselves at these gates, desperate to enter this prestigious sanctuary. The trials were brutal, leaving a mountain of defeated hunters in their wake. The admission rate, a staggering 500 to 1. Only the absolute elite managed to pass. And of those, less than 150 would ever earn the right to graduate from Valhalla. The entrance exam began without a moment's delay. A warrior launches a powerful kick, only to be effortlessly blocked. Elsewhere, in training pods, other candidates honed their skills, unleashing devastating practice strikes. Observing it all from behind a transparent window was a single man, his expression sharp and analytical. This was the senior instructor of Valhalla Academy, the renowned Lee Sanal. As he watched, a voice spoke from beside him. Quite a promising batch this time. Lee turned to see a young man in an immaculate suit approaching. This was Human June, the heir of the mighty Yashan family. Lee's face remained stern as he replied. He noted that the admission process was bound to get far more interesting, then pointedly asked if Human June was here for his niece. Manjin leaned against the railing, his eyes scanning the candidates below. The Yashan family has high hopes for our Soyeon, he admitted. Lee's gaze followed, and Manjin spoke softly, almost to himself. Lee's mind immediately drifted to the girl in question. Yan Soyeon, a young prodigy with striking purple hair and eyes to match, a genius born into legend. She hailed from the Yashan family, one of the top 5 clans, and her talent was monstrous. By the age of 10, she had mastered mana on a level comparable to seasoned veterans. Her skill with the blade was already deadly. At 13, she could rival her own mother in a spar, and at 16, she stood victorious over all her relatives. Not a single one of them could defeat her. Lee recalled her official file, remarking on its contents. He then looked at Manjun, asking if there was any information he wasn't privy to. With a calm sigh, Manjun revealed a shocking truth. Rumor had it that Soyeon could communicate directly with their family's guardian constellation. Lee's composure finally broke. The information was world-shaking. Manjun pressed on. Can you even imagine Lee could only ask if it was true? A confident smile spread across Manjun's face. It is, and that's precisely why our expectations are so high. As if on cue, a divine light flared in the sky. The 5 great families of Korea owed their power to these beings, their guardian constellations, figures shrouded in cosmic energy, beings of immense power. While most hunters receive a simple blessing or a basic contract, the constellations of the 5 families were on an entirely different level. A warrior holding a fearsome katana appeared, the sword god of the Yashan family. He was followed by a figure wielding a spear of pure purple light, the holy spear of the June family. Next, a half-naked giant with a crimson blade, the war king of the Chuan family, a man whose very fists radiated power, the fist king of the Ekwon family. And finally, an archer cloaked in green, drawing a phantom bowstring, the bow god of the Dangun family. The dark silhouettes of these 5 divine beings stood in a row. All members of the 5 families were blessed by their patrons. This granted them talent and potential far beyond any ordinary human. Lee stood silently, absorbing the incredible revelation. He knew the difference between receiving a blessing and communicating directly with a constellation. Was night and day. Direct communication meant a pact, a true contract with a god. Lee folded his arms, his mind racing. If that's true, he declared, then she is a genius among geniuses. Manjin pointed a finger, a smug look on his face. I couldn't agree more. Leaning back on the railing, he changed the subject. So, how is my dear niece doing? Lee glanced back at the monitors. She hasn't started her trial just yet. Her turn will begin in about 30 seconds. Manjin smiled eagerly. May I watch? Lee gestured below. If you wish, feel free to go down and see for yourself. Below, a sea of reporters and spectators were already gathered. They sat in their seats, cameras ready to capture every moment. Manjin scoffed at the sight. You really expect me to wade through that crowd of reporters? He looked back at Lee. Just pull up the feed on the main screen. Lee stared ahead, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. I thought you were my senior here. But his own curiosity was piqued. However, he conceded with a serious expression. Since I'm also quite interested, I'll make an exception. He raised his hand. With a flick of his wrist, a holographic system panel materialized in the air. As his fingers danced across the interface, a blue screen lit up, revealing Soyeon's face. On screen, a young woman faced her opponent, her hand reaching for her weapon as Minjin watched the scene unfold. The match had already begun. It was the eldest daughter of the Yashin family, Soyeon, only 17 years old, against some nobody from an unknown family. Kim Ju-hyuk. Lee, watching beside Minjin, noted how strangely calm they both seemed. Minjin offered a theory the boy had already. It's given up. He knew his opponent was overwhelmingly strong, and that's why he was so composed. Minjin reasoned that with So Yan's abilities, he already knew what fate awaited him. We see So Yan fixing him with a deadly serious gaze, her focus absolute. Juhyuk, however, just stood there yawning. Lee scoffed, remarking that the boy had no fighting spirit whatsoever. Minjin simply lowered his head with a small smile, certain that this would be over in an instant. The view shifts back to the fighters. The countdown hits 0. In a blinding flash, So Yan lunged forward, her sword already drawn. She poured a torrent of mana into the blade, causing it to hum and glow with a brilliant blue light as she unleashed a powerful strike. A pure arc of mana shot across the arena. Lee's expression grew serious, noting her flawless technique for someone so young. Truly exceptional mana control. Meanwhile, the boy just stood there, watching the deadly trail of light hurtling toward him. He didn't even flinch. A faint mark pulsed on his stomach, his parasite. Then he smiled and took the hit head-on. Lee's serious expression shattered into one of pure horror. The same shockwave of disbelief rippled through Minjin, the audience, and the cameramen. When the light faded, there stood the boy, his fist crackling with raw mana energy. And on the floor, utterly defeated, lay So Yan. The victory went to Kim Juhyuk. He clenched his fist, a bored look on his face, and glanced away. He couldn't understand it. Why was everyone so pathetically weak? This couldn't be the future. 300 years later. With that thought, our perspective shifts. Back 300 years. Before us looms the shimmering tower of reflection. Inside, 2 figures stand opposed. Both are battered and bleeding. A man with white hair and a mask is bleeding profusely from his wounds. But he laughs, looking at his foe and declaring it a magnificent battle. Suddenly, a warning cry echoes through the chamber. The tower is being destroyed, and before him stands the cause, the god of destruction. Barsh? The man clutches a grievous wound, his own blood pouring out. This is the martial god, Kim Yuk. He raises his leg, preparing to deliver the final blow to Barsh. "Be gone!" he roars, striking with such cataclysmic force that Barsh's head flies from his shoulders. His body crumples to the floor. Yuk spares the corpse one last glance before turning to leave. Just then, a system panel materializes before him. He reads the glowing text. "You have defeated the final boss of the Tower of Destruction. Barsh! The world's destruction has been averted." But at that moment, a violent earthquake rocks the tower to its core. The entire structure begins to shake. Hyuk collapses, clutching the wound that refuses to stop bleeding, looking around in confusion. What was happening? He could only assume that killing the final boss had triggered the tower's self-destruction. He forces himself to his feet, fighting through waves of agony. He takes one last look at his fatal wound. Removing his hand, he sighs in resignation. "Finally, I can rest." He gazes toward a distant light. His entire childhood was spent working as a hunter. The moment he finally earned money and recognition, this whole situation began. He wondered for a moment if he should have brought his students here, but he immediately dismissed the thought. He glanced at Barsh's body. The boss's power was far too high. Even if they had come, they would have only died a dog's death. He closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. This is just awful. And with that, a massive rock fell, crushing him completely. Then, he immediately opens his eyes in terror. He jolts upright in bed, gasping for air. He stares at his hands, his body, disbelieving. He was Kim Hyuk, but now he's inhabiting the body of a 17-year-old teenager, 300 years after the fall of the Tower of Destruction. He closes his eyes again, a slow smile spreading across his face. He was actually quite satisfied. His new body may be weaker, but all the knowledge he gained as the legendary god of martial arts was still perfectly intact. He opened the system panel, a grin forming on his face. If he could successfully adapt to this new world, he believed he could finally live a life of luxury and constant rest. At least, that was the plan, until a new window appeared. The message read, "In 5 years, the Tower of Destruction will reappear. Prepare yourself." Kim became furious. He gritted his teeth, grabbing his hair in frustration. Why was this happening? He could only assume some god held a personal grudge against him. He closed his eyes, facing the system window. That bastard Barch should have stayed dead. But there was nothing he could do now. Arguing was pointless. He opened his eyes, staring at the system window with a new fire burning within him. He thought about it, and a new resolve hardened his gaze. This time, he would utterly annihilate that tower once and for all. Then, he would live in peace. After indulging in fine wine and lavish spending, he rose and prepared himself. But as he looked up, another system window materialized before him. It read, "Please return your weapons and memories. 3rd floor, 5 rooms. To the right of Valhalla." Kim was baffled. Return weapons and memories, Valhalla. The Constellation room. He stood before the system window, lost in thought. He stroked his chin, trying to decipher the message. He understood the idea of a weapon imbued with memories, but he had no idea what he was supposed to do. He muttered, "First, I have to find this place. Valhalla." In the next moment, the world shifted, and he stood before a colossal building. The fourth day of the competition was beginning. An announcement echoed, calling all participants to the arena. Dressed in a competitor's uniform, Kim sat calmly on a bench. He stared ahead, contemplating whether he should even bother. Ultimately, he stepped onto the field, facing a man with bandaged hands. The announcer's voice boomed over the arena. "Fighters, take your positions." The crowd erupted in a roar, cameras flashing, capturing every second of the spectacle. The announcer clasped his hands, his voice filled with excitement. "We have a record crowd today, and for good reason, the heirs of all 5 Gembi Shakiratis. Families are here." His gaze then shifted, landing thoughtfully on Kim. He looked at the bracket and announced, "This unknown challenger stands against the Awan family's eldest son, the 17-year-old prodigy, Oak Senak." Senak's face was grim. He stared intently at Kim. "So this is the man who defeated Yan in a single day." Kim simply stretched, loosening his body. His eyes locked on Nee. His opponent, Senak scoffed internally. "He doesn't look like much." A smirk crossed his face as he closed his eyes. "This is perfect. Crushing him will only boost my reputation," he then called out to Kim, a taunting grin on his face. "Get ready for a beatdown." The countdown began. Kim tilted his head. "A beatdown?" he asked innocently. Senak's expression turned to stone. "It means I'm going to destroy you." A slow smile spread across Kim's face. "Is that so? In that case?" Senak raised an eyebrow. "What?" Kim simply pointed at him. "You should get out of here." He insulted him so casually that the match began in an instant of pure rage. We see the eldest son of the Awan family, his sleeves torn, his body practically radiating power. He wasn't a scholar, nor a strategist, and he had no mastery of martial arts. However, he possessed one talent that surpassed everyone else's. He flexed, and the muscles in his arms ripped through his shirt. His talent was his peerless physique. He was a monster of pure strength. He could accomplish feats without mana that others could only dream of. He had honed this gift, lifting impossible weights. He practiced his strikes on solid walls, and with every grueling session, he grew exponentially stronger. He was born with a body at the apex of human potential, a true genius of physicality. His confidence was absolute. And then, he looked at Kim, who had the audacity to smile and tell him to get lost. Senak's face contorted with fury. He clenched his fist, raw power crackling around it, and launched his attack. He charged at Kim like a raging bull, swinging a punch meant to shatter bone. Yet Kim remained perfectly still, merely pointing. Then, at the last second, he calmly lowered his hand. He analyzed the situation instantly. With the body he currently possessed, he couldn't win a direct clash. Of strength, Senak's power was the real deal. As the furious air charged toward him, Kim thought, "Just because your physique surpasses mine doesn't mean you can defeat me." Senak's fist flew through the air. But Kim, with a calm expression, effortlessly ducked under the blow, letting it slam into the wall behind him. Kim glanced at the cratered wall, acknowledging that his martial arts perfectly compensated for his body's current limitations. Then, in one fluid motion, he lifted his leg, and with his eyes still closed, he delivered a precise kick to Senek's side, knocking him off balance. The powerhouse stumbled, his eyes wide with shock, and crashed to the ground. Kim opened one eye, a confident smirk on his lips as he swung his palm. "My real ability," he declared, "is to see through my opponent." He then unleashed a powerful palm strike into Senek's torso. The impact was so immense that a visible shockwave pulsed through Senek's entire body. He was knocked unconscious from the single blow, collapsing in a heap before Kim. Kim looked down at his fallen foe. This is what happens when power and technique are not in harmony. The winner is Kim Jiak. He looked ahead, assessing himself. This body may be weaker than before my rebirth, but it should be more than enough. For hunting monsters. He turned and walked toward the exit, leaving his opponent unconscious on the arena floor. The crowd watched, on the massive screens, their faces a mixture of disbelief and outrage. How could Senak, the prodigy, have been so utterly defeated? A man in the stands scribbled furiously in a notebook. "I never expected him to go on the offensive like that." Then, a man behind him, his hand on his chin in deep thought, revealed himself. It was the head of the Awan family, the king of fists, and Cholman. He cursed silently in his head. unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. He called it a simple strike, then looked ahead, musing that even his own son, who had zero interest in martial arts and only worked on his physique, could easily dodge a punch from his peers, let alone that guy. But this was a punch that was impossible to evade. He replayed the battle in his mind. He had lost his composure, attacking Kim with blind rage, even using magic he rarely unleashed, just to end it quickly. But Kim just dipped his head, easily dodging the blow. Sanok knew something was terribly wrong. His center of gravity was completely exposed. With a single light step, Kim sent him crashing to the ground. With just one punch, it was over. The man stood in stunned silence. The implication was clear. This rookie moved faster than Sanok's absolute maximum speed. The kid had a plan from the very beginning. A predatory smile spread across his face as he clenched his fist. "What monstrous talent," he whispered. His thoughts were shattered by the excited chatter of journalists nearby. They were all talking about some incredible newcomer. Shim's gaze sharpened when he heard the name Kim Joo-hyuk. Picturing Kim's location, his resolve hardened. "Whatever it takes," he vowed. "I will make sure he joins our family." The scene shifts to a roaring stadium. The arena was filled with passionate fans of Choi Ah-rin. They screamed her name, chanting their support. Kim stood on the field across from a girl with blue hair. He glanced away in disgust. Why are grown adults who've served in the army, he thought, calling a 17-year-old girl Nuna? His gaze was cold. This was Kim Joo-hyuk's final match against Choi Ah-rin, the second daughter of the renowned Choi family. The match began. She moved toward her orb, while Kim stood perfectly still, just watching it all unfold. They stood in a silent face-off. Kim considered the situation. He assumed the girl was waiting for him to make the first move. She was crouched low, sword ready, preparing to attack. He had to admit, she was trying to assess the situation. That alone made her better than the rest. A small smile touched his lips as he asked, "Shall we begin?" With his hands casually tucked in his pockets, he began to walk slowly towards her. He approached with a confident smirk. Suddenly, her sword arm began to glow, crackling with lightning and immense mana. The media and fans gasped in shock. They couldn't believe a 17-year-old girl could master the Choi family's signature ability. After all, only 5 children from 5 exceptional families were attending this event. Kim continued his calm advance. Her eyes glittered. This was her chance to strike. She drew her sword. A blinding, horizontal slash shot towards Kim. In that moment of impact, he vanished into a dark silhouette. When the lightning cleared, the girl stared in disbelief. He was gone. A voice then spoke from her side. "If you show your attack so clearly with your eyes, it's just too easy to dodge." She stared ahead, not realizing Kim was now standing right beside her, his overwhelming aura dominating the entire arena. She spun around in shock, but she was too late. An attack was already upon her. She tried to block it. Kim's eyes widened slightly, surprised to see the sword she used for protection. He knew she had used an artifact. He felt the solid impact. The girl trembled, staring at her heavy sword. "So heavy." Kim walked over and slowly pressed his fist against the orb she held. The girl could only stare, not understanding what he was doing. Then, Kim whispered, "Go back!" Instantly, a shockwave ripped through the girl's body, exploding from within. Choi never expected such a devastating technique. She began to choke for air. Kim stood with his hand extended, calmly watching as Choi collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. He looked down at her impassively. Choi lay on the ground, trying to process what had just happened. It was unreal. It felt like her head was completely disconnected. With a simple turn, Kim was declared the winner. Next, we see the system bulletin board. Ranked among the top 10 students of Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk's name was at number 1. Later, we see Kim walking out of Valhalla. He closed his eyes and flexed his arm, satisfied. A second later, he was swarmed. A horde of reporters ran up to him, begging for his attention. They desperately pleaded for him to join their guilds and businesses, promising him the best conditions imaginable. Kim's patience wore thin. He snapped, angrily shouting at all of them. Soon after, an internet article surfaced. The headline read, "Is Kim Joo-hyuk a crazy psychopath?" Below was a picture of Kim, angrily pointing at the crowd. The site also asked, "Is it true that after he took first place in the entrance competition, he chased away every scout?" He waved away the guides with a dismissive sneer. The crowd murmured, "Was he insane?" But it was all just noise. "How rude," they whispered. "There are children present. To them, he was just a barbarian." But to those who knew, his arrogance was a sign of power. Someone commented, "If he's entering Valhalla, he must have powerful connections." Connections, another scoffed. After crushing 5 families, a man with his strength can write his own rules anywhere he goes. Just then, they arrived at Valhalla's Grand Hall. A sea of faces, all smiling, listened intently to a welcome speech. But as they were congratulated on their entry, Kim simply covered his mouth and let out a massive yawn. "A proud 100-year history," the speaker boomed. Kim's eyes glazed over. This was unbelievably dull. As his gaze drifted, it locked onto something, a figure in the back, watching him with unnerving intensity. Kim stared back, a cold smirk on his face. That gaze was far too obvious. He was being scouted. Later, walking through a corridor, a system panel materialized before him. The message read, "Please return your weapons and memories. 3rd floor, 5th room to the right of Valhalla." He scoffed. What weapons did it think he had? And what in the world were flying constellations? Stepping outside, he looked up at the sky. His plan was simple. Get in, get out, and avoid any pointless drama, just as he thought he had it figured out. The entrance ceremony finally ended. A sign read, "Virtual Battle Simulation Room." A man with stark white hair stood waiting. He glanced to the side, a vein throbbing on his temple. "What is with this class distribution?" he muttered. This was Kim Leong, a Valhalla instructor and former head of the Cheon Guild. His eyes scanned the new recruits. He spotted Yon of the Yashan family, with Aaron of the Choyong family beside her. Then, his gaze fell upon a terrifying presence in the crowd. It was Sinok from the Awen family. A suffocating, evil energy rolled off him, forcing others to keep their distance. The instructor felt a chill run down his spine. He ran a hand through his hair in disbelief. It was all because of the random class assignments. How could 3 scions from the 5 great families all end up in the 1st grade? As if that wasn't enough, he saw him, the rookie who took 1st place. A legendary headache began to form. Why was that monster in his class too? This year was cursed. Absolutely cursed. He clenched his fist, forcing himself to calm down. In times like this, he told himself, a decisive hand is needed. He cleared his throat, his face becoming a mask of authority. "A pleasure to meet you all," he declared. "My name is Kim Lagoon," he announced, his eyes sweeping over the new recruits. "And I am your instructor." With a menacing grin, he slammed a button on a control panel. The students gasped as the world around them began to distort. The solid walls dissolved into nothingness. In a blink, they were teleported into a dense, primordial forest. Panic erupted. How did they get here? Only Kim remained silent, calmly observing his new surroundings. The instructor, however, drew his sword. "Time for your first lesson," he roared. "Let's see a little blood." From the shadows, hulking trolls with massive clubs emerged. The students screamed, finding themselves surrounded. Only Senok watched the approaching horde with a detached calm. "Orcs and goblins, too," he noted. "About 100 of them." The goblins stared, drool dripping from their fangs. With a shriek, they charged. One leaped directly at Senok, only to slam into an invisible blue barrier, which crackled to life around the students. The instructor smirked. The safety barrier was holding. The goblin clawed uselessly at the shimmering wall. "You!" a voice called out. Kim turned. The instructor was beckoning him forward. Kim approached, and the instructor pointed a thumb over his shoulder. "See those monsters out there?" he asked with a mocking tone. "Think you can handle them all by yourself?" Kim glanced at the snarling beasts with an unreadable expression. "These things?" "That's right," Leong confirmed. Kim looked down, pretending to be deep in thought. Leong smiled inwardly. Perfect. This would surely knock that rookie's ego down a peg. He thought of the other students. Most had only ever seen monsters in textbooks. They had never faced true danger. It was only natural that they were paralyzed by fear. He grinned, ready for the lesson to begin. Tired of the charade, Leanne just wanted him to refuse. That way, they could begin the lesson and his pride would be salvaged. But a predatory grin spread across Kim's face, and Leanne's expression hardened. He glared at the smiling student. "You're laughing?" Leanne stated. "I assume you think you can handle them alone." "Easily," Kim replied, his confidence unwavering. Annoyed, Leanne figured he was still bluffing and gave him the go-ahead. Kim rose to his feet, hands casually in his pockets. "As far as I know," he began, "a test like this isn't standard for day 1. So," he continued, "if you're putting me through a special trial, there must be a special reward." Leanne's eyes narrowed. The boy wanted compensation. Kim's gaze was sharp. "If I take care of all these monsters, you have to give me something in return." Leanne, seething with displeasure, made a rash declaration. "Handle every last one, and I'll grant you anything you desire, as long as it's within my power." Kim stroked his chin thoughtfully, then stood tall. "It's not much," he declared, "but I accept your terms." He held out his hand to seal the deal, but Leanne scoffed. "I don't think you grasp the situation here. A monster in this system feels just as real as one in the wild." "Then just give me a sword," Kim shot back. He glanced at the snarling goblins. "How am I supposed to fight without a weapon? Did you expect me to use my bare hands? With a calm but irritated expression, Leon retrieved a blade from his back and tossed it over. Kim accepted it. He examined the blade with a satisfied smile, then turned to face his opponents. With the sword slung over his back, he watched as the protective barrier finally shattered. The goblin's hungry eyes locked onto him. Leon watched intently, as did the other stunned students. In a flash, Kim drew his blade. With a vicious smirk and a piercing gaze, he unleashed his power. A single vertical slash tore through multiple goblins at once. His intimidating presence filled the battlefield. As the goblins fell, he found himself surrounded by 4 hulking trolls, their eyes burning with killing intent. Yet Kim showed no fear. He instantly brandished his sword, ready to cut them all down. In a fluid, expert motion, he spun to meet an attack from behind, swinging his blade in a devastating arc. The ground itself trembled from the force of the blow, but Kim's footing was perfect as he pressed his assault. A wild roar escaped his lips as he moved without hesitation. A heart-wrenching cry echoed as his sharp blade found its mark. He had plunged his sword straight into the last troll's throat. Victory was his. Kim was almost surprised himself. After 300 years, holding a weapon again felt surprisingly natural. In that moment, memories flooded his mind. He remembered his past life, a childhood surrounded by real monsters, in a world where humanity was on its last leg. Back then, he had to use whatever he could find on the desolate earth. Sometimes it was simple farm tools, rakes, and shovels. But nothing ever compared to the feel of a true sword in his hand. Snapping back to the present, his senses screamed a warning. A troll had appeared behind him, its axe raised for a fatal blow. But Kim moved like lightning, dodging just as the massive weapon slammed into the earth. The impact sent a shockwave through the ground. Kim sneered to himself. The troll's movements were completely predictable, just like a mindless NPC. As he finished off the last enemy, 2 figures watched from the shadows. They couldn't believe his overwhelming power. Leon noted that the sword he gave Kim was just an ordinary blade. It held no magic, no special properties. The way Kim wielded it defied all logic. It was as if his blade was a vortex, sucking the monsters toward their doom, leaving them no chance to resist. Soan clenched her fists, while Senak could only watch the madness, utterly speechless. Erin clutched her collar, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and awe at the absolute rampage before her. Standing atop a mountain of corpses, Kim was the picture of confidence. Sheathing his sword, he closed his eyes for a moment. He had his sights set on the Constellation team. Turning around, his gaze locked onto Leon. "You'll keep your promise, right?" Leanne was stunned into silence, lost in his thoughts, until a system sound broke the tension. Stepping forward, Leon announced the end of the class. "Everyone is probably tired," he said. "Return to your dorms and rest." As the students left, Kim slumped over at his desk and fell asleep, completely drained. He hadn't paid any attention to Leon's dismissal. Waking up later, he wondered why class had ended so abruptly. All he cared about was claiming his reward before leaving. Stepping outside, Kim still couldn't believe it. He, a teacher for students, never having attended a school? Kim's mind raced, piecing together this new world as he approached the building. The stories of the constellations haunted him most, a concept that never existed in his past life. Each thought circled back to them. The constellations, beings who transcended mortality. They were mortals who achieved such greatness they ascended to godhood, presenting themselves as divine patrons. These beings were inextricably linked to hunters, bestowing upon them sacred power, almost like holy relics. Powers beyond mortal comprehension. Some offered weapons of such might. They would set you leagues apart from all others. In fact, Valhalla itself, right here in Korea, was the world's 3rd largest relic of the constellations. Kim pieced it all together. In this world, only that kind of power mattered. His old swordsmanship, his knowledge of destroying monsters. It was all utterly useless now. A sharp pain flared in his collarbone. He knew he had to get to the dorms, to train his martial arts relentlessly. But this body? It was still so fragile. Kim looked up. A figure stood in his path, stunning him with her sudden appearance. It was Erin. Meanwhile, in the faculty office, Sanal and Ligon were talking. Sipping hot coffee, Sanal remarked that Ligon had been through a lot lately. But Ligon scoffed, calling it more of an embarrassment than a hardship. He began to explain his thoughts. Looking back, he said none of it made any sense. Both of them were utterly floored by Kim's unbelievable power. The simulation had created 120 monsters for the test. But Kim? He slaughtered every last one. It was impossible to believe a high school kid, who'd never even faced a real monster, could handle 120 trolls. Ligon's suspicions were hardening into a chilling reality he could barely accept. Finishing his coffee, Sanol disagreed. He saw nothing special in Kim Ji-ok. He then added that the kid was an orphan. From a small orphanage in a notoriously dangerous district, That detail sent a jolt through Ligain, sparking a new suspicion. Could Kim be a forger, raising his cup? Ligan dismissed the idea, stating he'd already done his own research. Kim was no forger. Besides, a simple forger wouldn't have the audacity, the malicious cunning, to try and sneak into Valhalla just to stir up chaos at the entrance ceremony. Glancing over, Ligan asked if it was true that Kim had personally requested access to the Constellation room. The answer was a definitive yes. Looking down, Ligan knew Kim would eventually get wherever he wanted to go. He was grateful for the help in securing Kim a ground floor pass. Taking a sip of coffee, he stated firmly that he was taking full responsibility. Leaning against the wall, he admitted he didn't know everything about the restricted area on the 5th floor, but the 1st floor was open to anyone. There shouldn't be any issues if he went inside quickly. Ligan sat in his chair, his own coffee untouched, consumed with worry about what was coming. Crossing his arms, Sanal asked why he felt that way. Was this all because of Kim Ju-hyuk? Ligan didn't deny it. He added that there were 3 students from the 5 great families in his class alone. Just managing one of them was a nightmare. He suddenly shouted in frustration, but his colleague offered no comfort. Instead, he mentioned an exchange student from the Ventric family in another class. Still agitated, Ligan's voice trembled. You mean that Windrunner, standing back to back, lost in their own thoughts? They confirmed the grim reality. It was a direct descendant of the Ventric family, the infamous Rokul Ventric. Frowning, Ligan recalled the rumors. He was certain he'd heard Rokul was expelled from the British Academy for causing trouble with his own cousin. Hearing this, Ligain let out a long sigh, feeling his own problems were suddenly smaller. The scene shifts back to Kim. Erin was following him, her gaze locked onto his back. Without turning, he asked coldly, "What is it?" Timidly, yet with a bold fire in her eyes, she stood before him. "Please," she begged, "teach me how to use the sword." She was still in awe of his display against the trolls. With his briefcase in hand, Kim stared, not understanding. Erin clarified, "The sword skills you showed that day. I want you to teach them to me." Kim closed his eyes and began cleaning his ear, a sign of utter disinterest. "They'll teach you what you need to know here," he said flatly. Erin pressed. "But why won't you teach me?" Kim turned his back on her. He shot back, "And why should I?" before repeating, "I have no intention of teaching you." Staring straight ahead, he asked if she had anything else to say, then turned his head slightly. "I'm leaving." Erin stood her ground, her voice trembling as she pleaded once more. "Please, teach me how to use the sword." But Kim's face only hardened with displeasure. With a cold gaze, he finally asked her, "Are you deaf?" before telling her to stop. Clinging to him, his voice dripped with disdain. "I have zero desire to teach you anything, so get lost." Her gaze fell upon Kim's back as he walked away, disappearing like a ghost. The scene shifts to the next day inside Valhalla. Kim sat quietly at his desk, other students already filling the room. He remained motionless, staring ahead, extending his hand. A thought crossed his mind, just as he'd expected. This body was far weaker than he anticipated. He glanced down at his hand with utter disgust. He knew that training in martial arts was useless for now. It was all pointless. Not only did he lack sufficient magic power, but controlling his mana was proving to be a monumental task. He clenched his fist in frustration. The magic power issue could be solved, but only if he found that thing and prepared the mana within this vessel. Just then, someone interrupted his train of thought. A voice called out his name. Kim turned to see a boy with blonde hair. And a girl. This was none other than Rokul Ventry, from the main Ventry family line. And the girl beside him was Yuri, his personal maid. Rokul stood before Kim, who eyed him from his seat, casually rocking back and forth. The aristocrat finally spoke. "And who might you be?" he sneered. "I suppose I should expect such ignorance from the uneducated. To not even know of the great Ventry family." Rokul introduced himself, deciding to get straight to the point. He extended a hand, a malicious smirk playing on his lips. "Do you want to become stronger? In most noble houses, it's nearly impossible for side branches of the family to attain the power and wealth of the main line. But the Ventry family was different. They served a terrifying, beak-masked constellation, an ominous entity that set them apart. Usually, a constellation of S-class or higher would act as a family's guardian, directly choosing a member to bless with their protection and power. But the Ventry family made contracts with those outside their bloodline, a unique method indeed. This allowed the chosen individual to enter a binding contract with the constellation, no questions asked. Because of this unique power, the Ventry family held immense influence in Europe. A member could choose a contractor, regardless of their lineage. This meant a mere side branch member could wield the same authority as the main family. This was how Rokul Ventry, despite his status, tasted true power, and that power had made him arrogant. However, not long ago, a major incident at the British Academy. It had sent shockwaves through his world. He was expelled, his path forward completely cut off. But as Rockall reflected on it, he believed it was a minor setback. It wasn't over yet. He then noticed someone approaching and turned his head. He looked at Kim with a confident smirk. He was a man who always got what he wanted. Even after being kicked out, his family name was his ultimate trump card. The Ventry always had a way of putting him back on the path to glory. A dark silhouette of his goal flashed in his mind. Rockall closed his eyes, a smile forming. But first, he had to deal with the main event. He extended his hand towards Kim again. His mission was clear. He had to bring Kim, the center of everyone's attention, over to his side. Rockall's smile widened. "If you serve me," he declared, "I will grant you an audience with the Ventry Constellation." Yuri, meanwhile, stood silently in the background, her gaze averted. Kim simply looked at him. "Are you an idiot?" Rockall's face froze in shock. His pride was wounded. Yuri's eyes widened in alarm. Stunned, Rockall tried to speak again, but Kim cut him off. "Do you really think I'm that stupid?" "It was obvious you had no real interest in me," Kim stated coldly. "You were just showing off from the very beginning. And now you're spouting this nonsense. You truly are an idiot." Kim's words were like daggers. Rockall's expression twisted with rage. He gritted his teeth, hissing, "You're just a filthy commoner." But before he could finish, a sharp voice cut through the tension. "Rockall, return to your seat." Rockall hesitated, then spun around, enraged. "How dare you speak my full name so casually?" He turned and saw Instructor Lee standing there, watching him with a stern expression, arms crossed. Lee's voice was firm. "This is not the British Academy. This is Valhalla. No matter how powerful your family is, here, you will obey the instructors." Rockall listened with a furious scowl. "So this is Valhalla's famous instructor," he thought bitterly. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, turning on his heel and storming away. As Kim watched the entire scene unfold, he turned from the door, not quite meeting Kim's gaze. "We'll meet again," he said. Kim watched him go, his own gaze sharp and confident. Later, as students poured out of Valhalla's grand halls, Kim walked among them. He moved ahead, his mind already racing. Today had been a complete waste. No new insights, no leads on the Constellation room. Instead, he'd wasted his morning on some entitled idiot. Kim sighed, running a hand through his hair. He'd finally confirmed it. The guild guides weren't what they seemed. They were outsiders, infiltrating the school, using students and staff as their eyes and ears. And speaking of eyes, a shadow clung to him. Erin? He knew she was there, as if his day wasn't complicated enough. "Wait," a voice called out. Kim turned, unsurprised to see Erin. She stood before him, demanding he teach her his ball technique again. An annoyed frown creased his face. "Wasn't last time's lesson enough for you?" Meanwhile, in the opulent heights of Valhalla's dorms, a high-class suite oozed luxury. But the lavish decor couldn't hide the storm brewing within. A fist slammed down, shattering a lamp. Curses filled the air. It was Rockdeal. And Yuri. Rockdeal's face was a mask of fury. His eyes fell on a shattered vase. And his rage intensified. He thought of Kim, that pathetic orphan. How dare he? How dare that nobody laugh in his face and humiliate him in front of everyone? He snarled at Yuri. "Get Dez on the line, now. I have someone who needs to be dealt with." Pacing the room like a caged beast, he destroyed everything in his path. His anger was a wildfire, ready to burn anyone who came close. He glanced at Yuri, but she just stared at the floor, silent. He lunged, grabbing her by the collar. "Answer me," he roared. She only wheezed in pain. Rockdeal leaned in close, his voice dripping with venom. "Do you still think you're the precious daughter of a noble family?" Pure terror seized Yuri. Fear coiled around her as his words cut deeper than any blade. He continued to scream in her face. "Should I just kick you out of the family?" She tried to protest, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. But he shoved her with all his might. She crumpled to the floor, pain shooting through her. He glared down at her, his eyes cold. "Contact Dez. Tell him someone needs to be educated." Yuri remained on the floor, trembling as he delivered his orders. "The target is a second year, son of the Rise family. Tell him that Rockdeal himself wants to have a word with him." She could only nod meekly, accepting her orders. Elsewhere in the Valhalla dorm, inside Kim Ji-hyuk's modest room, a different kind of power was gathering. He sat, hands folded, concentrating his internal mana. In deep meditation, he was lost to the world. A faint blue aura shimmered around him, motes of mana dancing in the air. Completing his meditation, Kim exhaled slowly. A heavy feeling settled in his chest. He muttered to himself, "This body is complete garbage. It's too weak to properly channel mana. He sat on the edge of his bed, steeped in frustration. Later, as Kim walked the path home, he was not alone. Aaron was still following him, a fact clearly written on his annoyed face. He stopped abruptly. Aaron froze, instantly alert. Kim whirled around. Why in the hell are you still following me? We're already outside the dorms. How long are you going to keep this up? Aaron met his gaze unflinchingly. Teach me the art of ball possession. Kim stared at her, deadpan. Are you a parrot? You keep saying the same thing. He sighed internally. She was impossibly annoying. He needed a way to get rid of her for good. So he named an absurd price. 10 million won. Aaron's eyes widened. That's my price for a single lesson. He smirked. Can you afford it? She looked down, lost in thought. Perfect, he thought, turning to leave. But Aaron's calm voice stopped him. Your phone number. Kim paused, confused by the sudden request. He reluctantly handed over his phone. Why? I'm putting my number in your phone, she stated simply. After a moment, she handed it back. This will make it much easier, to send you the money. Kim took his phone back, still confused. But when he looked at the screen, his jaw dropped. A transfer notification for 100 million won. Aaron held up her own phone. So, will you teach me now? A slow smile spread across his face. He laughed. No. And with a tap, he canceled the transfer. Back in his apartment, Kim couldn't shake his surprise. A student casually sending 100 million won. He closed one eye, deep in thought. If he taught her, he wouldn't have to reveal his true secrets. And that was an undeniably huge sum of money. But in the end, it was just money. He got up from his bed with renewed purpose. What he truly needed. He had to find himself, even with this pitiful amount of mana. He began to change, pulling on his street clothes and sneakers. He stood, grabbing his tools and pulling up his hood. Time to find that secret vault. A colossal Valhalla building stood on the street, with a massive stadium looming nearby. Kim moved silently through the forest between them. As he pressed forward, he recalled his research. Before entering this academy, he'd confirmed his suspicions. Most of the notes, hidden 300 years ago, were lost to time. But records suggested at least 4 could still exist. Kim continued his search, his hands sifting through rocks. He knew the truth. It was far more likely that only 3 notes remained, and they were hidden somewhere in the mountains of Valhalla. Kim stood before the academy and stared up at the towering peak. He threw back his hood, his resolve hardening. He had to find them. Then he began to concentrate. Stretching his arms forward, the very ground began to pulse with a blue light. Kim started to release his mana. Focusing with his eyes closed, he knew this would work. The notes were his creation. They would respond to his energy. That's why he had to do this now. Even with the pitiful amount of mana he currently possessed, he could feel their faint echo. And then, in a clearing, he sensed it, a brilliant flare of mana. His eyes snapped open. He'd found it. He walked toward the source of the ethereal blue glow and immediately started digging. But as he worked, frustration set in. This body is so damn weak, he muttered. If he'd known it would be this hard, he would have buried them in a much more secure location. He carved out a small hole, remembering the past. If the Tower of Destruction hadn't appeared, he wouldn't have needed to do this. But with the world on the verge of ruin, there was no place for his treasures. So he created these notes to preserve everything. He just hoped the contents were still intact. As the sun began to rise, Kim, breathing heavily, stood in a massive crater. He'd finally found them. The notes he had buried in his previous life. Deep in the pit, he saw the safe he'd left behind. Crouching down, he searched for the keyhole. He found it, but knew a normal key would be useless. He held out his hands, gathering what little mana he had left into a shimmering sphere. He would forge a magic thread. From it, he crafted a perfect replica of the key. He guided it into the lock. A smile touched his lips as it clicked into place. He threw open the safe, and blinding sunlight flooded in. He leaped inside. Before him was a truly staggering amount of riches and precious gems. Kim stood with his hands on his waist, surveying it all. "Are my children doing well?" he asked with a smirk. Looking at the treasure, he felt a wave of relief. Now he wouldn't have to worry about money. All that was left was to find the notes themselves. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Lying amongst the gold were dark purple storage stones. He bent down to pick one up. To preserve the notes. I poured a tremendous amount of magic into these. But the day had finally come to reclaim that power. He held the stone in his hand. Instantly, it erupted with an overwhelming surge of mana. The energy flooded into Kim, replenishing his reserves in a heartbeat. A smile spread across his face. He expected nothing less from his creations. Power was overflowing within him once more. After absorbing the stone's energy, he put his hand in his pocket. First, I should take care of the remaining storage. Kim considered his options. Should he leave the heavy gold bars and just take the lightweight jewels? The scene shifts back to Valhalla Academy. Kim was slumped in his chair, looking completely drained. He stared at the ceiling with a tired expression. I never thought I'd use those notes again. He sighed. I must be an idiot. My muscles are screaming from digging a little hole. Just then, his thoughts were shattered by a familiar voice. Aaron had crouched down beside his desk, looking at him intently. Kim, clutching his aching shoulder, saw her and sighed. What is it now? He asked. Aaron met his gaze directly. Teach me swordsmanship, again. Kim leaned on his shoulder. You really won't give up, will you? He looked at her, his mind racing through the information he'd gathered. In this life, among the top 5 families, the Choi Jen family, Aaron's family, was a legendary house of swordmasters. Kim didn't get it. Why did she need him? He decided to ask her outright. You could easily learn from your own family, he pointed out. She looked at him, her expression firm. I don't want to learn from them. I want to learn from you, she declared. I've never seen anyone handle a sword better than you. Kim raised an eyebrow. What about your father, the hero of Choi Jen? Kim challenged her. He's a much better swordsman than I am. My father, Aaron began, but was cut off. Leon strode into the room, interrupting them. Kim, follow me. He was wanted in the staff room. Aaron stood up to her full height as Kim questioned the summons. The staff room, why? Leon explained. It's about the request you made last time. Are you still interested? A wide smile instantly spread across Kim's face. Of course I am, he said, already getting up. As he started to walk out of the room, Aaron reached out as if to stop him. She lowered her hand, but Kim spoke without turning. Be at the training grounds, 6 a.m. Aaron watched him go, a flicker of hope in her eyes. To the staff room. When he turned and asked if there was a problem, a girl simply shook her head, a happy smile on her face. A new destiny was about to unfold. Kim arrived at the staff room and stood. Before Leon, who sat waiting for him, Kim got straight to the point. I have a class soon, so let's make this quick, Leon began. First, your access to the Constellation room has been approved. He then told him, you just need to go. Down to the basement. Kim's eyes widened. The basement, Leon clarified. You are forbidden to go. To any floor other than the basement. A small smile played on Kim's lips. Understood. So when can I go? He asked. If you have nothing else scheduled, you may go tonight. With a grin, Kim replied. Then I'll go today. Leon watched him with a serious expression, his mind churning. This is unexpected, he thought. I expected him to cause a scene. About being denied access to the second floor, he then announced. We will head there today, Kim simply said. I understand. Before turning toward the exit. By evening, Leon was personally escorting Kim. The instructor gazed ahead. We're not there just yet. Before them stood a massive, fortified building, with guards stationed everywhere. The entrance was sealed by a glowing red chain. This, Leon said, is the treasure of Valhalla Academy, the Constellation room. Kim's eyes darted around, taking in the immense security. He glanced to one side and saw guards, then looked to the others, and saw even more. He put a hand to his head in disbelief. There are more guards here than at the main gate. Leanne's gaze remained fixed. This only proves how vital the Constellation room is. It's what makes Valhalla one of the 3 great academies. Kim stared, his thoughts racing. He realized it wasn't just the guards. The outer walls were covered in countless layers of magic, forming an impenetrable barrier around the entire structure. Except for the entrance, the walls were locked down with magical seals and chains. Kim broke the silence. Can I ask a question? Leon glanced at him. What is it? Kim asked. How would someone even get to the second floor? If they did, wouldn't it be considered a crime? Leon crossed his arms. It would be far worse than a crime. You wouldn't just be a criminal. You'd be expelled from the academy. And besides, your mind would break long before then. Go crazy, Kim asked, intrigued. Leon explained. On the second floor, the magical power is dangerously unstable. It's a chaotic storm of energy. Anyone who touches it will have their mind completely shattered. So they'd go crazy, Kim repeated with a smile. I understand perfectly. Leon suddenly became alert. His mind raced. Why is this brat asking about this right in front of the entrance? He wondered. Does he really intend to go? He quickly dismissed the thought. No, that can't be a candidate for first place. Wouldn't be so reckless. As the gate began to open, Leon was sure that Kim understood the danger perfectly well. He shouted, You have 30 minutes. Get out of there before then. The guard opened the door, and Kim turned around. I'll be back soon, he said. And then, The system panel appeared. Objective: retrieve your lost weapons and memories from the 3rd floor, 5th room to the right. Kim stared at the message. He smirked. So I'll be expelled anyway, huh? This is the very reason I came to Valhalla. First, I need to reach the 3rd floor. He began his descent down a long flight of stairs. The walls were lined with ancient gears and pipes. The staircase seemed endless, plunging into the darkness below. Kim looked up, but he couldn't see where he came from. Is this some kind of prison? He thought. He shook his head. I was sure. The Constellation room was on the 2nd floor. But I guess this is it. He walked forward into the echoing silence. It doesn't really matter where it is. Just as he steeled his resolve to move forward, he froze. Another system panel flashed to life before him. All conditions have been fulfilled. You will now be transferred to a hidden room. Kim stared, confused. What room? The world around him started to dissolve. As his vision faded, a voice echoed in the void. It has been a long time, Kim Jin-ho. He snapped his head up, his eyes wide with shock. Before him stood a man in an immaculate uniform, his eyes covered by a blindfold, with 2 horns sprouting from his head. Barch, Kim whispered in disbelief. The man smiled. 300 years have passed. Is this our long-awaited reunion? Barch couldn't even finish the word before a fist slammed into his face. Kim's rage exploded. I'm so happy to see you, you bastard, he roared. A bruise already blossomed on Barch's face. He held up his hands. Wait, just wait. But another punch cut him off. Just die, Kim yelled. Calm down, Barch pleaded. Let's just talk about this. But Kim wasn't listening to a single word. With another strike, he demanded his foe simply die. Barch pleaded with him to stop, but Kim's fists rained down relentlessly. He snarled that he wouldn't stop, that he'd only hit him harder. After a final, brutal punch, Kim rose, staring down at Barch, who was now a completely battered mess. Closing his eyes, Kim's breathing steadied. He wasn't the type of man who solved things with his fists. Barch stared blankly, just before Kim started kicking him again. With a furious blow, Kim roared that this was different. Barch had utterly destroyed his comfortable future. He stomped on his feet, screaming about his lost wealth and honor. All the things he earned while training his students? Barch begged him to stop, then asked if he was even curious about what kind of place this was. Kim glanced around, scoffing. What place? It was a world of nothing. Barch slowly began to rise, explaining that this was an imaginary world. Kim questioned what kind of delusion he was talking about now. Barch corrected his posture, clarifying that this was a space within the relic. The version of him that Kim was now seeing was merely an incarnation. His real body had perished 300 years ago. Kim shot to his feet in shock, listening to every word. Wait a minute, he demanded. Are you saying you've always been in this relic? Barch confirmed it was true. In that moment, everything clicked into place for Kim. Barch stretched out his arms, and a brilliant golden seal materialized behind him. He explained that Kim understood perfectly. He had become a constellation. Kim could only stare at the triumphant Barch. A fresh wave of rage boiled over as he screamed. What is going on here, then? Started punching him in the face all over again. Meanwhile, on the street, Liang stood watching, his gaze fixed on the Shun, dozens of guards ahead. He stared in silence until his eyes widened in surprise. Kim was walking out of the building. The guards immediately moved to inspect him. Kim walked over to Liang, who asked, They didn't do anything strange to you? Kim held out his hand, replying that he'd just looked around. He couldn't go any deeper, or he felt he would lose his mind. Liang looked on thoughtfully, accepting his answer. I understand, he said. Let's go home. Kim simply agreed, then turned and walked away. As he moved through the streets, his mind replayed the impossible events. Kim pointed an accusatory finger and said he didn't care about Barch becoming a constellation. He just needed him to answer one simple question. Did you, Kim demanded, create that transparent system notification window? What is it? The battered Barch looked at him and claimed to know nothing. With a vicious snarl, Kim grabbed him by the collar, hoisting him into the air, ready to strike again. You fool, Kim yelled, but Barch insisted he was telling the absolute truth. He explained that after Kim had killed him, he was trapped inside this relic for 300 years, with absolutely no energy. Kim paused, then let him drop. Then who created the notification? He asked. Barch looked down, revealing that he had received one as well. A notification telling him he could contact the reincarnated Kim Hayek and regain all his memories. Kim absorbed this, asking about the reincarnations. Barch stared into the distance. That, he said, was when that suspicious person appeared. It was likely this person who made him the owner of the tower and of destruction. Kim asked who this person was, who could make Barch the master of the tower. Barch held out his hand helplessly, explaining he didn't know. His memory of that entire event had been completely erased. Barch added that he didn't think those memories would return so easily. He looked at Kim, asking what was on his mind. Kim put a hand to his chin, recalling how the system asked him to find a weapon. He couldn't figure out the part below that because it was censored by squares. Spreading his arms, Kim said that he didn't remember losing any memories himself, and he could still recall everything about that tower. Barch pointed, a finger, proposing a theory. Perhaps Kim already remembered everything because he had already found the weapon, that finding it would cause the memories to surface naturally. Kim looked at him, startled. Are you saying I actually found that weapon? Barch explained that this space was the inner world of the 4 village weapons that became sacred relics. They were immensely powerful, radiating a colossal amount of mana. Barch then revealed that he himself became a constellation because he used the village sword as a relic. Kim's fury spiked, his fists clenching, ready to beat him to a pulp. Once more. What's wrong with that? Barch asked innocently. Kim exploded in a vicious shout, screaming that Barch was a complete and utter fool. Walking down the street, Kim's mind reeled. His village sword had become a relic. And inside, it resided a constellation. Barch. He couldn't make any sense of this insane situation. Kim held out his hand, knowing that he desperately wanted to destroy it and forget everything. But no matter how much it pained him, this sword was restraining the man, once called the King of Destruction. A moment later, a blue village sword materialized in his hand. Kim held it, admitting to himself that he was powerless. He had to follow the quest that appeared in the notification window. With the village sword equipped, Kim feigned ignorance. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Kim turned to see who dared interrupt him. The voice belonged to a cocky-looking student, announcing Kim's top rank in the entrance ceremony. Before him stood a gang of second years, cracking their knuckles. A blonde man sneered, flanked by his posse. This was none other than Ilric Sunrise, eldest son of the Sunrise family and a top student at Valhalla Academy. Kim eyed him mockingly. The eldest son, you say, do you make a habit of ganging up on your juniors? As one of his lackeys stepped forward, Ilric scoffed. You've got some nerve, freshman. Taking first place doesn't mean you can disrespect your seniors. A proper greeting is in order. One of the goons, armed with a gun, stepped up. Let me teach this fool a lesson, he snarled. Ilric gave a nod. Go easy on him. The gunman swaggered forward, lecturing the newcomer about the vast gap between first and second years. But his words were cut short by a brutal kick to the gut. A grin spread across Kim's face. Enough talk, he declared. Come at me, all of you. He launched into the air, a whirlwind of kicks that smashed squarely into his opponent's face. The impact sent the thug flying backward like a ragdoll. The crowd scattered as his body hurtled through them. He crashed hard, slamming into a distant wall. Ilric's face twisted with fury. That crazy bastard, he growled. Then he saw it. Kim was holding a sword. Ilric was stunned. He was certain Kim had been unarmed. Kim admired the weapon in his hand. Now this feels just right. A perfect grip. He gestured dismissively. It's been a while since I've had a real warm-up. A dangerous smile played on his lips. Are you going to attack or just stand there? He was sure this was going to be fun. If you don't, I'll be forced to paint the walls with you. The scene shifts, rewinding 3 hours. We find Ilric in a room, speaking with another man. This man, smiling slyly, was Rockdeal. Behind him, Yuria stood in silence. Rockdeal, lounging on a sofa, explained the simple task. I just need you to take care of a certain student. He sat opposite Ilric, promising a great reward. For your family's cooperation, Rockdeal added smoothly. The target's name is Kim, a freshman. Ilric sat quietly, absorbing every detail. Rockdeal continued, his tone chillingly casual. Guns, fists, it doesn't matter how you do it. Just clean up this mess for me. A wicked smile spread across his face. So, do we have a deal? Ilric met his gaze. I understand completely. Later, as the door closed behind him, Ilric pondered the task. He wasn't worried in the slightest. So what if Kim was the #1 rookie A freshman, could never be a match for a senior? The gap in power was simply too vast, all because of their contracts with the Constellations. Students of Valhalla visit the Constellation Room in their second semester to forge a pact. Those who succeed become known as contractors. Ilric walked on, his confidence soaring. As a contractor, he could wield his Constellation's power. That freshman, Kim, without a special background, wouldn't even have a guardian constellation. A vicious smile crossed Ilric's face. He was certain he could crush Kim with ease, a belief he held. Right up until this very moment.
Kim's sword flashed, striking a thug's leg. A blinding light erupted from the point of impact.
A red-haired brawler drew his knife, calling Kim a fool as he rushed forward. But in that instant, Kim's sword was already a blur of motion. The red-haired senior didn't even see the swing coming. The blow sent him flying. Kim's confident gaze then shifted right, spotting another attacker. Leaping into the air, the senior brought his weapon down. Die! He roared, aiming to crush Kim completely. The weapon slammed into the ground with devastating force. But Kim was already gone. The attack had missed. In a flash, Kim reappeared at his opponent's side, sword already poised to strike.
Looking for something, he mocked, just before a brutal blow sent that senior flying too. Ilric watched in utter disbelief as another of his men fell. This was impossible.
A freshman was single-handedly dismantling his second years. He looked at the defeated bodies littering the ground. He realized that even before becoming contractors, these sophomores were supposed to have superior martial skills. Their magic was far beyond a freshman's level. Yet against Kim, they were utterly helpless. Elle's eyes narrowed, wondering, what in the world was that strange sword art? Kim advanced slowly, his blade an extension of his will. As Elle watched, a chilling realization dawned. This man wasn't even taking them seriously. All around him, his men were being brutally beaten and broken. Kim's gaze shifted to a few cowards hiding in the back. He called out to them, his voice laced with ice.
I'll smash your heads in if you just stand there. The thugs hesitated, slowly backing away in fear. Their leader saw their resolve shattering.
He knew they were debating whether to attack or flee. Enraged, he let out a vicious roar.
Don't just stand there, he's just one pathetic freshman. A smirk grew on Kim's face. He could see it now. The hooligan boss had a little spirit, at least. Silence, Elle commanded, raising his sword for a desperate strike.
But in a flash, Kim closed the distance. The tip of his blade was already pressed against Elle's stomach. Kim's gaze was hard as steel. A cold smile touched his lips. I warned you. Don't stand still. He slammed the pommel with his other hand, sending a shockwave through the blade. The force ripped through Elle's body. He gasped, coughing up a torrent of blood. How did he get so close, so fast? Then, the world went dark as he crumbled to the floor. Kim loomed over him, slapping his face sharply. Wake up, Kim demanded, crouching down. Who are you, and why did you attack me? The dazed leader slowly regained his senses. He looked up, defeated. We're sophomores. Kim was calm, interrogating the boy amidst the field of battered bodies. He finally understood. A gang of upperclassmen had come to put a freshman in his place. Why, Kim pressed, tell me who sent you. The leader looked away, his pride shattered. He mumbled that their orders were to break the nose of the #1 freshman. Kim's smile was anything but kind. Is this really how you thugs operate? Frankly, I'm disappointed. Kim casually picked up his bag, ready to leave. I'm going. Clean this mess up. But as he turned, the leader on the ground cried out, Wait! He struggled to his feet. Do you think you can just walk away from this? The leader's voice trembled with rage.
Being #1 means nothing here. When people find out about what you did,
you'll be expelled from the academy. Kim just looked back, nonchalantly picking his nose. He clearly didn't care at all. You really want to tell everyone what happened? He asked. The leader was stunned into silence, infuriated.
Kim laid out the humiliating truth. A whole squad of sophomores ambushed a single freshman and got completely wiped out.
Imagine the shame when that story gets out. Could you even show your faces at the academy again? A malicious grin spread across his face as he pointed a finger. If you want to graduate and join a guild, you'll be very wise to keep your mouth shut. With that, Kim left him. Elle collapsed to the ground, trembling from the utter defeat. Meanwhile, Rockle was relaxing on a couch, staring at his phone. He smirked, confident in the outcome. He knew the call would come any second. A minute later, his screen lit up. Rockle answered with a smug tone. Sunbae, he said with a smile. Did you take care of Kim Ji-hyuk? But the voice on the other end was filled with sheer desperation.
Rockle, I'm backing out. It's over. Rockle was completely shocked. He sat bolt upright. What are you talking about? He demanded. The leader's voice was weak, clearly in pain.
Stay away from anything involving Kim Ji-hyuk. Rockle froze, unable to comprehend what he was hearing. This wasn't supposed to happen. The last time they spoke, the leader was so sure of himself.
That's all I have to say. And he hung up.
Wait, Rockle shouted. Are you saying Kim Ji-hyuk beat you?
We can report him to the administration. Rockle pleaded into the deadline, his mind racing.
He tried to sound calm. If you have visible injuries, we have enough evidence they'll believe us. Just do that much for me, Rockle begged. I'll give you the full amount as promised. I'll even get my family to. Make sure your family is financed. But the leader's reply was hollow. Even if the Ventric family funds us, we can never reclaim the honor we lost today. Rockle was stunned silent. El and his broken men began their shameful retreat. I'm hanging up, the leader said finally. Rockle tried to call out, but it was too late. With a furious scream, he threw his phone against the wall, shattering it. That useless, incompetent fool! He slumped onto the couch, head in his hands, as Yuria watched silently. Yuria, he called out, his voice strained. Have you contacted Desire? She replied. I've informed him that you wish to meet him in person, but he is far away. It will take him some time to arrive. Rockle glared at her, his eyes burning with a new plan. He demanded to know where on earth he was. The scene shifts to a grand, beautiful building in Mexico, the Valhalla Academy. But inside, a mountain of corpses. And seated upon this grim throne was a man, staring at his phone. He seemed intrigued that Rockdale wanted him in Korea. This was this year's Desire. Scars marked his face, yet he was impeccably dressed. He focused on the message from Rockdale. It was a summons. Come quickly. Take care of a man named Kim Joo-hyuk. The message continued, promising the reward was already secured. As Desire read those words, his expression warped into a wide, chilling smile. He stared at his phone with a mad glint in his eyes, his mind racing. Ever since he was cast out, no one had offered him this kind of money. This, he whispered, will be easy. A fateful turn of events was set in motion. The next day, inside a training room filled with equipment, Kim Joo-hyuk arrived. He stood with his bag, completely stunned by the sheer size of the training hall. He figured it made sense, given how vast the academy was. Gazing ahead, he felt a sudden urge to go for a run. But then, a voice echoed in his mind. Kim? Why are you here? Startled, Kim was instantly on guard. He glanced around, asking, Barch, is that you? Kim couldn't understand how or where the voice was coming from. Barch explained that he was currently residing within the sealed sword. He then asked why Kim was so surprised. Kim admitted his shock stemmed from a different fear. He thought Barch had somehow escaped to the surface, which would mean he'd have to beat him down and drag him back into the sword again. Barch was momentarily stunned, but he hid it well. There's no need to worry about that, he said, reassuring him that such a thing wouldn't happen. Kim changed into his training clothes, opened a locker, and tossed his things inside. Well, if that's the case, then it's fine. Placing his foot to the side, Kim began his warm-up. He asked Barch, Are you sure everything is all right? Barch wasn't sure what he meant. Kim clarified, placing his hands behind his head. He was talking about the sword, the blade that had been turned into an artifact and was now stored in Valhalla. Kim pointed out that they'd left it in that room. With the Constellation, Barch told him not to worry. He had replaced the real sword with an exact replica. That, Kim countered, is precisely what I'm worried about. Where did you even learn to create a flawless duplicate of something? Barch explained that when he regained consciousness, he'd lost his immense power. But in its place, he'd gained the ability to create perfect replicas, though he had no idea why. Kim continued his stretches, muttering that there was a lot Barch didn't seem to know. As Kim arched his body backward, he saw Erin standing right in front of him. He finished his stretch, realizing she must have just arrived. Erin asked, Are we starting my training now? Kim looked at her and nodded. We are, and we'll begin by building your stamina. She turned her head, asking why. Kim simply turned away. If you don't want to, you're free to leave at any time. Erin stared at his back, her resolve hardening. I'll do it. A small smile touched Kim's lips as he turned back to her. Then start stretching, he instructed. The higher your stamina, the more efficiently your body can absorb and control mana. Even though it's a basic part of swordsmanship, he added, it is absolutely essential. Erin began to warm up. Kim found their training methods bizarre. They seemed to pour all their focus into mana, completely neglecting physical conditioning. He mused that even Choi Erin, despite her vast reserves of mana, had the stamina of a novice who had never held a sword before. Erin finished her stretches and stood ready. I'm ready, she declared. Kim's expression hardened. Good. Then the real training begins now. He immediately launched into a series of intense exercises. Starting with push-ups, Erin tried to follow his lead, but it was a grueling struggle. Next came weighted squats. While Erin was exhausted with just her body weight, Kim moved with ease. Then came the deadlifts. As Kim lifted the heavy barbell, Erin could only manage a pair of small dumbbells. After the session, she collapsed to the floor, completely spent, her face flushed and dripping with sweat. Kim turned to her, waving a hand dismissively. We're just getting started. Erin looked up in disbelief. What did you just say? He stared down at her. Stop lying around and get up. We still have a run.
About 20 kilometers? Aaron's eyes widened in pure shock. The scene then cuts to a classroom, where Kim sat at his desk. Stretching his arm, he asked Aaron if she was okay. Even though they'd pushed harder than before, she had performed well, and her physique was already showing improvement. Aaron, however, sat silently in her chair, utterly exhausted. A teacher stood at the front of the class, calling for silence. "Today," she announced, "we will be having a simple written test." The teacher's name was Lilia. She had sharp glasses and short white hair. She was none other than Valhalla's highest-level instructor and the head of spatial monster items. The students sat at their desks, listening with full attention. Lilia reiterated the lesson from day one, but urged them to study spatial monsters on their own time. She placed the tests on her desk, announcing a pop quiz to gauge their knowledge on handling different monster types. Soana immediately began writing. Sinok hesitated, lost in thought. Aaron, exhausted, slumped in his seat, his body trembling slightly. Kim, however, didn't even touch the paper. He just stared blankly at the questions. "Time's up," Lilia declared, watching the clock. "Pass your tests to the front." She explained that this quiz wouldn't affect their overall grade, but would serve as an assessment for the next lesson. As Kim passed his blank-looking test to Aaron, Lilia began grading. Once finished, she announced the next class. "We'll begin official lessons in the virtual fighter simulation room." She opened the door, giving a curt goodbye before leaving. Kim sat in stunned silence, until a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It was Barch. He asked if Kim was truly confident in his answers. Kim froze, realizing the entity within him had seen everything. Barch casually folded his arms in Kim's mindscape. "Of course I saw it," he said. "I'm inside you with nothing better to do." Kim demanded to know if Barch had read his mind. "To be precise," Barch clarified, "I can only hear your thoughts." Kim leaned back in his chair, asking what he meant. Rocking back and forth, Kim insisted he only wrote down what he knew to be true. Barch scoffed. "If you say so?" Meanwhile, in the first-year teacher's office, Lilia seethed with anger, gritting her teeth as she sat at her desk. She stared at Kim's test, unable to comprehend how he dared to submit such nonsensical answers. The scene then shifts to another teacher. Leon. He was walking with a hot drink when he saw Lilia diligently grading papers in the distance. Leanne approached her, asking if she was grading his class's work. Lilia looked up and confirmed it. She explained that in preparation for the mock battle, she had assigned a simple written test on how to kill monsters. As expected from a class filled with children from famous families, she sighed. They all passed with flying colors. Leanne, a bit nervous, asked if that was really a surprise. He glanced at her work, holding his mug. "Well, I won't disturb you," he said, turning to leave. He took a sip from his mug, and immediately choked. He heard Lilia scream Kim's name at the top of her lungs. Wiping his mouth, Leon and the other teachers stared. They all heard Lilia's cry of disbelief. How did he get these answers right? Leanne cautiously approached again. "Did Kim do that badly?" he asked. She looked at him, her eyes blazing. "It's not just bad, he was mocking the entire class with this test," Leanne pressed. "Is it really that terrible?" Lilia slapped the test down. "I can't let this stand in the next lesson. I'll show him personally. And instruct him that monsters are not to be taken lightly." The next day, students gathered around as Lilia explained the rules for the virtual battle simulation. "I've graded and returned the tests from our last class," she announced, her eyes scanning the students. "Most of you did an excellent job." Her gaze then locked onto one student. Kim. He stood casually, picking at his ear, then strolled over. Lilia held the test out to him. "Take it." Kim's eyes widened in surprise. Scrawled across his paper was a giant 0. "You get 0 points, Kim," Lilia stated coldly. "Are you absolutely sure you answered this test correctly?" Kim looked her dead in the eye, his face a mask of confidence. "Yes, I did." Lilia's eye twitched. She read the first question aloud. "How best to deal with stone goblins?" "And how did you answer that?" she challenged. Kim glanced at his test. "Stab them in the stomach with a sword." Lilia fell silent, slowly starting to beat her forehead with her fist in frustration. She read the second question. "You encounter 8 stone goblins approaching. What is your course of action?" The other students watched nervously. Kim, unfazed, recited his answer. "Start with the ones that charge first. Stab each of them and send them to hell." Lilia spun around. "You can't be serious," she snapped. "If you had shown even a shred of strategic knowledge, I might have let it slide." She addressed the entire class. "Is stabbing a stone goblin in the stomach the best way to kill it?" She immediately answered her own question. "A stone goblin's defense is ranked B+A, normal sword's aura can't even scratch it. And yet, you want to use a simple sword against this monster?" Kim continued, picking his ear. "That's exactly what I'd do." And it would end with a single strike. Lilia's anger boiled over. She thought to herself,
That his ego knew no bounds? He was spouting complete and utter nonsense. Out loud, she said flatly. I completely understand. Kim was stunned. The teacher declared that since he was so confident in his answer, she would give him a chance to prove it.
all he had to do was press the button before him. And so he did.
In an instant, the entire room trembled. Stone goblins erupted from the ground, snarling as they took their place behind the teacher. Their eyes locked onto Kim, with a smirk. Lilia announced that if he could defeat these monsters just as he wrote, she would personally recalculate his score. Kim simply scratched the back of his head, saying he understood perfectly. He asked permission to return the test paper, holding it out towards his instructor. Then, he casually scooped up a nearby sword and began walking toward the creatures. With one hand tucked coolly in his pocket, he approached a goblin whose eyes burned with a menacing red glow. Lilia watched, her mind racing. She'd heard the rumors that Kim had single-handedly slain 120 goblins. She believed he had talent, but stone goblins were different. A random sword shouldn't even be able to scratch them. The goblin lunged forward. Kim met its charge with a single, effortless swing, and a deafening crack echoed through the room. Lilia stood frozen in disbelief, unable to process what just happened. The stone goblin was motionless, its body trembling with a blade buried in its core. Cracks spread across the creature's face like a spiderweb, before it crumbled into dust. Kim calmly held his hand out. The other students were just as stunned as Lilia, their jaws hanging open. Kim turned to her. I just stabbed it in the stomach, he stated plainly. Soyeon couldn't believe it, a stone goblin, defeated with an ordinary sword, and without a shred of magic. Senak remained silent, observing everything. Aaron, however, simply watched with a knowing smile. Lilia refused to accept what she saw. She demanded to know how he did it. Kim simply asked, Didn't you see? I just stuck the pointy end in its gut. That's all. Lilia clenched her fists in frustration, insisting that wasn't what she meant. She bit her finger, her mind spiraling. She tried to make sense of it, realizing what he'd done. To damage a stone goblin with a normal weapon, one would need the power of a class contractor. It was the only logical explanation. And yet, he'd done it with a simple, unenchanted blade. Kim slung the sword over his shoulder. So, he asked with a grin, was my answer correct? Lilia shot back that it was only the first question, then slammed another key. The ground began to violently shake once more. Again, Kim sighed. The floor beneath him shifted and warped, revealing a deep cavern. He pointed into the abyss and asked the teacher what this was all about. Lilia just looked at him coldly. Shouldn't you be a little more careful, she warned. In front of him, a single goblin appeared. But behind it, an entire horde emerged from the darkness, brandishing crude clubs and glaring at him with pure malice. Lilia crossed her arms, analyzing the new threat. She knew these goblins were notoriously difficult due to their rage-fueled tactics. If handled improperly, the leader would unleash its howl skill, summoning every goblin in the vicinity. She knew most would use large-scale magic to wipe them out, or simply run for their lives. No one would ever face them head-on. Kim saw only a few snarling creatures at first. But then 5 more rushed him the moment he took a step. Even for a master swordsman, this would be a difficult fight. And from what the teacher had heard, his sword speed was supposedly quite slow. Kim merely shifted the sword to his other hand, and with a smile, swung it in a blinding arc, slicing straight through the lead goblin's head. Another goblin stared in terror. It opened its mouth to use its skill, to let out that fateful howl. But before a sound could escape, Kim's blade was already piercing through its throat. He stood there calmly, his sword held steady. Lilia could only watch, utterly dumbfounded. With a grin, Kim turned back to her. He held up his bloodied sword and asked, So, was my answer to the second question right? The scene then shifts. We're in the gym, where Kim is running effortlessly on a treadmill. Beside him, Aaron is completely exhausted. The screen showed how much farther she had to go, but she collapsed onto the floor. Kim just kept going without a word. As Aaron gasped for air, Kim looked over. Didn't you train back in your clan? He asked why an exercise of this level was so difficult for her. She weakly replied that she wasn't used to this kind of physical strain. Kim pressed further, asking how she trained, and how she expected to fight monsters like this. Aaron held up a single finger, explaining she could just use her magic, borrowing power from her constellations. Kim listened thoughtfully. It was exactly as he'd suspected. He looked at Aaron, who had her eyes closed. He realized that instead of building their own stamina, her clan focused solely on borrowing magical power. Most students were utterly dependent on their constellations. They neglected physical training, content to simply borrow power from above. But what would they do if trapped in a maze where magic was sealed? What would happen if a battle dragged on and their mana finally ran dry? Kim doubted their constellations would even answer their desperate calls. He turned to Aaron, asking if the endurance training had proven useful. She immediately bowed, confirming its benefits, her eyes remembering his promise to teach her swordsmanship. Kim smiled faintly, asking for her true thoughts. She admitted she only did it because he commanded it. Your reasons don't matter, Kim stated, turning away. We're finished for today. They needed to head to the academy soon. Aaron asked if he was leaving as well. I'm doing one more set, he replied, glancing her way. Want to join? Her exhausted face was answer enough. He waved her off, telling her to go, and she left with a promise to see him later. Kim silently walked to the weight rack. Barch's voice cut in. Her name is Choi Aaron, isn't it? Kim began loading more plates onto the barbell, as Barch remarked on her persistence. He couldn't understand why Kim would bother training her. She wouldn't stop pestering me, Kim stated flatly. To teach her the art of the sword. Barch asked if he had actually shown her his skills. I never showed off, Kim said. She just noticed during class. Kim closed his eyes. Barch wondered if she truly understood the depths of his power. I'm interested, Kim admitted. I plan to teach her a piece of my true art. Then, a strained groan echoed nearby. He looked over to see Senok finishing a heavy lift. As the boy racked the weight, their eyes met. Kim asked how long he had been there. Senok, wiping the sweat from his brow, said he'd been training since the early morning. Before the academy, he explained, athletics had been his entire life. Draping a towel over his shoulders, he announced his departure and walked away. Kim watched him go, lost in thought. The boy had innate martial talent, but it was his relentless discipline that truly set him apart. As Senok left, Barch asked why he was so interested. Kim settled onto the bench. Because he's smarter than those who only train their magic. Barch agreed. Kim gripped the barbell. So, what are the other constellations doing? But Barch had no answers. For 300 years, he had been totally isolated here. He knew nothing about the other celestial beings. He could only suggest that completing a new constellation in the system might reveal more. As Kim pushed through the rep, a system window flashed into existence. Return your weapon and memories. Location Valhalla, 3rd floor, room 5. Task Eye of the Great Forest, completed. Home of the Magones. A warning blazed below. The heavenly sword is required. The rest of the conditions were censored. Kim recognized the location from his classes. It was the final training ground for the first semester. He stared ahead, frustrated. If it wasn't for this damn quest, I'd be long gone. It seemed he'd have to keep a low profile. Barch scoffed. Low profile? You just made a huge scene picking a fight with that upperclassman? They came looking for a fight, Kim retorted. And believe me, I was holding back. Barch knew if Kim hadn't, that bully's head would have been crushed like an egg. Regardless, Kim said, his gaze dropping. I'm stuck here until this quest is finished. He hoped it might finally solve the mystery of his reincarnation. The scene then shifts. Far away to London, United Kingdom. Before us stands the imposing Ventric family mansion. Inside, the walls are adorned with eerie paintings of plague doctors. A woman sat at a grand table, surrounded by piles of books, as a man gave his report. This was Vice President Adelia Ventric. The maze on the outskirts of Reading, the man said, has been taken care of. Adelia smiled. A job well done. When asked for any further reports, the man stated he would recruit a few competent individuals, whom he found rather promising. He revealed that in the maze, a survivor from Robert's destroyed clan had been found. Adelia acknowledged the man's strength. Her subordinate confirmed this, noting both men he discovered were A-rank contractors. Adelia extended her hand, a regal gesture. For reaching such a level, she declared, they have earned a blessing. Her command was absolute. Test their capabilities and then send them directly to me. The man bowed. As you wish. Is that all? Adelia pressed. The man added that he also had information concerning Rockdale. What has that fool done now? My sources confirm, he said, that he has summoned Darer to South Korea. Adelia's gaze hardened, her thoughts turning to that name. The scene shifts to Darer himself, a wicked smile spreading across his face. He was the problem child of his family. He had committed countless atrocities under the protection of his family name, terrorizing and brutalizing other students. At the tender age of 19, he slaughtered 5 people at an English academy simply because they dared to argue with him. And by the age of 20, he was officially exiled from the esteemed Ventric family. Adelia sat, pondering this new development. Darer had been in hiding for years. She couldn't fathom why he would meet with Rockdale now. Adelia gave her order. Keep watching him. He bowed deeply. Everything will be as you wish. He looked up, startled by her next words. If he does anything unusual, Adelia warned, I will personally expel him from this family. The man bowed again. I understand. His report was over. With a final bow, he vanished. Adelia remained, staring into the silence. All of these fools, she mused, wielding power they don't deserve. Such strength was never meant for scum.
A cold fire burned in her eyes. This power, it is all for one. Everything exists for only one person. It was all for her.
A faint smile touched her lips as her gaze drifted to a painting of a figure in a plague doctor's mask. The guardian constellation? We are then taken to a classroom where a teacher explains, if you wish to define the word villain, it is a combination of evil and performer, which literally means an evil person. He stood before his students. In today's society, he continued, the word villain is used for those who wield the powers of the constellations. For wicked purposes, the teacher wrote the word on the blackboard. Typically, a villain acts alone, but sometimes they create organizations. As the instructor lectured, Kim, sitting in the back of the class, was lost in his own world. He held out his hand, studying it intently. The teacher continued, and among these organizations, the most notorious is the group known as One God. But while the lecture was about constellations, Kim's mind was on his own power. He clenched his fist. This body, he thought, it feels like it's getting stronger from simple training, but it also has a natural talent for using its mana. He looked at his palm, guessing it might not be genius level, but it was far better than his body before reincarnation. Still, something felt incredibly strange. He examined his hand. It didn't matter how untrained this body was. Why was its physical condition so terrible? He recalled day one, when he focused and tried to circulate all the mana in his body. He could barely finish a single cycle, having less mana than an ordinary person. When he was digging a hole, his physique was so weak that after just a little exertion, he felt himself losing consciousness. But even with a body this pathetic, it wasn't enough to explain this deep-seated damage. Kim suspected something must have happened to him in the past. He leaned back, hands behind his head. There was no point in worrying about it for now. Just then, a finger tapped on his desk. Kim glanced to the side. Sohn had turned to face him. She slid a small, folded note his way. Kim picked it up and unfolded it. The note said, "Hello." A flash of annoyance crossed Kim's face. He couldn't understand the need for all this. Later that evening, an announcement was made about leaving the academy for the weekend. For students who planned to leave, an application was required. Kim listened as Liang explained the procedure. That is all, Liang concluded. But Kim was already planning his exit. He grabbed an application for an outing. To take a walk outside, and headed for the door. Barch called out, "Are you really going outside?" Kim nodded. "There's somewhere I need to go," Liang asked. "Where do you plan on going?" Suddenly, another voice called Kim's name. He turned around to see Sohn standing behind him. "Is this a joke?" he asked, irritated. "What is it that you want from me?" Sohn stood there, looking down at the floor. "I even kindly replied to your note," Kim said. "But you never responded." He held up his application. "Hurry up and say what you need to. I still have to turn this in." Sohn looked up, her expression nervous as she tried to form the words. What she said next left Kim completely shocked. With his patience wearing thin, rage flashed in his eyes as he demanded she spit it out. He called her crazy, and Sohn simply stared back. "Why?" she asked. "Am I not normal?" Kim glared, questioning if her goal was to enlighten him or just drive him mad. "What is it you're trying to say?" he pressed. But Sohn's mind was a whirlwind, replaying the unbelievable event from before. The image of Kim effortlessly felling a stone goblin was seared into her memory. She couldn't comprehend it. He'd done it so easily, with a plain, ordinary sword. There was no magic, no grand technique. It defied everything she had ever learned from her books. She stared at him, the burning question on her lips. "How did you kill it?" But before she could speak, a blinding headache struck her down. Just as she tried to force the words out, Teacher Lilia materialized between them. "Indeed," she chimed in. "How did you kill that goblin?" A stunned silence fell over them. Kim was completely baffled, wondering where on earth this woman had just sprung from. He eyed the teacher, who was pointing at herself with a knowing smile. "Why are you interfering in our conversation?" he asked coldly. He didn't stop there, adding, "I figured you would hate my guts by now." Kim stared her down, his meaning clear. "After all," he continued, "I publicly refuted your lecture. Humiliating a teacher in front of the entire class usually earns their hatred." But Lilia just smiled sweetly. "Oh, that," she said, waving a hand dismissively. "It doesn't bother me in the slightest. I believed there was only one way to slay monsters," she explained. "And you brilliantly proved me wrong." She placed a hand on his shoulder, her eyes gleaming. "Become my assistant." He was taken aback by the offer. "I'll have to decline," he said flatly, knowing the strings that would be attached to such a position. The teacher latched onto his hand, walking with him. "But why refuse?" she persisted, practically begging him to join her. "I said no," Kim repeated firmly. Behind them, So-won stood frozen, her hand outstretched as if to call them back, but no words came out. Lilia promised him the world. "I'll provide you with anything you could ever need." But Kim shot back. "Have you no shame, pursuing me like this?" "Shame?" she asked, tilting her head. "Why should I feel ashamed?" So-won listened to their exchange, her heart sinking. Then she closed her eyes, clenched her fist, and forced a smile. "It doesn't matter," she whispered to herself. "It doesn't matter at all." The next day, the scene changes. We find Kim, his face obscured by a hood, staring ahead intently. He stood on a bustling street, dwarfed by the massive structure before him. This was the notorious Valhalla evening market. Later that night, back in his dorm room, Kim was scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his screen, a search bar, asking a simple question: "What are you looking for?" Kim was trying to find information on his next destination. He muttered to himself that he needed a trading post, a place where he could sell the rare treasures he'd acquired from the vault. It was a rather intriguing location. "There it is," he said, a glint in his eye. He'd found exactly what he was searching for and immediately navigated to the site. It was a web page detailing how to gain access to that very same market. With a tap of his finger, Kim clicked the headline. The information flowed in. After paying an entry fee, the market allowed anyone to freely trade anything. Goods from every nation, items from across the entire continent. He quickly realized this wasn't just any market. Since it was open to anyone in the world, it was, for all intents and purposes, a global black market with its own unique currency. The reason such an unthinkable place could exist was because its creator was no mere mortal. It was a guardian, a constellation known as the Hidden Rulers. As he processed this, he rested his chin on his hand. It all made sense now. Since a powerful guardian constellation actively maintained it, even the world's highest-ranking individuals used it without fear.
Kim understood that even though it was technically illegal, the government was powerless to stop it, which is why
he could so easily find instructions on how to enter. He scanned the article. He would definitely need to make use of this. The author of the post began, "Today, I will reveal the secret of how to enter the market that is open to all." The method itself was deceptively simple. Users just had to click a special link and reserve their entry slot. A location would then be generated, somewhere within 50 kilometers of their current position. They simply had to follow the coordinates and pass through the designated door to enter the market itself. Kim absorbed every detail written in the post. He was surprised to find the direct link right there in the comments. For a moment, he hesitated, torn between clicking it and closing the tab. But his finger moved on its own, hovering over the Go button. Just then, a message from Choi Aaron flashed across his screen. It was accompanied by a sad bunny emoji. He quickly typed back, asking what was wrong. She replied that she had to cancel their training session for tomorrow due to an urgent matter. A smile crept onto Kim's face. This was perfect timing. He now had a free schedule to visit the market, so the training would have been canceled anyway. He wished her a safe trip. In response, she sent a happy emoji this time. Sitting back in his chair, Kim was slightly puzzled. She was still sending him messages. He couldn't quite figure out why she was being so friendly. But it wasn't important right now. The comments mentioned a link, a secret reservation that would reveal the market's hidden location. A notification flashed on his screen. LL. Believing it was her, he tapped it instantly. He was already on the street, moving. With his hood pulled low, he followed his phone's directions, a shadow navigating the city streets. When he finally lifted his head, he froze. The coordinates had led him to an old, abandoned cafe. Inside was a scene of pure chaos, a place untouched by time. Chairs lay overturned, everything in disarray. Cobwebs and a thick layer of dust coated every surface. Standing in the darkness, he checked his phone once more. The instructions were clear: cross the room to the far right corner. That was the real entrance. Reaching it, Kim pushed the door open, only to find it led to a simple backyard. Confusion washed over him. What was going on? Then, the world itself seemed to shift. A vast, hidden marketplace materialized before his eyes, bustling with people. Every single person was wearing a mask, their identities completely concealed. A wave of déjà vu hit him. Why did this place feel so familiar? He had never been here before, yet this strange feeling held him captive, rooting him to the spot. He couldn't move. That eerie purple sky, the shrouded moon overhead, it was all too similar. It was the same sky he had witnessed 300 years ago. A voice suddenly broke his trance. First time here. Glancing to his left, he saw a tall, red-haired man. In a flash, he recalled the last message on his device. The message had mentioned a specific detail: a leather suit, the exact same suit this stranger was wearing. The rules were clear. Bring 2,000,001 to the entrance. An employee would be waiting to collect it. This was an entry fee, a clear sign that while the market offered great opportunity, It came at a steep price. On top of that, a 5% commission was taken from all earnings. Kim asked. Are you the one from the Post? The young man in the leather suit simply nodded. So, you already know how our market works. Kim pulled a thick wad of cash from his pocket. I understand the rules well enough, he replied. He handed over the entire sum, which the young man accepted with a word of thanks. A pang of regret struck him. That was almost all the prize money he'd earned for taking first place in the entrance exams. Now he only had 30,000 won left, but it sparked a fire in him. This was a place where he could make it all back and more. He knew he would be fine. The man in leather then asked if there was anything Kim needed. Holding out his hand, Kim replied, I have some jewelry I want to sell, but I don't know where to go. The man suggested an auction, but Kim shook his head. He needed to sell them much faster than that. In that case, he was recommended to visit the 3rd District, a section of the market where merchants gathered. There, you could find traders buying jewelry and anything else you could possibly imagine. But Kim wasn't finished. He pressed the man, asking for the most reliable merchant on that row. The man recommended someone named Morris. Morris, he explained, was known for offering the best prices. At the last moment, he asked how to get to the 3rd District. The man in the suit pointed a finger toward a far passage, nestled between a row of dark houses. Follow that path straight ahead, he instructed. When you reach a fork in the road, turn right. But that wasn't all. The man then handed him a dark purple mask, shaped like a panther. He strongly recommended Kim wear it, adding that due to the nature of the goods sold here, nearly all visitors and sellers chose to wear masks. Kim held the mask, examining its sleek design. Think of it as a small gift, the man said. Kim brought it to his face and closed his eyes, offering a silent thank you. After saying their goodbyes, Kim set off to explore the 3rd District. He was on the hunt for his seller. Along the way, he passed countless buyers and merchants, all searching for their own treasures. He studied each one, until his gaze fell upon a man in a white mask, examining a diamond with a jeweler's tool. He approached the figure. Are you Morris? The man looked up from his work. I am. What do you need? Kim bowed his head respectfully. I have a few items I wish to sell immediately. It all depends on the items, Morris replied. But if it's gold or jewelry, I can give you a quick appraisal. Kim immediately took out his backpack and pulled out a small, black pouch. He tossed it onto the table. I want to sell these. Morris carefully opened the bag in front of him and paused. For a long moment, he simply stared at the ornaments, his eyes scrutinizing them from behind his mask. With trembling hands, he raised his binoculars, and a cry of pure disbelief tore from his lips. This was an artifact from the era of destruction. A single red emerald ring pulsed with power in his hand. He gripped it tightly, his mind reeling. No matter how he looked at it, the truth was undeniable. An artifact from the legendary Age of Destruction? His eyes shot to the bag, and a chilling realization washed over him. The others, they had to be from that era as well. As he gazed into the pouch, a dazzling cascade of light erupted. His expression twisted into a mask of pure shock. They were all from the first era. A voice cut through his daze, and he whipped around. There, casually approaching with a hand in his pocket, was Kim. So, Kim's voice was calm. What's your offer? Morris stroked his chin, trying to compose himself. Give me just a second. His mind raced. It was impossible. How could one person possess so many artifacts from the first era? And judging by his voice, the young man was barely over 20. He looked up, his professional curiosity overriding everything. Where did you get these? Morris immediately bowed his head towards the rings. He was right to ask, but it was a grave mistake. The sheer power of these artifacts had overwhelmed him. He'd asked a question no true merchant should, and in doing so, he had nearly shattered his reputation. He raised his head, humbled. I don't know what they might have cost. He pushed the bag away, a gesture of defeat. These cannot be estimated. They are treasures. From the Age of Destruction. What Morris was truly saying was that he didn't have nearly enough funds to purchase such legendary items. Kim simply retrieved the bag, his mind pondering the words Age of Destruction. He met the merchant's gaze. Then where should I go? Morris pointed. On your way here, you must have seen it. That tall building, the auction hall. Kim considered this. If I put them all up for auction, how long until I get paid? Morris calculated quickly. On average, 2 or 3 weeks. The reservations are always packed. It will take time for a slot to open. Kim's eyes narrowed. That meant he'd have to come to this market in person to collect, and you'll need to go through a strict verification process to receive the payment, Morris added. Kim sighed. What a hassle. He changed tactics. Even if you can't buy them, give me a rough estimate. What could I get at auction? Morris paused, intrigued. He invited Kim closer and pulled out his phone, typing furiously. He turned the screen to Kim. If you go to auction, you could earn around this much.
Kim's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. How could they be worth so much? Where did a price like that even come from?
He remembered these artifacts were valuable in his past life, which is why he'd kept them. He looked at Morris, needing confirmation. Is that an exact price? The merchant stroked his chin again. Not exactly.
That's just my personal estimate. Once they hit the auction block, it could be a completely different story,
Morris confessed. If I sold everything I own, my entire fortune, I could only afford to buy 3/4 of these jewels. A flicker of surprise crossed Kim's face. Is that so? A decision was made? Then I'll sell you as much as you can afford. Morris shot to his feet, utterly stunned. Destruction-era artifacts weren't just valuable because of their age. There was another, far more profound reason. It was all thanks to the constellations that appeared after that era ended. It was a mystery of the world, but artifacts from that specific time reacted to their power. Morris picked up the ring once more. He remembered the legends, a powerless person, making a contract with an S-rank constellation, all thanks to an artifact just like this one. If his memory served him right, it was called the Alchemist Zone, and its contractor was still incredibly active today. He held the ring, and a faint purple aura began to radiate from it. He examined it closer, his expert eye leaving no room for doubt. The unique flow of mana. This was the real deal. The ancient magic, sealed away since the end of the Age of Destruction, was still potent within it. Morris's mind raced. An artifact of that era must have the proper marks. And here were 8 of them who knew he would ever be able to buy them for such a steal. He placed the ring back in the bag. Today was truly his lucky day. Just then, a dark shadow fell over him. He looked up, and his blood ran cold. His lucky expression vanished, replaced by pure shock. Standing before him was a figure in a pristine uniform and a chilling cat mask. In another place, Kim ripped off his own mask, gasping for air. So uncomfortable. I thought I was going to die. He glanced around at a room of scattered chairs and overturned tables. If I remember correctly, leaving through the same door should return me to my entry point. He scanned his surroundings. It seemed he was right.
At a cafe, he checked his phone, staring at the transaction history. The money problem, he thought, was officially solved.
He never imagined he could earn so much, so quickly. He walked on, eyes glued to the screen. He realized, even if he spent all this cash, his storage was still overflowing with priceless and rare items. As he walked, his phone suddenly buzzed, startling him. He didn't recognize the number. Who could it be? Staring at the unknown caller, he finally decided to answer. He held the phone to his ear. The cheerful voice of his instructor, Lelia, came through. She greeted him warmly, asking what he was up to. Then, she casually suggested they grab a bite to eat together. Kim, standing in the middle of the street, was puzzled. How did you get my number? Lilia just laughed it off. I'm a Valhalla instructor, you know. As if that explained everything, she added, it doesn't matter. Let's do lunch. Come to the Valhalla Fitness Hall, she insisted. My treat. Kim started to apologize, saying he didn't have time to. But before he could finish, she hung up. He continued walking, a thought crossing his mind. Should he have gone? He was completely free, after all. And a free meal was a free meal. The scene shifts. We find Morris, confronted by a mysterious man in a mask. Why are you here? Morris demanded. The masked man replied, Is our relationship truly so distant? Morris scoffed. We've met a few times, but an ordinary merchant doesn't just casually speak with the owner of the market. This unknown figure was none other than the master of the Black Cat market. The Black Cat himself. The Black Cat chuckled. I must say, I quite like the way you speak to me. Morris stood his ground, listening in tense silence. So, why has the Black Cat graced me with his presence? Morris asked again. The masked man rested a hand on the table. Simple curiosity. It seems, he continued, that for the first time in a long while, Morris submitted an anonymous bid for the auction. Morris's eyes widened in surprise. I assumed, he said carefully, that an anonymous application wasn't actually anonymous to you. The Black Cat touched his mask. The true owner of this market isn't me, he revealed, but my constellation, and it can find out anything. Suddenly, a system panel appears before our eyes. The words flash urgently. Your constellation desires the ring. The message repeated over and over, an undeniable command. The Black Cat stood before the panel, a ring held delicately in his hands. It's quite obvious, he mused, that my constellation wants this very badly. We cut back to Kim, now sitting across from Lilia in a restaurant inside Valhalla. Their table was filled with delicious food, including a large pizza. Lilia skillfully twirled some pasta onto her fork. After taking a bite, she beamed. This is amazing. But Kim just stared off to the side, saying nothing. Lilia noticed his silence. She saw that he hadn't touched his food at all. "Why aren't you eating?" she asked. Kim kept his gaze averted. "I was just wondering why a place like this exists inside Valhalla." Lilia wagged her finger with a bright smile. "Besides the school cafeteria, there are also faculty restaurants. Didn't you know about them?" she asked. Kim simply replied, "I wasn't interested." He finally tried the food, then got straight to the point. "So, instructor, why did you call me here?" Lilia's eyes closed in a knowing smile. "That's exactly what I wanted to talk about." As Kim reached for a slice of pizza, she stood up and declared, "Be my assistant." "I refuse," Kim said instantly. Lilia leaned over the table, pleading, "At least think about it before giving me such a cold answer." "If you become my assistant," she argued, "you'll gain incredible advantages over the other students." Kim took a bite of pizza, listening with an unreadable expression. Lilia pressed on. "When an instructor invites a student to a private lunch, don't you understand what it implies? You have to at least hear me out." Kim sat in silence, taking it all in. Finally, he asked, "What are these advantages?" Lilia's smile returned, wider than ever. She shot up from her seat again, finger extended. "First of all, you'll receive a full scholarship. That in itself is a massive benefit." Kim's expression didn't change. "And you'll also get the chance to co-author a thesis with me," Lilia announced proudly. "And if we do that, you'll open up entirely new horizons for yourself." Kim just closed his eyes, continuing to eat. The instructor leaned in, her voice filled with excitement. "If that happens, your name will become famous throughout the entire Institute's monster research department. From there, wealth and honor will naturally follow you." Still, Kim showed no surprise. He simply asked again. "What's next?" Lilia continued. "Instead of being allowed out once a month, you'll be able to leave more than 2 times a week." Kim finished his slice and repeated, his voice flat. "And what else is waiting for me?" Lilia paused, preparing her final, most tempting offer. With a hand to her chin, she offered him a position, but Kim simply picked up his fork, ready to eat the main course. He bluntly told her she was just being narcissistic. Lilia slammed the table, practically begging him to reconsider. Kim watched her silently, then offered her a forkful of food, stating he had no interest. In his mind, the calculation was simple. If the offer had a great benefit, he'd consider it. But there was nothing special here for him. He ate his meal, the system's messages echoing in his thoughts. He knew what was truly important right now, finding the eye of the great forest that had been sent to him. His only chance to get there would be during the first-year academic performance assessment. Kim stated plainly that he had no plans to be her assistant, nor would he be writing a thesis. The teacher's expression soured. Lilia's eyes narrowed. She still had one more card to play. She proposed an information exchange. As Kim continued to eat, she laid out her offer. If he shared his monster hunting methods, she would give him information he'd find very interesting. Kim finally looked up. "What kind of information?" Lilia smiled. "It's about that girl, Choi Erin, the one you've been interacting with." Kim's mind raced. He assumed their interactions were just for training. "Not interested," he said flatly. Lilia leaned in, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. "I heard a rumor that Choi Erin is about to be disowned by her family." That got his attention. Kim's hands fell to the table. "Okay." He stood up, ready to leave. "I've finished my meal," he announced, "and I haven't heard anything useful." He turned his back on her. Lilia shot up from her seat. "I gave you information. It's your turn to pay me back." Kim glanced over his shoulder. "That's information I never wanted to hear." "But you listened, didn't you?" she challenged. A different light entered Kim's eyes. He had a real question now. Why is a teacher who acts like a child in a fight so mercilessly strict when she's teaching? Her playful demeanor vanished. Lilia's gaze turned ice cold. "Because I am the most responsible instructor here." She explained that if she joked around during lessons, her students might pay the ultimate price. "Monster hunting," she said, her voice heavy, "is directly tied to their survival. If I'm lenient, they won't take their target seriously. They could die facing a real monster." Kim smirked slightly. "You're just playing with concepts." But Lilia shook her head, a genuine fire in her eyes. "Not at all. I am simply doing my duty." Kim's smile widened. "Is that so?" he mused. "That's actually pretty cool." He turned and walked toward the exit, raising a hand in a casual farewell. "Keep up the good work." "Hey," Lilia called out, rushing after him. "You still owe me for the information." Kim merely stuffed his hands in his pockets, his voice echoing from the doorway. "I don't have to do anything." The scene shifts, revealing a massive, traditional building. This was Saigon, the fortress of the Choi clan. Inside, a man sat at the head of a table, 2 figures seated before him. "The reason I've summoned you is to confirm your intentions before the selection of our family's heir begins. This was the patriarch of the Choi clan, Choi Jang-ok, dressed in a kimono. His gray eyes held immense authority. Opposite him sat a young man in a shirt, a hunter from the Kinsa Guild, and the eldest son of the family. This was Choi Jinon, his dark hair matching the patriarch's. Beside him sat another figure, the second daughter of the Choi family, Choi Erin. Jang-ok drew a sword, its blade gleaming. "Pass the selection," he declared, "and you will earn the right to sign a contract with the Blue Moon Sword, our sacred relic." He held the katana before them. "It is the symbol of recognition for the rightful heir." He sheathed the blade with a sharp click. "But if you fail, tradition dictates you will be cast out from this family." His stern gaze bore into them. "Do you still wish to undertake this trial?" The eldest son rose without hesitation. "I do," Aaron's voice followed, just as firm. "I will do it." A suffocating aura emanated from the patriarch as he approached Aaron, handing her the sword. "Good," he addressed them both. "The qualifying test will begin in 3 weeks. You are dismissed. Later." Aaron and Jinon walked together. He broke the silence. "Are you truly that insensitive?" Aaron looked up, confused. "What do you mean?" Jinon turned on her. "Didn't you see the look on Father's face when you accepted?" So, she was determined to enter the selection trials. Aaron considered this, her father's furious face flashing in his mind. A sly grin spread across Jing's face. He knew she wouldn't rest until she had clawed her way into a position within the family. Aaron stood firm before him, her fists clenched tight, absorbing every venomous word he threw at her. "Even for an illegitimate child, you're ambitious," he sneered, rage ignited within her as she stared back at Jing's ugly smirk. He was enjoying this, telling her to take a good look at his utterly unimpressed face. He warned her not to entertain any fantasies of winning. Her paltry constellation protection was a joke. It was nothing compared to his proper contract. He stepped closer, looking down on her with pure arrogance as Aaron hung her head. Jing declared that since she was content to sit back and watch the family's fortune be wasted, he would personally make her understand the consequences. He reached the door, then turned back, and with one last piercing glare, he promised they would meet in 3 weeks. Aaron remained frozen where she stood. A memory surged forth a frail woman, gasping her name. A tiny Irina stood beside her, holding her hand and sobbing. The woman had whispered that Aaron was destined to be the head of the family, to seize that position and do as she pleased. Aaron closed her eyes, then snapped them open, a new fire of resolve burning within her. The scene changes. We're transported to Class 1, where Kim and his classmates watch Leon write on the blackboard. Kim observed in silence. Bart leaned in, whispering that the midterm exams were coming up fast. Kim was unconcerned. Was he actually worried about it? As Leon explained the material, Bart insisted that he should be more careful. He then questioned if their homeroom teacher hadn't explained the midterms. Kim shrugged. Was that true? He admitted he usually tuned out during those classes. Leon then addressed the students, his tone serious. He was certain they already knew. But at Aegis, the exams held dire importance. The entire class sat in rapt, tense attention. Lin revealed the brutal truth. In both the midterm and final exams, the student with the lowest score would be expelled on the spot. He urged them to give it their all. Kim stared ahead, his mind already racing. The teacher expressed his sincere hope that they would all prepare for the written and practical tests. But as he wished them good luck, Kim's focus sharpened. He understood that the practical test was insignificant compared to the written exam. He had to remain in this school until he reached the window of the Great Forest. But he had no idea how to pass. And then, a brilliant idea struck him. He turned to Bart. "Have you attended every single one of these classes?" he asked. Bart, looking confused, replied that he probably had. Bart was completely stunned when Kim revealed his audacious plan. "Then you'll be writing the test for me," Kim proposed. Bart stuttered, asking how that was even possible. Kim leaned back in his chair, a casual air about him. "I'll simply write down whatever answers you give me." Bart was appalled by the idea, calling it completely unfair. He could already picture their teacher's enraged face. "Unfair," Kim repeated, unbothered. He would still take the test. Someone else would just be feeding him the answers. This was his solution. At the front of the class, Leon closed his folder. "This concludes today's class. I wish good luck to all of you." The students gave their thanks, and as Kim started to pack his bag, a voice called out to him. He turned in surprise. Aaron was walking toward him, and Kim wondered why she was here. She met his gaze and asked, "Are we going to train today?" Kim studied her for a moment. "Why are you asking?" he countered. "Are you thinking of quitting our training?" Aaron stood before a relaxed Kim, who had his hands in his pockets. "That's not it at all," she insisted. "What was it, then?" Her eyes widened when Kim guessed her true intention. "You want to learn swordsmanship." He looked at her, considering. "I suppose it's about time we discussed this." after all their training. She likely didn't know the first thing about wielding a sword. Kim casually cleaned his ear with his pinky.
What we were doing wasn't exactly sword arts, he admitted. But I can show you how to properly handle a blade.
He glanced at her again, realizing this was also a perfect chance for him to get reacquainted with his own weapon. Seeing her face light up with joy, he told her to meet him at the training hall. "I'll be there," Aaron replied eagerly. We cut to the training hall, where Aaron stands facing Kim, who now holds a weapon. He pointed it at her. "So, tell me," he began. "How long has it been since you last used a sword?" she replied. "A day and a half." She confessed she hadn't touched her blade since their training began. Kim's gaze was sharp, telling her that he knew she had been practicing every single day. When Aaron admitted it, Kim simply gestured, "Draw your sword." Aaron's hand found the hilt, pulling the blade free in front of her master. Kim immediately pointed to her grip, his eyes focused. "Channel your strength into your ring and little fingers. Grip the hilt tightly." Aaron's eyes widened in surprise. "The ring and pinky," she murmured. The moment she adjusted her hold, her grip became impossibly firm. She was stunned. Aaron stared at her blade, feeling its very aura shift completely. She thought to herself. She hadn't even imbued it with magic, yet it felt more stable and reliable than holding it with both hands. Kim's voice cut through her awe. "Now," he commanded. "Attack me with everything you have." Aaron's expression hardened. "Yes, sir." She sheathed her sword and settled into a combat stance. The moment she declared her readiness, it was as if lightning began to crackle from her body. As she started to unsheath her blade, she glanced. Down, shocked by her own leg speed, she lunged forward, but he raised his arm with fluid grace, effortlessly blocking her strike. The air itself seemed to tremble from the impact. A smile touched Kim's lips. "You're much faster than before." As Aaron leaped back, Kim swung his own blade. "Don't waste magic on your legs," he advised. Aaron landed lightly, sword held ready. "I'll do my best," she promised. Sheathing her blade once more, she exploded forward, closing the distance to Kim in an instant. She unleashed a fierce swing, but he sidestepped with impossible agility. That knowing smile never left his face as he observed her. "Your movements are improving, but when you stop, you need to rotate your body a little more." He followed with a single, precise strike, and her sword went flying. Aaron stumbled back as her weapon fell. Scrambling to her feet, her hand trembled. She steadied it with her other hand, vowing, "I will remember everything you've said." Kim casually rolled his shoulder. "Again," he said with a grin. "And this time, don't stop." Aaron gave him a serious glare and exhaled sharply. She charged, and their swords screamed against each other once more. Sparks flew as steel ground against steel. Aaron launched another devastating strike toward Kim, but he was already gone. Flowing out of her reach, her blade slammed into the floor, chipping away a piece of tile. Kim stood confidently, watching Aaron. She raised her sword from the floor, her mind resolute. "This is exactly as I expected." With a determined look, she began her assault again. With every swing, she realized the training was unlocking a new level of strength within her. She unleashed a storm of attacks, but he parried every single blow with ease. Their swords locked once again, and Kim's confident gaze seemed to pierce right through her. Night had fallen over the Valhalla building. Inside the training hall, the scene was one of utter devastation. Kim stood before a completely exhausted Aaron, who trembled amidst the ruined floor, her body shaking. He tilted his head back, stretching his neck. "It's been an hour," he stated calmly. "Let's leave it at that." Aaron collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. She watched Kim as he walked over to the rack and put away his weapon. A thought struck her. Her swordsmanship was now on a completely different level. It was incomparable to her skill during the entrance ceremony. But as he stretched his arms, she realized that even with all her progress, she hadn't managed to touch him once. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she called out to him, "You taught me how to fight." He turned, a questioning look in his eyes. She stood before him, clutching her weapon. "Will you spar with me again next time?" Kim stroked his chin. "I don't know." He considered it. Sparring with Aaron was useful, and teaching a prodigy like her was undeniably fun. He'd sensed her talent from the very beginning. As he watched her put away her sword, he remembered his first impression. She was familiar with the art of the sword and used a breathing technique, though it felt different from any he knew. He folded his arms, a faint smile on his face. In any case, their training helped him unwind. 300 years ago, she would have been a talent worthy of becoming his direct disciple. But unfortunately, he couldn't offer her that path now. Aaron looked at him expectantly. "So, will we—" A playful glint appeared in Kim's eyes. He decided to tease her. "I don't really want to," he said plainly. "I understand," she replied without a hint of disappointment. Kim was taken aback. "Wait, are you really giving up that easily?" Aaron just looked at him sincerely. You are absolutely right. If she followed his words, she would undoubtedly reach a new level of strength. Kim met her gaze, his expression unreadable. He didn't quite understand her conviction that he was right. Shaking it off, Kim simply declared the training session over.
"We won't be seeing each other again," she said. 2 weeks flashed by. Now, the grand stadium of Valhalla thrummed with energy.
Soan stood at the edge of the crowd, clutching her sword tightly. It was her first time here since the entrance ceremony. Senak, also lost in the throng, muttered in awe. Are all the freshmen really here? He never imagined there'd be so many. Erin, however, stood with unshakable confidence, her eyes fixed forward. Kim, meanwhile, was in the heart of the crowd, his hands buried in his pockets, wondering about the sudden gathering. Bart reminded him that their homeroom teacher had mentioned this 2 weeks prior, but before he could recall the details, a commanding voice silenced the entire stadium.
"Attention." Instructor Lee stood with Leong and Lilia, his presence demanding respect. "I will now brief you all on the midterm examination." A hush fell over Valhalla as every student listened intently. Lee's voice boomed, "This time."
Your practical assessment will be a dungeon attack. As he spoke, the very ground began to tremble beneath them. A wave of shock rippled through the students. You will not be assigned teams, Lee declared. You will challenge these artificial dungeons yourselves. Suddenly, massive dungeon gates materialized all around them. Lee watched as the students scrambled in a massive herd. You are free to form any team you wish, he announced. We recommend a party of 8 for the best results. But the final number is your decision. Kim listened in absolute silence, processing every word. Lee continued, You will be graded solely on your contribution level during the raid. Then he announced the failure conditions.
A holographic system window appeared above them, a 5-hour timer already ticking down. Lee stood before them all,
his expression menacing. Fail to clear the dungeon in time, he warned, and you will be immediately disqualified. Soan was stunned. The dungeon's difficulty was only F-rank. Lee watched their reactions with a knowing smirk. The exam begins now, he declared. At his command, the colossal scoreboard's timer began its relentless countdown. Lee and the instructors watched as chaos erupted. Students frantically began shouting, trying to form teams on the spot. Need a damage dealer. Join our party. Leong looked at Lee and remarked, Just as you expected, they're all fired up. Lee agreed. But then his eyes widened in surprise. Wait, what is that elsewhere? Soan held out her hand to stop her group. Our damage dealer isn't strong enough, she stated. We need someone else. Immediately, a student rushed forward. I can do it, he volunteered. The damage dealer is the core of a party's offense. But Soan looked past him, knowing something crucial. She didn't need the strongest, she needed the most compatible. 5 hours was more than enough time for an F-rank dungeon. She looked at a student standing with his partner, realizing the exam's true purpose was testing their teamwork. It was clear to her, with a well-organized party of 6, this dungeon was a simple task. The real test was showcasing their abilities. With a decisive motion, she pointed forward and yelled, Let's move out. Lee observed it all from above. He thought to himself, as expected, students hailing from influential families understood the hidden meaning of the exam. The test's true nature was obvious to them, but for the rest, it wasn't so simple. He watched the massive crowd, pouring into the dungeons. Some were forming massive groups of 20, while others wisely stuck to parties of 8. He watched students arguing over who would join them, knowing all too well that if a team wasn't balanced, infighting and endless disputes would tear them apart from the inside. It was a frequent and disastrous occurrence. Leong noted, In about 30 minutes, every student should be inside. Lee nodded in response. Prepare to begin tallying their contribution points. But down below, Kim still stood alone, watching the last of the students disappear. He'd observed them all scatter into groups before rushing into the gates. He wondered if entering first granted any advantage. Erin had also remained behind. As Napoli oversaw the last of the entries, she and Kim were the only ones left. Kim approached her. You haven't gone in yet either, he asked, his gaze sweeping across the now empty field. Almost everyone is inside. What are you planning to do? Erin met his eyes, her voice filled with resolve. I'm going to do what you told me. Kim, hands still in his pockets, looked at her in genuine shock. He couldn't understand what was going through her head. He guessed she was taking his advice from their training to heart. I'm going alone, he said. You should find a team. Kim closed his eyes for a moment, then turned to walk away without another word. Hands shoved back in his pockets. So you're going to solo it, too, Erin asked. Kim didn't bother to look back. It doesn't seem that difficult. Erin watched him go, the first person to challenge the dungeon alone. She stared in silence, as deep inside, other students were just beginning. Back, one of them whispered. Isn't that Choi Erin? Another confirmed it was her, but he couldn't understand why she was standing all by herself. He wondered if she truly didn't have a team. A student approached her, with a friendly smile, asking, "You're Choi Erin, right?" Erin just looked at him, surprised. The student gestured toward his group, suggesting that if she was teamless, she should join them. At the moment, they had exactly 7 people. With her, they'd make a perfect party of 8. Erin looked over at them, but then bowed her head and apologized. She announced that she was going to face the dungeon alone. With that, she turned and headed for the massive doors, beginning to push them open. The student reached out in shock, yelling at her not to be crazy. A solo run meant instant disqualification. But Erin, staring straight ahead, calmly said she could handle it. After all, Kim told her it wasn't that difficult. The student's hand froze in midair, utterly bewildered. "What are you talking about?" he stammered. But it was too late. The heavy doors slammed shut behind her. We see the vast, empty stadium floor. Then, the scene shifts to the observation room. Teachers and officials stood in silence, their eyes glued to the monitors displaying the students battling their way through the dungeon's monsters. Leon stood holding a clipboard, staring intently at a system screen. It showed students facing a menacing, growling goblin. At the front, a student held his sword ready, Yoon Kayen, who had already scored 2 points. Beside him, a frightened girl clutched her backpack. That was Biedi, who had somehow earned 3 points. And nearby, a confident student stared forward, undaunted, Yoon Jinsu, with 1 point to his name. Instructor Lee watched them all. Leon observed as Lee extended his finger. Analyzing the students' every move, Leon noted that everything was just as he predicted. Lee's evaluations seemed harsh at first, but they were anything but. He assessed everything so quickly, so accurately, without a single mistake. Lee stood with his arm outstretched, absorbing all the data. From the screens, back when Instructor Lee was a soldier, they called him the Sweep Master. He was a living legend, boasting a dungeon clearing rate of 99%. Leon gazed at him, realizing that was why. He understood the very soul of a dungeon raid better than anyone. It's how he could assign points with such flawless judgment. Watching him now, Leanne knew this was a man who commanded absolute respect. As Lee monitored the students, he thought to himself that this year's class was remarkably promising. He noted the students from noble families, thinking that the children from the 5 great families were performing quite well. And among them, one student was truly shining. He focused on a screen showing Sohn, her hand outstretched as she barked orders. "Tank, hold the front line," she commanded. Her team formed a wall of shields, bracing for impact. She then yelled, "Archers, eliminate the ones flanking us." As the goblins swung their clubs and charged, the students, prepared to defend, Sohn clenched her fist, her voice ringing with authority. "The front line must not break. Archers, fire." At her command, a volley of arrows flew, striking the goblins. The shafts dug into their bodies, wounding them. In that instant, Sohn herself leaped into the fray, her sword a blur of motion. She slashed through a goblin, killing it instantly. The creature fell, dissolving into particles of blue light. Lee watched it all unfold on the monitor, thinking how incredible she was. He could see that these students were skilled. But Sohn was on another level. She assigned roles, executed moves that were guaranteed to score points, and flawlessly guided her team toward a perfect clear. She was a natural-born commander. He raised his index finger and began tapping on the system screen, pulling up her file. He reviewed Sohon's data, realizing that if she kept this up during the midterms, her rise to the top was inevitable. He then recalled Kim's first exam battle, how easily he had defeated her. If his reputation hadn't been tarnished during the entrance ceremony, he found Kim's name on the system screen and hit search. He wondered how that boy was doing. He tapped the button, but the system panel returned a message. "Nothing found." Lee stared, completely baffled. What was going on? This was a search engine that could find any data on every single student who entered the dungeon. Lee's eyes scanned the screen, trying to figure out the problem. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A system message appeared: midterm exam, artificial dungeon list. He scanned the rankings, and there it was. At rank number 1 was Kim. Dungeon cleared in 23 minutes and 32 seconds. When he saw it, he was stunned. Kim had already cleared the entire dungeon, completely alone. Lee stood frozen, watching the screen. But what truly shattered his understanding was the clear time. He began to study the record, his mind reeling in disbelief. He glanced at the system screen, realizing the grand entrance ceremony wasn't a feat a 17-year-old high school student should ever be able to pull off. He needed to see the proof. He had to watch the combat footage from the dungeon clearance. He pulled up Kim's file and hit play. There he was, Kim, sword in hand. A horde of goblins snarled before him, their eyes filled with vicious intent. Kim calmly closed his eyes, adjusting his stance. Then, in a blur, he shot towards the goblin swarm.
With enraged shrieks, the monsters charged to meet him, but Kim just smiled and began to swing his blade.
He unleashed a punch that tore through 2 goblins, obliterating them in an instant. They collapsed to the ground, letting out dying groans. With that same smile, Kim effortlessly parried their attacks, enjoying this far too much. He truly loved the feeling of cutting down these stone goblins. He stood, his expression hardening as he faced 2 more. These were different, towering over him. They swung their massive clubs with ferocious power.
But as their blows slammed into the ground, Kim was already gone, now perched high above them.
He descended like a hawk, his blade slicing through the unsuspecting beast in a single, clean arc. Lee, Liang, and Lilia watched the footage, a single thought echoing in their minds. This isn't fighting. This is artistry. Then, a new challenger stepped forward. A colossal, ironclad monster that defied all reason. Lee's eyes widened. That was the golem, specifically calibrated for the midterm exam. And it stood before Kim alone. He knew its stats were boosted to challenge a full party of 8 students. The golem swung its mighty arm, ready to crush him. But Kim, still smiling, met the attack head-on, plunging his blade into its core. A brilliant crimson light erupted from Kim's sword. The golem's head crashed to the floor as its body began to crumble. Lee shut his eyes. He had just witnessed the golem being cut down with unbelievable ease. He opened them again, accepting the truth. First place in this exam could only belong to him. Kim stood tall, his victory absolute. Soon after, the first exhausted students began to emerge from the dungeon, battered and bruised. Then came another group, celebrating their hard-won victory. Finally, So-yeon's party appeared, her gaze fixed straight ahead, followed by Senak's team, and then Aaron. Kim just waited, hands in his pockets. The midterms were officially over. Leanne entered the staff room, clipboard in hand, reviewing the final rankings. Kim was in first place. Following him were Aaron, So-yeon, and Senak. Leanne stared at the results in silence. As he approached Lee, "The results are up," he announced. Lee looked and admitted they were.
Quite unexpected. Leanne confirmed it. Kim took first place. Lee folded his arms, his eyes closed.
Indeed, completely unexpected. Leanne watched him, silently recalling Kim's absolute dominance inside the dungeon. Lee confessed that he never imagined Kim would claim the top spot, but no one could have predicted this. To clear the dungeons entirely on his own, and to emerge without a single scratch, Lee looked into the distance. When he grows up, he mused, Korea might finally reclaim that title. Leanne stood before him, holding out a hand. "You don't mean the title of the world's strongest contractor?" Lee nodded grimly. "That's exactly what I'm thinking. Perhaps it's because it's been so long, since a true genius has appeared among us." Leanne listened quietly, then glanced at his tablet. "However," he added, "the top spot wasn't the only surprise of this exam." Lee knew instantly.
It was student Choi Aaron, wasn't it? Leanne displayed the results. The topic was a shock to them all.
No one ever thought Aaron would surpass So-yeon to seize second place overall. Lee admitted he didn't know the full story, but Aaron had also challenged the dungeon alone. She cleared it with astonishing speed. She definitely took some damage, but she endured, conquering it to claim her rank. Leanne held the clipboard, listening intently as Lee analyzed the situation. "I always knew Aaron was a quiet and diligent student," Lee said, "but I never pegged her as the type who could brave a dungeon solo." He looked down, then added with conviction, "If this exam valued teamwork, So-yeon's score would have been much higher, but it was graded purely on individual contribution." Lee looked up. "There's one thing I know for sure. I cannot recommend their methods to other students." Leanne met his gaze as Lee finished his thought. "This isn't something normal students could ever replicate."
With the tablet in his hands, Leanne agreed. He stared at the screen, his mind racing.
He was sure of it. He remembered seeing Erin back when she was just a trainee at the Cheonya Guild. She had the aura of a novice, who had only ever practiced swordsmanship. He couldn't fathom how she even considered taking on dungeons alone. Looking down, he refused to believe it was because of him. Leon shut his eyes, pressing a hand to his forehead. No, it couldn't be. He was overthinking things. He just needed to rest. In the distance, a brilliant sunset painted the buildings of Valhalla. The next day, a crowd of students gathered, buzzing in front of the announcement board. The results were posted, and right at the top were two names, Kim and Aaron. Raquel and Yuri stood among them. Raquel's face twisting in fury. He turned to Yuri, his voice sharp. "Is D in Korea right now?" he demanded. Yuri confirmed it. With a venomous look, Raquel ordered, "Get him on the line, now!" Then, without another word, they left. The scene shifts to Seoul before a towering skyscraper. As Raquel and Yuri entered, a butler bowed deeply. Suddenly, a voice called out to Raquel, "Brother?" It was Disa of Entric, seated at a table, clad in a pristine white suit and adorned with rings. Raquel took a seat across from him, Yuri standing silently by his side. The meal began. Disa sliced into a piece of steak, devouring it with a savage hunger. Raquel watched, his expression unreadable. After dessert, Disa finally spoke. Raquel met his gaze. Disa, still holding his fork, casually mentioned the boy Raquel wanted him to take care of. Kim. And who is he? Disa asked. Raquel smirked. Nothing special, just some brainless freshman. Disa closed his eyes, savoring his food while Raquel explained his motive. Kim's humble background is a grave disappointment, Raquel spat. So I want you to handle him. Disa's eyes shot open, cold and sharp. Do you want him dead? A chilling smile played on Raquel's lips. I'll leave that decision to you. Disa rose from the table. This isn't like last time, he warned. Certain preparations will be needed. His gaze flickered past Raquel. He extended a finger, pointing directly at the trembling Yuri. Because of her, Disa hissed. The mess I cleaned up last time nearly started a war with the Felix family. Yuri trembled, her head bowed in fear. Disa continued, his voice dripping with condescension. Perhaps because the Felix clan is so small, I can't simply make people disappear anymore. The rumors spread too far. He took another bite. The people in Valhalla are a different breed. It's not so easy to walk in there and create total chaos. Raquel watched Disa eat, finally nodding. I understand completely. Behind him, Yuri was frozen with terror.
Raquel smiled, a cruel and confident expression. I'll make sure everything is perfectly prepared for you. Don't you worry about a thing. Disa's lips curled into a grin. Excellent.
Just make sure my reward is worth the trouble. The following week, Kim was holding a permission slip. He walked down the hall, talking with Barch. Another request to go outside, Barch asked. Kim confirmed it. Barch seemed puzzled. Weren't you just out? I was, Kim replied, his eyes fixed ahead. But I have to go out again, Barch recalled. I heard they grant an extra leave permit for passing the exam with honors. Kim nodded. Exactly. I can't let this chance slip by. I need to find my notes. Barch watched him go. Where are you headed? The destination was Suwon. Kim, now in a hood, moved through the woods, his phone lighting the way. The location should be right around here, he muttered, eyes glued to the screen. That's when a voice called his name. Kim looked up, his expression hardening. Standing before him was Disa, a malicious grin plastered on his face. Well, look what we have here. Night had fallen completely. A full moon hung in the skies,
casting an eerie glow over the 7th Market area. The black cat stood, hands in his pockets, gazing out into the city.
He stared into the distance, lost in thought. After a long moment, a system message materialized before him. The constellation was asking when the ring would arrive. Black Cat raised a hand toward the glowing text. It's already on its way, he replied to the system. It will pass through the usual procedures and arrive via the portal. But the system message began to repeat itself, flashing with urgency. The constellation was losing its patience. Are they insane? The Black Cat could only watch, confused. He didn't understand the sudden panic. He brought a fist to his temple, trying to make sense of it. I already researched it, he thought. Wasn't it just an artifact from the Age of Destruction? The Black Cat had made requests before, but never with this kind of reaction. Its gaze darted to the side, suddenly captivated by a brilliant light on the table. An object lay there, pulsing with soft blue particles of mana. The cat approached, its voice a low rumble. You're finally here. It added that if he presented this gift, perhaps they would finally fall silent. He lifted the box. Inside, a ring hummed with raw power, radiating a dense aura of mana. Taking the artifact in his hands, he called out to the heavens, Constellation, I have the ring. He focused his will and spoke its name once more. A voice answered, but it began repeating the same phrase over and over, a broken echo. The Black Cat froze, its fur on end, completely baffled. The scene shifts, transporting us to Sue and to Kim, who stood before a man named Desir on a desolate peak. He looked at the stranger and demanded. He stared at him, a smirk playing on his lips. Are you absolutely certain? He asked. You want to know who I am. Kim paused for a second, then placed his hand on the fountain. He figured it must want something from him. Decep, with his hands casually in his pockets, Desir confirmed it. You're absolutely right. Why else would I track you to this remote mountaintop? Kim's gaze was steady. Let me guess. You're here to get rid of me. Desire's eyes narrowed. Your senses are sharp. Kim unslung his briefcase, his eyes closed. It's more of a gut feeling. Desire watched in surprise as Kim tossed the case to the ground. Anyone could see a fight was coming. With a smirk, Kim threw back his hood, revealing his face. I saw you coming days ago. Desire's smug expression vanished. He stretched his hands and sneered. You fool! His fists clenched. For someone ranked number 1 in Valhalla, you seem incredibly stupid. With that, he exploded forward, his fist cocked back for a devastating blow. Don't disappoint me, Desire growled.
He put his all into the attack, swinging with overwhelming force, but Kim simply sidestepped, letting the attack sail past him.
Desire's fist slammed into a massive tree, leaving a deep crater in the wood. He pulled his fist back,
looking at Kim with a confident smirk as the ancient tree groaned and crashed to the ground. He held up a hand and mocked.
You were lucky to dodge that. If that had connected, you would have been finished. Kim looked at him with a calm smile. Luck, no. I dodged because you were too slow. Then he glanced down at the shattered tree, his mind racing. He's definitely strong. In terms of pure power, he might even surpass Senk. He looked back at Desire, knowing it would be dangerous to block a strike like that with his fragile body. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He had a very simple strategy in mind. Without another word, he turned on his heel and bolted. Desire looked on, completely stunned by this turn of events, not understanding what was happening. A moment later, a cruel smile spread across his face as he realized Kim was running away. He watched the fleeing figure and scoffed. A good decision for someone in your position. Otherwise, you'd have been beaten to death. He started warming up his arm, a predatory grin forming. But I won't just let you leave. Suddenly, to Desire's complete shock, Kim skidded to a halt. He turned with a casual wave and a taunting smile. Do you ever use your brain? Desire stood, frozen, watching as Kim's fist appeared just inches from his face. He couldn't comprehend when the man had gotten so close. He hadn't even registered the movement until the attack was right in front of his eyes. A thunderous impact slammed into Desire's face. The sheer force was enough to launch him backward a considerable distance. He squeezed his eyes shut as he hit the ground. When he opened them, he saw an enraged Kim standing over him, smiling as he raised his leg to deliver the final blow. Kim's kick descended like an axe, but Desire rolled away with a grunt of pain. The powerful strike slammed into the earth, right where he'd been sitting. He stared at the newly formed crater next to him. Kim spoke, his voice cold. Take a look. He smiled. You were very lucky you were able to dodge that blow. Kim threw Desire's own words right back at him. Desire's face contorted with rage. You bastard! He staggered to his feet, adjusting his throbbing jaw. What did you just do? Kim's smile widened. Don't you know I thought you were aware that I am ranked number 1 in it? Valhalla. Desire stood silently, his face bruised, his mind reeling. Kim. The name echoed in his head. He couldn't understand. How did Kim become this overwhelmingly strong? Suddenly, his mind flashed back to a distant memory. A grand, cold mansion. The home of the Ventric family. He saw himself as a child, forced to drink strange liquids from countless bottles as the family elders stood in the background, watching him. Desire remembered how they had used his unique talent just to raise their own status. A talent that lay in his. He had an innate talent for the elixirs he consumed. He understood that he could absorb any potion that was offered to him. His parents fed him elixirs worth hundreds of millions a bottle. In that moment, the bottle shattered as Desire watched his body transform. His parents stood back, stunned by the incredible effect. At the young age of 16, this boy became stronger than a full-grown man. Because of this, his parents planned to use him to gain glory within their family. He turned to face his parents, a malicious smile creeping across his lips. He remembered deciding he would not live his entire life under their thumb. His parents were shocked by this sudden defiance, right before Desire attacked them. He stood over their beaten forms, his hand clenched into a tight fist. A wide grin plastered on his face. This heir possessed overwhelming power, so he couldn't care less about his family's recognition. Then, we see a glimpse of Desire's past, recalling how he had always been a thorn in their side. He was eventually cast out by the woman who ruled, the family as its matriarch. With a wicked smile, Desire said it didn't matter. In this dark world, most of his problems could be solved with cold, hard cash. He remembered becoming much bolder after severing ties with his family, remembered sitting across from Rockdale. When Desire made a request, he offered money. But Rockdale's interest in Kim was far stronger. Later, he walked down the street, lost in thought. Desir recalled that Kim took first place in the Valhalla entrance exam. He'd also heard rumors of a madman who used profanity to chase off every guild. Scout. A smile touched his lips as he strolled through the city. This prodigy was deeply interested in how entertaining it would be to play with this new guy. He desperately wanted to have some fun with him. But the one before him now was completely terrified. And beaten, he couldn't understand who this Kim was. Kim stood before Desir, hands casually in his pockets. After being called out, he looked up, wiping his eyes, and asked Desir what kind of substances he was taking to get so strong. Desir said that he doubted any cheap elixirs could possibly help an orphan like him. With a smirk, Kim looked at him and asked what on earth he was talking about. He then burst into loud laughter, shocked that Desir actually thought he was using substances. Kim began to wipe tears from his eyes, declaring that Desir was a complete fool. He then asked if he was being serious. Desir stood frozen, an angry expression twisting his features. Kim finally realized Desir was only strong because of the third-party substances he was fed as a child. The so-called hero stood trembling before Takimura. He was completely shocked that Kim had grown so powerful without the aid of any elixirs. Kim started to roll his shoulder, stating that he had achieved this strength on his own, through nothing but pure training. He stared ahead with a confident smile and said he wanted to compare Desir with Sanak. Desir began to tremble, his rage building at Kim's words. Kim said he thought it would be rude to compare a naturally built warrior like Sanak to someone as pathetic as Desir. Desir glared at him, a single thought screaming in his mind, "I will kill this bastard!" His hand moved toward the sword on his back, and Kim noticed the motion. Desir knew he didn't have permission to use this weapon here, but he was left with no other choice. He drew a blade that radiated a dark, purple, malevolent aura. Kim's expression turned serious, recognizing that dangerous magical power. Desir gripped his weapon and declared that he was feeling incredible, his strength growing at an explosive rate. He looked toward Kim with a wild smile and called out his name. In an instant, Kim was upon him, his legs swinging in a powerful arc. Desir asked if he really thought he'd let him go so easily. He hadn't even registered Kim's movement when a brutal kick slammed into his face. Kim looked down at him with a smirk and asked if he was truly a fool, or just pretending to be one. Desir flew a great distance, and Kim questioned why he always talked so much before launching an attack. Desir crashed into a nearby tree, and Kim immediately closed the chide. Distance again. Swinging his arm to strike once more, Kim hit Desir with so much force that the tree trunk completely shattered, and Desir was knocked unconscious from the impact. Then, Kim held out his hand and shouted for him to stay put. He grabbed Desir by the hair, and Desir grunted in agony. Kim squatted down in front of him, saying that one who drinks elixirs can't die that easily. He held his hair with a smile and said that he would forgive him if he only did bad things to him. But Desir himself had threatened to get rid of Kim, hurting other people in the process. Because of that, he couldn't just let him walk away. He looked at him and said he wanted to ask Desir something anyway. After that, he clenched his fist and explained what Desir was going to tell him through gritted teeth. He then began to swing his arm to strike him. The heir's eyes widened in panic as he screamed for him to wait and not be so hasty. After that, we are transported to Rockdale. He was sitting on a couch while Uriah stood silently behind him. Rockdale held his hands to, his chin tilted, deep in thought. He figured Desir should have handled Kim ages ago, especially with that fiery temper of his. He assumed Desir had already killed him. Glaring venomously, he knew cleaning up the mess would be a pain. But at least, it wasn't on Academy grounds. Rockdale never expected him to venture out at such a perfect time. This was a huge relief. He placed a hand on the sofa and called for Uriah. He commanded her to get the car ready. She bowed, promising she would do exactly as he said. Rockdale seemed surprised for a moment, then looked away. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. His expression darkened. The call was from Desir. He answered, holding the phone to his ear. "Did you take care of Kim?" he demanded, but the line was dead silent. He called out Desir's name once more, and was met with pained moans from the other end. Rockdale froze in absolute shock. A cold fear gripped him as Kim's voice came through. "I bet you know exactly what's happening between us right now." Rockdale recognized that voice instantly. Kim was sitting right beside Desir, who was groaning in agony. Kim held the phone up for him to hear. "Let me translate what your brother is trying to say," he said calmly. "If he dies, I'll be sure to burn 2 incense sticks for him." Those words sent a shiver down Rockdeal's spine. Just you wait for me, Kim added. He was still on the line, calling out Rockdeal's name. Then, a sudden beep. He glanced at his screen. Kim realized the coward had hung up on him. How incredibly rude, he muttered. Looking ahead, he wondered what he was going to do with Desir. He stood, gazing down at the battered man slumped against a tree. In another scene, we see tea being poured into a cup. It was Yuria. She offered the mug to Rockdeal. Your tea is ready, sir. But Rockdeal was just sitting on the couch, blankly, rubbing his hands together. Yuria repeated that the tea was ready, but before she could finish, he snapped. Be quiet. Leave me, he snarled. Get out of this room. Yuria placed the tea on the table and scurried away, her eyes squeezed shut. Rockdeal leaned back, his face a mask of fury. The name Kim echoed in his mind, over and over. What was he supposed to do? He had no idea how to get rid of someone like Kim. He stared into space. Now I know for sure, he whispered. He was the one behind all of this. Rockdeal gritted his teeth. Desire, you've ruined everything. He buried his face in his hands, realizing it was only a matter of time. Before this disaster reached the Ventric family, the situation was spiraling completely out of his control. He clutched his head, trying to think. On the other hand, he thought desperately, this might not be so bad. He sat back, reasoning that Kim was just an orphan. That meant he had no connections, no way to truly reach him. But Rockdeal knew, just in case, that he had to lay low. He wouldn't speak of this for a while. All he could do was wait and watch. Meanwhile, Kim strolled through the forest, his hands in his pockets. Barch's voice echoed. Are you serious? You're just going to leave Desir by that tree? When the time is right, someone will report it. Kim replied. Until then, I'm not touching it. Barch casually asked why he didn't just kill him. Kim's gaze remained fixed, ahead. In the past, I would have, he admitted. But things are different now. It would cause too much trouble. Because now, I'm not Kim Hyung. I'm just a high school student named Kim Ji-hyuk. That's definitely something you would say, Barch noted. He stroked his chin. There is one thing that worries me. What is it? Kim asked. It's about the magic that Desire used earlier when he drew his weapon. Barch sounded serious. That magic. It felt incredibly familiar. With his hands still in his pockets, Kim prompted him. What do you mean? If he had released more of that energy, Barch explained. I could confirm it with 100% certainty, but I have definitely felt a similar magic somewhere before. As Kim walked onward, Barch asked, did you feel anything special about it? What do you mean by special? 300 years? Ego, Barch began. Monsters would sacrifice dogs and cows to perform this kind of black magic. Is that right? Kim asked. I always thought you weren't very skilled at distinguishing people by their magic, he teased. Barch retorted. It's a much more subtle skill than you think. Kim's patience snapped. Just shut up, Barch. As Barch went quiet, Kim considered something. That hidden side of the blade that guy mentioned, it must be connected to this power. That is a very real possibility, Barch conceded. Kim then turned his gaze back toward the unconscious Desire. Who told you to find me? He suddenly remembered, tossing his arm back. Ah, right. I dislocated your jaw. He stuck a finger in his mouth. This might hurt a little, he warned. With a sharp crack, he reset Desire's jaw. Kim stood before him with his eyes closed as Desir slowly came to, adjusting his mouth. Now, Kim said softly, who sent you? Desir looked down, refusing to speak. Kim watched him, exhaling a slow breath. He took Desir's hand in his own. I fixed your jaw so you could answer me, he said, his voice dropping. Then, he tightened his grip on Desir's fingers, his face turning savage. Do you really think, he growled, that you can afford to stay silent? Desire stared at his own hand in pure terror. What do you mean? He asked, just as Kim questioned why the boy was clutching his own hand. With a sinister grin, Kim simply waved. A scream of agony tore from Dee's throat as he stared at his now broken fingers. A brutal lesson that Kim wasn't under the... With a mocking grin, Kim looked at the quivering man clutching his mangled fingers, calling him a fool and demanding he talk. Tell me everything you know, he threatened, or I'll snap every last one. The man, Dee, actually smiled back, saying the name. Raquel? Del Ventric. Kim's eyes sharpened. Could this be the same clan that ambushed him before? He pointed a finger at the man. Who are you? Kim demanded. Did that little brat send you? He didn't look like a Valhalla disciple. What's your affiliation? Dee smirked, a glint of defiance in his eyes. Are you sure you want to know? He taunted. You might not like the answer. Kim casually started cleaning his ear, unimpressed. What are you rambling about? Kim sighed. Do you want me to break more of your fingers? Dee's gaze fell. I am a disciple of the first kind. He confessed he was a mercenary, taking on all sorts of dirty jobs for coin. Kim's mind raced. He'd heard of the first species somewhere before. A mercenary, huh? Sounds pathetic. Just a glorified thug for hire? Dee's smile returned, dripping with venom. Do we all seem like trash to you?
You're just a kid blessed with luck. Dee clutched his hand. The constellation we worship
is the hidden side of the blade. He revealed that he, too, was bound by a contract to that powerful entity. Dee's eyes blazed with confidence. If I had more time to prepare, he spat, the outcome would have been very different.
I would have crushed you. Kim just smirked, fixing his hair as if bored by the entire conversation.
What an idiot, he mused. You really love the sound of your own voice, don't you? He leaned in close. I would have let you go if you'd just answered my questions. Then, he shoved his fingers into the man's mouth. Now, shut up. A sickening crack echoed as Kim shattered his jaw, turning his screams into muffled whimpers. Later, back in the city, Kim scrolled through intel feeds on his phone. Who were the first species? Did anyone know their movements? The consensus was clear, a vile group of fanatics who worshipped the hidden side of the blade.
Pulling his hood lower, Kim confirmed his suspicions. Just another dark cult causing trouble.
Still, it was infuriating. He couldn't find his notes. And now this fool Raquel was another problem on his plate. He couldn't let this slide. His mind began to formulate a plan, how to dispose of Raquel Ventric for good. He pulled out his phone again, a cold smile forming on his lips. In this day and age, he muttered, it's best to use modern methods. He opened his audio recorder app. He had captured everything. Dee's entire confession, recorded in 2 files, one 15 minutes, the other 12. All he had to do now was upload it to the right place. With that thought, he made a call. Lilia was working on her tablet when her phone buzzed. Seeing the caller ID, she answered with a bright smile. Kim, so, have you finally decided to come work as my assistant? Kim chuckled on the other end. Not quite. But, do you happen to know any good news reporters? The scene cuts to the news. The headlines were explosive. Assassination attempt on Valhalla. Student by the Ventric family. The report detailed how last Thursday, a first-year student was ambushed by a villain while on a walk. But the tables were turned. The student fought back and completely overwhelmed the attacker. And he didn't just win, he extracted all the information that was now breaking the internet. The article stated the student immediately contacted a Valhalla instructor, handing over a recording with all the evidence. Photos of Valhalla Academy and Dee being taken into custody were plastered everywhere. The article's summary was devastating. 1. The confusion surrounding the attack on a Valhalla student by a member of the Ventric family is now clear. Last Thursday, a first-year student was attacked by a member of an evil organization. 2. The twist. The student didn't just survive, he annihilated the villain and interrogated him for information. 3. The student then delivered the villain to Valhalla's authorities, along with a full confessions, which he had brilliantly recorded after defeating the attacker.
4. The recording contains the villain's own words, admitting everything.
He confessed that Raquel Ventric, son of the prestigious Ventric family and a fellow student, instigated the entire attack.
5. The Ventric family is now scrambling to release an official statement. In the comments section, chaos erupted.
Wait, the student who defeated him? Has to be Kim, right? Another user replied. Dude, that rumor is already everywhere. Someone else posted, this is insane. Those Ventric morons are getting torn apart by Valhalla right now. Serves them right, another comment read. But wasn't this a bit too clean, that Ventric fool is finished?
Protection of his family? Laughing? Kim mocked his sloppy work, calling it a pathetic attempt. Did he really think
he stood a chance against a student council member? With an arrogant smile, Kim declared this was the face of modern warfare. Feet kicked up on the table. Kim casually scrolled through the online reactions. B noted that for a man from 300 years ago, he had adapted with terrifying speed. He admitted it was a struggle just to keep up with his masters. Reincarnation? Kim explained he'd absorbed it all, catching up to the modern era simply by watching the news. Seated at his desk, phone in hand, Kim stated that this relentless learning is what forged him into who he is today.
B was completely in awe, gazing forward. Kim sighed. What a shame. B, confused, asked what he meant.
Kim brought up a news article. He'd only intended to frame Raquel, but the media vultures had swarmed the story. In their frenzy, they had utterly demolished the Ventric family's reputation. B began to understand the scale of it all. Kim, phone still in hand, mentioned that in any case, the reporter Lilia introduced was proving to be a valuable asset.
He never imagined the story would explode like this.
The scene shifts to a podium, microphones ready. It was a press conference to address the position of the Ventric family. Adelia entered, bowing her head before she began to speak. She started by offering her most sincere apologies to the Valhalla Academy students who were assaulted. She declared the following statement was the family's official and final position on the incident. Adelia stated that the attack was orchestrated solely by Desir, an exile of the Ventric family. She acknowledged Desir's initial confession, where the victim claimed he was ordered by Raquel Ventric. However, Adelia coolly explained that Desir later recanted, testifying it was a desperate lie to escape his own consequences. Therefore, she announced, "We believe the Ventric family played no part in this incident." Adelia picked up a paper and continued, "Although exiled, he was once one of us. We feel it is our moral duty to make amends for his actions." She promised that as the head of the family, she would personally visit the victim to apologize.
As for Raquel Ventric, currently enrolled at Valhalla Academy,
Even if he wasn't directly involved, she stated, we cannot ignore his potential connection to the perpetrator.
Adelia declared they were summoning him home for an intensive internal investigation.
An investigation into the entire family was also underway, to ensure no shadow of a doubt remained for the public.
With a final deep bow, Adelia turned and walked away, leaving the reporters stunned that she was taking no questions.
The journalists buzzed, wondering what kind of apology she would actually offer. Elsewhere, Raquel gripped his phone, his entire body trembling. He had watched Adelia's performance, and it had left him utterly terrified. Then, his phone buzzed. It was his father, Raquel answered, pressing the phone to his ear. The voice on the other end was cold and absolute.
"Return to England, immediately. That is an order." Raquel could only stare ahead blankly and whisper that he understood.
His body still shook uncontrollably, gazing down at him. A witness saw nothing but pure resentment in Raquel's eyes. The next day at Valhalla Academy, a video was making its rounds. Held in the palm of a student's hand, it already had 2 million views. In it, Dee confessed that the Ventric family was innocent, and he was the sole culprit. Walking through the halls, Kim watched the same video. He couldn't help but wonder what the hell was happening now. He figured Dee must have swallowed every last scrap of his pride. Kim continued on, realizing the Ventrics were the same fools they'd always been. He truly couldn't stand them. Closing his eyes, he shoved his hands in his pockets. In any case, they did say they were coming to apologize to him directly. Kim smirked. That would certainly be awkward. Then he glanced to the side and saw the staff room. Classes were over. He mused. Perhaps it was time to reach out to that person. Later, at a Valhalla cafe, we see a smiling Lelia seated across from Kim. He took a sip of his drink and bluntly stated he had no intention of becoming her assistant. Lelia shot up from her chair, demanding to know why. She then asked if he even knew what she was going to propose. Kim replied, "You were going to ask me to be your assistant? Wasn't it obvious?" Lelia slumped back down, folding her arms. "Then why did you call me here?" She huffed that she was an incredibly busy person with a mountain of unfinished work. Then she leaped up again, her eyes wide with a sudden thought. Could this be a date? Kim just stared at her and told her to wake up from her dream. Lilia shot him a sharp look. "Did you really have to wake me?" she demanded, her voice dripping with annoyance. "And why are you speaking so casually?" Kim met her gaze, unfazed. "We've been talking like this for some time now." A flicker of recognition crossed her face. She knew it was true. Kim closed his eyes. Explaining his call wasn't out of boredom, but for a specific purpose. He wanted to thank her for the introduction to that influential reporter. With a smile, Lilia stood. In return, Kim offered crucial information on how to fight monsters. Lilia's eyes widened. "You'd really tell me?" Kim met her gaze. He would, but on one condition. He needed her help to leave the academy this weekend. Lilia sipped her drink, the setting sun illuminating the Valhalla Academy behind her. That's easy enough. She proposed a deal. If Kim became her assistant, he could leave whenever he pleased. He declined, needing no such arrangement. With his thanks given, the scene shifts to the desolate North Pacific Ocean, aboard a prison transport called the Al 8. Behind bars, a man named D seethed with fury. To be caged and shipped like cargo? He couldn't believe it. His destination, the infamous prison tower? And then, we see it. A fortress piercing the stormy sky. A full moon hanging ominously overhead. This was the prison tower, forged by an S-class constellation itself. The shelter of loss stripped every contractor of their power, leaving them as mere mortals, a place of suffering. Yet D sat with a smirk, believing his fate was sealed. All he had to do was keep his mouth shut. Ensure Raquel's place in the Ventry family was secure, and his sentence would be reduced to a mere 5 years, a small price to pay. Otherwise, it would be a catastrophe. He heard a voice cut through his thoughts. What an ugly face! Dee whipped around, utterly confused. Suddenly, a wave of motion, a glint of steel, a dagger sliced through his throat, and blood erupted in a crimson spray. The hero was in shock. Warm blood soaked his clothes. He turned his head and saw a dark silhouette, a knife clutched in its hand. Red eyes glowed from the shadows. Die, you fool! The figure hissed. One mind has no use for the likes of you. Dee choked, drowning in his own blood. He collapsed, his head hitting the floor with a sickening thud, splattering crimson across the stone. The dark figure watched in silence as the light faded from his eyes. The scene changes again, to the Ventry family mansion. Adelia sat, her gaze fixed upon Raquel and his father, Evan Ventry. Both men were bowed low before her. Adelia's voice cut through the silence. Calling Raquel's name, he answered with a startled cry. Seated at the head of the table, she demanded, "What are you going to do?" Raquel, confused, could only apologize and bow deeper. Her eyes narrowed. "Is that all you have to say? Do you think these empty gestures can fix anything?" Raquel could only stare at the floor, his silence a testament to his fear. Adelia's expression was ice. "Tell me," she commanded. "Explain in detail what possessed you to do such a foolish thing." Raquel finally agreed. "You wanted to take care of Kim," she pressed. He looked down, muttering that it was simply because of that. Adelia clenched her fist. The very atmosphere in the room warped. The air grew heavy, and her hair began to float, as if an unseen terror was descending. Her voice was a low growl. "Is that really the explanation you think I want to hear?" She rose to her feet. "You acted on your own because you thought Kim offended the Ventry family. But the truth is, it was your own wounded pride." "Am I wrong, Raquel?" she whispered, approaching him as he trembled. "Because of your arrogance. You are the one who has brought utter disgrace upon the Ventry name." She leaned over him, a crushing, malevolent aura pouring from her. "So tell me, Raquel, what should we do now?" Fear finally broke him. He fell to his knees, prostrating himself. "I will do anything to restore the family's honor." Adelia looked down on him with contempt. "What are you talking about?" Raquel listened, his body shaking. "The only way to restore our family's honor," she declared, "is your excommunication." His father looked up in horror. "Isn't that punishment too severe for such a misdemeanor?" Adelia's cold gaze snapped to him. "Would you like to be expelled alongside him?" The older man immediately looked away, silent. She stood over the shivering Raquel, her mind racing. She wanted to have him executed right here, right now. But that would confirm to the world that Raquel had ordered Dee to assassinate Kim. Her eyes glared into the distance as she weighed her options. She called out to the terrified man, "I will not expel you." "For now, go back to Valhalla, and keep your mouth shut." She stared him down. "After I meet this Kim for myself, I will reconsider your verdict." Raquel was still on his knees. He could only thank her profusely. We see the Grand Ventry estate as Adelia orders them. "Get out of my sight!" As they walked down the long corridor, his father turned to Raquel. "From this moment on, you must be model." Raquel stared forward, his voice cutting through the tense silence as he called out to his father. "Did you hear what the family head declared?" His father's eyes remained fixed ahead. "Sooner or later," he stated grimly, "I will be excommunicated from the church." "But the media is watching my every move. For now, my hands are tied." He continued on his path. Raquel matched his stride. "Once this storm passes," he vowed, "I'll make a move that no one will ever see coming." His gaze hardened, burning with raw fury. "I have unfinished business, and this entire mess is slowing me down." His father glanced over, a silent judgment in his eyes. Raquel's frustration boiled over. "You should have helped me." As they strode down the long corridor, his father finally spoke. "You should have kept your plans a secret." A truth Raquel knew all too well. The scene shifts. Weeks later, inside the imposing Valhalla Academy, we are brought to an interrogation room. Lagan sat with his hands clasped behind his head. "The head of the Ventric family," he announced, "is on her way. Apparently, she's coming here to apologize to you." Across from him, Kim sat nonchalantly, hands buried deep in his pockets. "I have no business with their family head," Kim stated flatly. She already made it clear the family had nothing to do with the incident. Lagan gestured dismissively. "That was the official statement, but she still decided to apologize to you in person. She even flew all the way to Korea for it." Kim's eyes narrowed as he saw their game. The Ventric family was desperate to lessen Raquel's punishment. Adelia was cornered, leaving her no other choice but to meet him. Kim closed his eyes, a scowl forming on his face. This whole political charade was starting to annoy him. Ligon folded his hands, leaning forward. "For the record," he confessed, "Instructor Lee and I are both furious about this entire situation." Ligon looked at Kim directly. "Let's review the facts. A Valhalla student was attacked. The assailant then confessed that his orders came directly from Rockle. Ligon sighed, his frustration evident. And yet, I still can't believe that they're trying to protect their reputation by trying to discredit your recorded confession. In any case, they are scrambling to bury the truth, to protect our students, Ligon continued. We should have expelled Rockle on the spot, but the Ventric family recently made a massive donation. Ligon's expression was grim. Most of Valhalla's funding comes from these powerful families. After all, the Academy is likely to turn a blind eye if the price is right. Unfazed, Kim nonchalantly started cleaning his ear. I get it, he said simply. Fine, I'll talk to this so-called head of the family. Ligon looked at him, completely baffled.
That's it. Why are you so calm about this? He asked in disbelief. Kim just stared. What are you talking about? I'm always like this. Just then, a sharp knock echoed in the room. Ligon glanced at the door. Ah, it seems she has arrived.
He rose from his seat, eyeing Kim, who remained perfectly still in his seat. I'll go out to meet her now. I'll leave you two to it. Have a pleasant chat. And with that, the matriarch of the Ventric family, Adelia Ventric, stepped inside. Ligon offered a respectful bow and excused himself. Please, take all the time you need. Adelia thanked him for his hospitality. Her gaze then fell upon the young man on the couch. Kim, she began, her voice smooth as silk. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Adelia, the head of the Ventric family. Kim rose slowly to his feet. The pleasure is all mine. Adelia took her seat, hands clasped elegantly in her lap. Kim sat opposite her, an unspoken challenge hanging in the air. His hands remained firmly in his pockets. Adelia met his unwavering gaze. First, regarding the attack committed against you, I wish to offer my deepest and most sincere apologies. With those words, she rose to her feet and bowed her head low, but Kim simply waved it off. It's already been sorted out. It's not important. Adelia straightened up. I've also heard about the trouble Rockle caused. Kim cut her off. It was a one-time thing. It makes no difference. Adelia listened intently, her expression unreadable. Kim continued. I was told Rockle had absolutely nothing to do with the incident, and since that's the official story, there's nothing more to say. For the first time, a flicker of surprise crossed Adelia's face. Actually, she countered smoothly, that is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. We released that statement shortly after the attack. But we now face a situation where neither the media nor the public believes it. At this, Kim began picking his ear once more. He asked casually, And what do you expect me to do about it? He paused, as if actually considering her words. What a bunch of fools, he thought to himself. Adelia maintained her placid smile. By telling you all of this, Mr. Kim, I would like to create an opportunity to resolve this misunderstanding. Kim simply watched her, letting the silence do the talking. Adelia insisted Kim was the key to their problems, but he looked her dead in the eye and flatly refused to help. Adelia simply closed her eyes, a knowing smile on her face. She had expected nothing less. She had a counteroffer. If Kim helped them just this once, she promised her absolute, unwavering support until the day he graduated. She spread her hands wide, offering him the world. She would even recommend him to the Ventric family's sponsored guild. Their aid would follow him long after graduation, fast-tracking his journey to becoming a top-tier hunter. Kim finally stood up, a smirk playing on his lips. He asked if his silence was really all it would take to end this. He looked at her, his smile growing sharper. To think she'd offer so much, just to shut him up for good. A flash of anger crossed Adelia's face, but she forced it down. Kim noted aloud that she must be truly desperate. As Adelia sat in simmering silence, Kim stood over her, pointing an accusatory finger. He was furious. He demanded to know why he should play along with her games, as if nothing ever happened between them. Her hair fell across her eyes, hiding her expression. Kim scoffed, saying he didn't need any reward. All he wanted was to see the arrogant Rockle family shamed. That was the final straw. Adelia's composure shattered. You fool, she hissed, her voice dripping with venom. She crossed her legs, her eyes glowing with a dangerous light. Who do you think you are? She snarled. To speak to me that way? Her hair began to float, lifted by a powerful aura. Kim watched with a grin. Ah, he said. Is your true self finally showing? He taunted her, saying it must have been exhausting, hiding that monstrous ego of hers for so long. A brilliant aura exploded from Adelia, flooding the room. She claimed she only came to this academy for a quiet life, but his arrogance was unforgivable. She glared at him, her eyes filled with malice. I should just kill you right here, she threatened. She claimed she had been generous, offering him one last chance he was foolish enough to throw away. Kim simply put his hands in his pockets, completely unfazed. Go on, he dared her. Try it. Adelia froze, stunned. What did you say? He tilted his head back, his voice laced with mockery. Didn't she just swear the Ventric family had nothing to do with the attack on him? To back up that lie, she was willing to invest a fortune in him. But now, she was ready to kill him with her own 2 hands. Adelia seethed, rendered speechless by his logic. He pressed on. Is that really all you've got? Kim crossed his legs, raising a hand with a confident smile. Even if she attacked now, he declared, there was no way she could kill him. Adelia stared him down, then abruptly stood and called his name with cold finality. Kim watched her. Surprised by the sudden shift, she walked to the door and threw it open. I will make you regret today, she vowed before leaving. Kim just smiled at her retreating back. All that power. And in the end, she couldn't do a single thing. Her threats were nothing but empty words. Bart, who had been standing by, finally spoke up, admitting he didn't think Kim handled that correctly. Kim simply called his name. Sinking back onto the couch, Kim declared that he despised fools who demand to be worshipped more than anything in the world. He stared ahead grimly, stating he knew exactly what kind of person she was and what she would do next. They're the type who try to keep everyone on a leash, he muttered. That's why I can't stand people like her. Bart looked on, surprised by his intensity. Afterwards, Kim rose from the couch. Since classes were canceled, he decided he might as well head to the gym earlier than usual. The scene shifts to Valhalla Stadium. Kim, now in his training gear, was walking while checking his phone. Suddenly, he looked up, a flicker of surprise on his face. He wasn't expecting to see Aaron here, and standing before her was another man he didn't recognize. This was the eldest son of the Cheon family, Choi Gi-jun. Gi-jun's voice dripped with condescension. He asked Aaron if she really thought she could still win. Aaron kept her head down. He told her that no matter how hard she trained in this place, it would always be useless. He held out a hand, a false smile on his face, telling her to stay with the family and skip the upcoming selection test. He didn't want her to be humiliated in front of everyone. It was a clear, thinly veiled threat. But Aaron's response wiped the smile from his face. She declared that she would never back down from her goals. Gi-jun's expression hardened. He had given her one last chance, and she'd refused it. Do you truly not understand your place? He demanded. Aaron finally looked up, her gaze steady. You're the one who doesn't understand, she said quietly, before calling him a fool. Gi-jun's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just call me? He seethed. Just then, a new voice cut in. Kim appeared, pointing a finger right at Gi-jun. She's right, Kim said calmly. You really are a fool. Aaron stared in shock at his sudden appearance. Why would you try to stop someone who's working this hard? He asked. Gi-jun glared at the stranger. And who are you? He demanded. He didn't even know the guy, yet he was getting an earful. Kim put a hand behind his head, wondering why so many fools were posturing today. He declared he didn't care about a king, a president, or anyone else. Then, Kim pointed a finger straight in his direction. He demanded to know why a graduate was even here. If he was done with the academy, he should get lost. Kim glanced over, asking if Aaron agreed. Surprised, Aaron quickly began nodding her head. Hearing her agreement, Gion's face soured with displeasure. He told Choi Aaron they would settle this at the test. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Aaron looked at Kim and thanked him for his help. He had saved her from a lot of unnecessary trouble. Kim brushed it off as nothing, then said it was time to practice. Aaron then admitted that when he'd asked if she agreed, she wanted to answer differently. Kim looked at her, surprised. He asked her what she really wanted to say. Aaron's eyes flashed as she explained she wouldn't have just told him to get lost. Oh no, once their little chat was over, she would have unleashed every single thought she had about him. Hearing this, Kim's only thought was that this girl was even more insane than he had imagined. Later, Kim and Aaron went to the training hall. When Kim suggested they work out, Aaron eagerly supported the idea, adding that they should train on the weekend too. But Kim explained he couldn't make it that weekend. He had to go on a business trip. In that case, he declared, they had to pour all their effort into today's session. Aaron looked at him, surprised by his intensity. A few days passed. We see towering mountains with a city in the distance. A hand brushes past some branches. It was Kim, walking with a shovel over his shoulder. His eyes were glued to his phone. A voice from the other end asked if he had returned to his old hiding place. Kim confirmed that was exactly what he'd done. He pushed aside a thicket of branches, listening to what Beach was saying. BCH asked if he hadn't already found plenty of relics in his past stashes. Kim admitted he was right, but he was curious just how many caches he had left across the entire state. BCH listened as Kim continued. He explained that if he searched them all, he felt there might be something truly amazing hidden within them. BCH asked what kind of amazing thing he meant.
with a knowing smile. Kim said that if he could find it, all the shortcomings that he had as Kim Hajin would finally be overcome. He gazed into the distance, adding that if he had found it,
300 years ago, maybe he wouldn't have had to kill him. BCH asked what on earth he was talking about. After that, the scene shifts.
We're at a massive estate, swarming with reporters. This was the Choi family home. One of them asks if today is the day of the family's selection test.
He was told that was exactly right, which explained the massive media presence.
Choi Jong-gok stood before Aaron and Yeon. He announced that the selection test was about to begin.
Yeon and Aaron stood at attention, listening intently to every word. Jong-gok reminded them of what was at stake. As he said before, if they pass this test, they will be recognized as the family's successors. He looked down at them and asked, "Are you ready?" They both said yes. Jong-gok closed his eyes and announced the task to find the blade hidden in the mountains. Yeon and Aaron listened with absolute focus. He explained the conditions. The person who finds the blade and brings it to him will be recognized as the winner of this selection test. He looked forward and added one more thing. It did not matter how they got it. His expression then turned stern as he laid down the one strict rule. Killing the other competitor was strictly forbidden. With a shout, he declared the test had begun. Aaron immediately shot forward, drawing her weapon. In contrast, Jian walked calmly down the stairs. He watched the fleeing Aaron, who was being swarmed by reporters' cameras. He thought to himself that she was right to run. After all, this was a test of speed. He looked ahead, a smirk on his face. Let her find the blade. Then he would simply take it from her. He would pass this selection test with ease. The scene then flashes back to the moment Gaeon was leaving Aaron and Kim. At that very moment, his phone rang. He answered it, and an unknown person's voice came through the line. The voice asked what was happening with the blade. Gaeon kept walking, explaining that he had to pass a qualifying test first. Because of that, things would take a bit more time than they had originally planned. The man on the phone scratched his beard. This was the second time Gaeon had mentioned some kind of test. The man asked if he realized he was already late. Gaeon quickly apologized. Then asked if the man would keep his promise once he got the blade. The man scoffed, saying of course he would fulfill it. After all, he made a promise to a constellation, and a promise like that will absolutely be kept. As Gaeon looked ahead, the man said he just needed to focus on his goal. Gaeon replied that he understood. We flash back to the present day, to Gaeon watching Aaron disappear. His eyes burned with grim determination. This was his final opportunity. Deep within the forest foliage, Gaeon knew it was time to find Aaron. He discovered her crouched low, staring blankly at the earth. She could feel the faint echoes of blade magic radiating from the earth, forcing her to deepen her concentration. To pinpoint its location, she extended her hand, sensing the flow. Her calculations were precise. It would take 15 minutes to unearth the weapon. But then, a chilling presence to her side shattered her focus. A magical signature. She turned, hand flying to her hilt, only to see Jian standing there, casually watching her with a hand in his pocket. He asked, with a smirk, if she was using mana tracing to find the sword, and who exactly had taught her such a technique. Aaron gripped her blade, revealing it was Kim who had mentored her. She recalled that day in training when she'd first asked about the path of a magic knight. Kim had stood there, looking thoughtful. He had assumed she already knew the fundamentals of mana manipulation. He acknowledged she'd mastered lightning, but that was just the beginning. Looking her in the eye, he told her it was time to practice the mana sensory field. Starting with short distances, Aaron was lost. Asking how she was even supposed to begin, Kim's expression soured. Why was she asking him this? Wasn't this a technique taught? By her own family, Aaron could only lower her head in shame. With a sigh, Kim brushed it off, noting that it made sense, since she only knew how to borrow power from her constellation and absorb ambient energy. Aaron admitted he was right. Kim closed his eyes and ran a hand through his hair. I'm not the best teacher for this, he confessed. But let's try. He told her she needed to. First, relax her entire body. Then, using her fingertips and toes as conduits, she had to gently unfurl her mana. Aaron closed her eyes, ready to begin. Whatever you say, Kim mumbled, focusing his own energy to guide her. Aaron began to concentrate, gathering every wisp of mana in her core. He instructed her to distribute it slowly, showing her how he spread his own mana like a delicate web across his body. Now, he urged, try to feel the ambient mana in the air. Aaron pushed her senses outward. Suddenly, a new perception hit her, the scent of burning crimson, a fire that blazed around. Kim! The shock was overwhelming. She gasped, doubling over and choking for air. Kim watched her, asking, Did you feel it? Lifting her head, she stammered that she had felt it and seen it, the very shape of the magic. That enveloped him. Kim nodded. That was one way to perceive mana. With enough practice, she could even notice the faintest trace of energy leaking from a person's body, a skill unlocked only through precise control. As Aaron rose, wooden sword in hand, Kim added that the more she practiced, the easier it would be. For her to sense the echoes of magic left on the ground, or lingering in the air, Aaron affirmed she understood. Kim crossed his arms. If she could see the essence of things, she could also discern the signature shape of magical traces, like the aura released from a powerful weapon. As Aaron listened intently, Kim promised that, with enough training, those faint silhouettes would become crystal clear. The rest, she would have to learn on her own. Aaron smiled, assuring him she understood. Now, back in the present, that very training was being put to the test. John glared at her, his eyes burning with rage. I know who taught you, he snarled, stepping closer. A cruel smile spread across his face. It was him, wasn't it, that guy I saw you with? Outside the Valhalla training hall, he scoffed. To think someone who looks that pathetic possessed such talent. Fury ignited within Aaron. He is infinitely stronger than a fool like you, she shot back. Why are you even here? Jaeon's eyes narrowed into slits as he began to draw his weapon. You really don't know, he sneered. Ominous violet mana sparked to life around his twin blades. With a vicious roar, he swung them directly at her, declaring this was his entire reason for coming. But a split second later, a look of shock flashed across his face. He felt an unyielding resistance, pushing his blades away. He deflected the blow, stunned by her power. He looked up to see Aaron advancing, brilliant blue mana streaming from her weapon like a raging river. How could she have gotten this strong in such a short amount of time miles away? Kim stretched out his hand, spreading his own mana across the ground. He was using the very same technique. He grit his teeth in frustration. This couldn't be right. This wasn't his cache either. He distinctly remembered setting up multiple stashes, but there was only one hidden within Valhalla itself. Just then, his senses locked on. A faint circle of energy pulsed. Beneath the ground, Kim's eyes flew open, a grin spreading across his face. Found it! Relief washed over him. He turned, realizing the location was off to his left. He glanced towards the forest, but his eyes widened as a massive explosion of dueling auras erupted in the distance, painting the sky with violent light. Kim stared, completely shocked. The scene shifts back to Aaron, locked in a ferocious duel with Jian. Her blade became a blur, unleashing a storm of brilliant blue energy. Like lightning, she threw a punch, but Guion deflected it with his blade. He glanced down, noticing the sword now hummed with a strange vibration. A smirk played on his lips as he faced Aaron. Did the Academy teach you to fight like a wild boar? He mocked. I can certainly see. Your raw strength increasing. Aaron gripped her weapon, brilliant streams of mana erupting from the blade. She demanded Guion surrender the twin blades. He just chuckled, a dangerous glint in his eye. Are you insane? He sneered. And then he lunged forward, blade first. An illegitimate brat like you, he spat, is unworthy of such power. Aaron anchored her stance, channeling immense energy into her sword. She watched as the giant launched himself from the ground. Barreling straight towards her, holding her sword tight, she calculated the perfect moment. I'll pivot, and then strike. She unleashed a devastating arc at Guion. His sword clattered from his grasp, his body stumbling to the ground. Her mind replayed the sequence perfectly, sword held ready. She recalled her plan the moment he loses his weapon. That's when I strike. She followed through, slamming the flat of her blade into his torso. The sheer force of the impact stunned Guion. He gasped, coughing violently as he fought for air. Aaron stood over him, watching his defeated form on the floor. With a flick of her wrist, she shook her blade clean. Exhaling slowly, she opened her eyes, gazing forward. I never imagined I'd be able to land even a single blow. But to think I actually defeated him this easily? She bent down, retrieving the object from the floor. Perfect, she whispered. All that's left is to claim the twin blades. But a voice from behind sent a jolt of pure terror through her. Did you really think? Guion's voice rasped. It would be that easy. He was on his feet again, sword resting on his shoulder, enveloped in a sinister purple aura. Aaron stared, her mind reeling in disbelief. How was this possible? Guion's eyes were closed, a cruel smile on his face. Why the curiosity? He aimed his blade directly at her. What do you think happened? He taunted. Instinct took over, and Aaron swung her sword, but her strike sliced through empty air to her shock. Guion had ducked beneath her attack in an instant. He was now lunging upward from below. Her blood ran cold. He had dodged her attack at point-blank range. Gion unleashed a sweeping blow, leaving a trail of violent purple energy. The impact sent Erin flying. She crashed hard onto the floor. Stunned, her eyes could only focus on Gion, standing tall and unharmed. He looked down at her. "Are you planning to get up?" Erin looked down in despair. Gion continued, "It would be better for everyone if you just stayed down." And gave up. A racking cough seized her, and she saw crimson blooming on her stomach. A tremor of agonizing pain shot through her body. She writhed, clutching the wound with her hand. Gion simply watched, his dark aura radiating malice. He stared down at her, repeating his warning. "I told you not to get up. If you move, you'll die." She raised a trembling hand. "When you spoke of contracts," she gasped, "did you mean with an entire constellation?" Her eyes widened as Gion's words confirmed her fears. He boasted, "As the leader of the Zheng Guild, I made a contract with a top-tier constellation to save face. But now, I serve the devotees." Erin's mind raced. Devotees. She had heard that name before. She remembered a chilling rumor that they were the third most dangerous organization in the world. She looked at Gion, bewildered. "Why would you sign a contract with one of their constellations I don't understand?" The questions tumbled from her lips. She had to know. Are the rewards for joining them really worth more than living a normal life? Gion held his sword, a twisted smile on his face. "Are you really that curious?" he asked. "Then listen closely." He began to grin with pure malice. Unbelievable strength, absolute power, and a release from the burden of emotions. It's all quite wonderful. Erin clutched her wound, her eyes wide with shock, to be released from emotion. She was stunned as Gion crouched down to her level. "I was only 12 years old," he began. "Just a child. Working in my family's guild since I could walk. At an age when I should have been playing games. The Jean family demanded I be the perfect heir. The only reason I stayed in the guild was because my father was always watching. It was never my choice," he confessed. Erin listened, captivated by his dark story. Gion boasted that even as a teen, he felt no remorse. "And that," he said, "is when I met a devotee." He recalled the man who contacted him. "The moment we met," he was told. "Join us. Join the devotees," Gion explained. "The man promised me that I could finally satisfy the deepest desires I've hidden since I was a child." Erin struggled to sit up, her condition worsening. Gion continued, "That man, he probably already knew what I was truly like." He looked at her, his smile turning truly wicked. "That I was always..." He confessed his disdain for people, claiming he couldn't just join their ranks, not without satisfying one simple condition. All she had to do was hand over a family relic. A unique double-bladed sword, the very key to passing their family's selection exam. Gion stared down at Erin, his voice laced with cold logic. "If you had just given up," he began, "we wouldn't be in this mess. There would be no second elimination test. All you had to do was give me the blade." Her eyes widened in disbelief. As Gion laid out his twisted reasoning, Erin questioned the second qualifying exam. A cruel smirk played on his lips. "You truly don't remember." He began a story from 10 years ago, concerning the eldest daughter of the Choi Jin family. Or, as he put it, Choi, Erin's older sister. She had participated in this very same test. The revelation hit Erin like a physical blow. Her older sister? Stunned, Erin could only stare at the smiling monster who recounted this hidden family tragedy. But wasn't she missing for years? Guyon's smile faded. He admitted that during that test, he couldn't control his desires. His expression twisted into something truly vile. And as he spoke, horror dawned on Erin's face. Jaeon had murdered her, here, on this very mountain, all for that double blade. He closed his eyes, almost reminiscing. With a hand behind his head, he spoke casually. "In the end, I never found the blade, and suffered a terrible injury. So I failed the test." He lamented that without that failure, he would have joined the elite devotees even 10 years ago. Erin clutched her wound, her head hanging in despair. Jian continued, mocking their father's secret efforts. To save his weakling second daughter, Choi Erin, Gion sneered, saying he'd hoped she would simply fade away. "Where is she now?" Erin whispered. Gion's face turned serious. "Do you really want to know?" He leaned in closer. "Just like her, You should disappear too. He twisted the knife, mentioning their mother's collapse. It happened because she saw her lost daughter's face in Aaron. Aaron endured the verbal assault, clutching her bleeding wound. Gion savored her suffering. But now, he declared, I finally know where the double blade is. He slowly rose to his feet. He leveled his sword at the helpless Aaron. Say hello to your older sister for me. The killing blow descended, steel glinting as it neared her throat. But then a sharp clang echoed through the trees. Gion's eyes went wide with shock. Someone had stopped his blade. Aaron looked up to see Kim, standing there calmly. He had caught Gion's sword with his own scabbard. A deep frown creased Kim's face. What is this foolishness? Gion snarled. This is none of your concern. Stay out of our family's showdown. Kim scoffed in disgust. A family that preys on its own sister pathetic. With a flick of his wrist, he sent Gion flying. The force of the blow sent him crashing into a tree, shattering the trunk. Aaron looked up, whispering Kim's name. Kim stood over her, a silent protector. Why are you here? He asked, his gaze softening slightly. He thought to himself that he was scouting for hideouts, and this area was one of his targets. His eyes then fell upon Aaron's injury. He saw the crimson stain spreading across her clothes. Averting his gaze, he muttered, I just had some business nearby. He told her to stay put and focus her mana to heal. Aaron lowered her head, a faint, grateful smile on her lips. But Gion staggered back to his feet. Interesting. And who might you be, showing up out of nowhere? And interfering in my affairs. Recognition dawned on his face. Wait, you're that student from Valhalla. Kim stood his ground, weapon at the ready. This is a family matter, Gion snarled. Which means you have to die. He lunged toward Kim, his blade crackling with violet lightning. He unleashed a ferocious strike, but Kim effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Gion stared, baffled. How could he have dodged that Kim simply leaned back, unimpressed? He tightened his grip on his own scabbard. When you swing a sword, Kim stated coldly, don't assume your opponent is a statue. You should always assume they can dodge. In a flash, Kim extended his arm. He slammed the scabbard into Gion's gut. The blow sent him reeling, coughing up blood. Kim closed the distance instantly. His blade now rested inches from Gion's face. Gion realized in terror, the moment he attacked, his opponent was already prepared. Kim struck again, a devastating impact to the chest. The shockwave was so immense. The very ground beneath Gion fractured. Overwhelmed by the force, Gion lost consciousness. Kim stood over him, his expression unreadable. He then turned to the injured Aaron. Are you all right? He asked, approaching her. Adjusting his hood, he repeated, Can you walk? She hesitated, unsure. I need a moment to try. But just then, Kim's head snapped up. He felt a sudden, surprising presence. A sinister, evil energy coiled behind him. Turning, he saw Gion's body erupt with a menacing dark aura. Kim watched it all unfold. Barch identified it as sword magic. Kim grimly confirmed it. Realizing this guy was yet another villain, Gion staggered back to his feet. With his sword drawn, Gion declared Kim was nothing but a fool. Kim simply watched as this farce unfolded. Gion sneered that a Valhalla newbie like Kim had no right to challenge a guild leader. He then launched himself forward, his blade screaming. Kim calmly met the attack, blocking the strike with absolute ease. Gion couldn't comprehend what just happened. Even though his magic-infused strike landed, Kim hadn't budged an inch. Kim flexed his arms, a mocking question on his lips. Was this man truly a guild leader? With a cold smile, he unleashed a single slash, sending a bewildered Gion hurtling backwards. Gion scrambled to his feet, gasping for air, wondering if this would truly be enough. Was this really the power of a 17-year-old boy? He realized Kim had blocked every single attack without even bothering to counter. Looking at his opponent, he knew he had only one card left to play. He reached into his pocket for an item with terrible side effects, but another hit from Kim would surely be the end. He had no choice. He pulled out a crystal that pulsed with an ominous light. With a twisted grin, he called it a stone of the past. He took a bite, explaining that this would allow him to forge a preliminary contract with a constellation. All the while, Kim merely watched in silence. After consuming the crystal, a maniacal laugh escaped Gion's lips. He spread his arms wide as a vile, dark aura erupted from his body. In that moment, reporters at the filming location felt the very ground begin to tremble. They stumbled and fell as the earthquake intensified. Panic swept through the crowd. Someone pointed a finger toward the sky, shouting that something was appearing over there. All eyes turned to witness a colossal pillar of violet energy tearing through the heavens. From afar, Kim's father watched. He instantly recognized it as a form of magic, so dense that even ordinary people could see it with their naked eyes. He stared at the condensed energy, Realizing with a start that his son was at the heart of that storm, an incident of this magnitude during the selection test was unheard of. He knew he had to get there immediately and see what was happening. Back in the arena, Gyeon stood before Kim, but the main character just casually cleaned out his ear, commenting on the spectacle. After all that, Kim mused, you only managed to increase your magic by a little bit. Gyeon smiled, calling him too foolish to understand. That was merely an additional effect of the true power. A terrifying dragon of pure darkness materialized behind him. This, he declared, was the power granted by his temporary pact. And with this power, Kim would certainly die here. The dragon began to manifest fully, a legendary being summoned by the sacred relic. It was the dragon that killed everyone. The beast bared its fangs, seemingly thrilled to descend upon the mortal plane after so long. Its gaze was fierce, and a system screen appeared. The dragon that killed everyone has activated its ability, All-Seeing Eye. Kim met its gaze, his expression vicious. He unleashed his own terrifying aura, a burning crimson tide. The moment the dragon saw it, its arrogance vanished, replaced by pure, primal fear. The system announced the dragon that killed everyone has deactivated the All-Seeing Eye. The beast was frozen in terror. It stood motionless, then dared to activate its power one last time. Once again, it was met with the horrifying vision of Kim's crimson aura. The dragon's jaw went slack, utterly horrified. Gyeon stared, unable to process why his constellation was hesitating. The dragon's only thought was to escape. It had to get out of here. The dragon that killed everyone has rejected the sacred relic's summoning. The contract has been terminated. Gyeon watched in disbelief as the constellation abandoned him. The system confirmed its retreat. The dragon that killed everyone will retrieve all of its power and flee. As the contract shattered, Gyeon's borrowed power vanished with it. He turned, only to find Kim standing right beside him, casually resting a blade on his shoulder. With a condescending smile, Kim spoke. Did he really think he could kill him with the borrowed power with a flick of his left hand? Kim shattered the sword and sent Gyeon reeling. The force of the blow knocked him unconscious before he even hit the ground. Watching from a distance, a man stood in stunned silence. It was Han, the leader of the devotees of the Dragon King. A message appeared before him, a direct command from his master. You are causing me more trouble than you're worth, the dragon's voice thundered. I wish to disappear from this mortal world because of you. Han was paralyzed with shock. He stammered an apology, immediately falling to his knees. He pressed his head to the floor, begging for forgiveness. The dragon delivered a final warning. Do not distribute those artificial relics ever again. Han trembled, his face still pressed to the ground as he swore his obedience. The dragon commanded him to behave. Han remained silent, head bowed, until the presence was gone. He slowly lifted his head, utterly bewildered. Why was the constellation so enraged? The word relic echoed in his mind, and the terrible truth dawned on him. The pawn he had placed within the Cheon family had done something terribly, catastrophically wrong. He staggered to his feet, staring into the distance, demanding to know what in the world was happening. He cried out to Constellation, begging for an answer to what went wrong. Once more, he called out to the heavens. His face was a mask of fury, his aura flaring. He vowed to uncover the truth of this situation. Later, within the dorms of Valhalla, night had fallen, and Kim finally returned to the solitude of his room. He threw back his hood, shrugging off his outer layers. Placing his briefcase on the table, he began to search through its contents. A triumphant smile touched his lips. He had finally breached the divine gate and secured the records. Barch appeared and asked about the so-called divine arts. Kim settled onto the couch, explaining this was the true reason he'd been searching. For those hidden caches. It was a breathing technique capable of elevating one's magic power to unimaginable heights. Barch wondered how it differed from the technique he used before reincarnation. Kim scoffed. The breathing technique from his past life was utter trash. Back then, he'd foolishly bought it from a common market, mastering it and using it until his final moments. As Kim began to study the records, he recalled another detail. When he first discovered this divine art 300 years ago, it was already too late to change his breathing method. It was too deeply ingrained in his very being. In his devastating battle with Barch, he'd been grievously wounded. He remembered that clash vividly. He knew then his inferior breathing technique was why his magic reserves had run dry. A vicious grin spread across his face. Now, with this new body, he could start over from scratch. He touched the ancient script, declaring he would pause his physical training. Mastering the divine art had to be his top priority. Barch then brought up the recent incident. He pointed out that Kim had left an injured girl with a madman. Clutching the records, Kim considered this. He explained that he'd sensed someone approaching, forcing his retreat. They can handle it themselves, he stated calmly. He recalled the moment his fist connected with Gyeon, sending the man crumpling to the ground. unconscious. Barch pressed, asking if Kim had actually killed him. A flash of panic crossed Kim's face. Could he have? He was already a person of interest in one Valhalla incident. If he was tied to another, he would be in serious trouble. But then he remembered Gyeon's body. There were faint traces of magic left. He should have survived. Barch seemed to agree. Kim's mind flashed back to the wounded Aaron. He had approached her, extending a hand to help. He was about to speak, but suddenly, he detected a presence closing in on their position. As Aaron looked toward him, Kim knew. The Aaron family must be on their way. The appearance of the sword mage had already complicated his search for the hiding places. He turned to Aaron, clutching his briefcase. He told her that her family was approaching. He couldn't just sit and wait. He had his own mission to complete, so it was time to leave. Aaron assured him it was fine. Kim then pointed to Gyeon's unconscious form with a final instruction. Tell your family that she was the one who took him down. He pulled his hood up, adding that he'd put in considerable effort to make sure Gyeon was merely unconscious. After a quick farewell, Aaron smiled, saying she understood. She acknowledged the troubles brewing within the academy, just as her family's presence grew stronger from behind. Back in his room, Kim lay on his bed, replaying the events. He picked up the records, his resolve hardening. Once he mastered the divine arts, he would go back for the remaining storage stones. He recalled the last time. He'd absorbed their magic power. His own magical capacity had been too low to handle it all. Looking out at the dorm, Kim decided he needed to rest. The scene then shifts to another, more imposing location. This was the main building of the Choyan family. Jong Seok sat at a long table, surrounded by other grim-faced members. All eyes were on him. Jong Seok stared ahead grimly, thanks to the press covering their family's selection test. The articles had spread like wildfire. Have they all been accounted for? He asked. His subordinates confirmed they had read them, and the contents were all disastrously similar. A woman opened a tablet, displaying an article featuring a photo of Gyeon. Another man read the damning report aloud. The public was already starting to connect the dots. They believed the Choyan family was connected to the devotees. Jong Seok gripped his head in frustration. It was an absolute catastrophe. He couldn't believe a villain had emerged from within the Choyan family. Looking at the others, he announced that on top of everything, the association had issued an official letter. He had received a formal statement from them, and his face was grim. He knew that when incidents like this struck the Ventric family, they would simply deny any connection. They would just stay silent. But that cowardly tactic wouldn't work on him. He stared at the ceiling. With Choi Jinam's loyalty to the Force confirmed, his gaze shifted. And Choi Aaron, he asked. The subordinate replied. She's been transferred to the family's private hospital for treatment. Jong Seok's eyes narrowed. What's her condition? The injuries were significant, but the bleeding has stopped. No vital organs were damaged, the man reported. She won't need any major surgery to make a full recovery. With his head tilted back and eyes closed, Jong Seok let out a heavy sigh. He understood. Another aide stepped forward. Sir, there's more. We need to discuss the media's narrative on Choi Aaron. Several articles about her have already surfaced. The man adjusted his glasses. They're calling her a genius student who single-handedly defeated a member of the devotees. Valhalla Academy produces another legend, following in Kim Ha-jin's footsteps. But the incident is still being framed as a tragedy, the aide continued. Cases like this are still popping up. Jong Seok stared into the distance. She defied her own family? And the press is already writing about it? The aide nodded. Isn't this a blessing in disguise, sir? This round of selection ended with her victory. The next family head has essentially been decided. Articles like this will only help solidify her claim as the successor. Jong Seok's gaze remained fixed. That's certainly true, he thought to himself. It's good that Aaron has a clear path to succession. But to defeat Gyeon alone, something feels wrong. His mind flashed back to the scene. Aaron? Injured, lying before Gyeon's unconscious body. She had looked up at him and said, My brother, he used a forbidden magic on me. I had no choice but to stop him. Jong Seok had stared down at her. I can see that. But the sheer amount of magical energy above these mountains? He pressed her. How did you possibly defeat him? Two agents carefully lifted the wounded girl. Aaron stared ahead, her voice weak. It was a technique that Kim Ha-jin taught me, back in the present. Jong Seok scanned an article about Kim Ha-jin, showing him pointing his fingers, commanding guild agents. The scene shifts to Valhalla, a magnificent complex nestled among scenic mountains, bathed in sunlight. Ha-jin walks to his desk, sliding off his backpack, ready to take a seat for the day. But then, he freezes. His eyes lock onto an impossible sight. It was Choi Aaron, sitting calmly at her desk. She was there, as if nothing had ever happened. His mind reeled. Wasn't she supposed to be in a hospital? He sank into his chair, his gaze fixed on her. She seemed so serene, so completely fine. Suddenly, Aaron sensed his stare and turned. When their eyes met, her face lit up with a sweet smile, and she gave him a little wave. His classmates behind him exploded in hushed whispers. "Did you see that? Choi Aaron just waved and smiled at us," the other whispered back. "You must be dreaming. That's impossible." Hajin's mind abruptly flashed back. He was at home, reading a book, a small white flame flickering in his palm. Suddenly, his phone buzzed relentlessly with notifications. He picked it up and saw a stream of messages. It was from Choi Aaron. "I can't train for a while," she wrote. "The doctor has strictly forbidden any physical activity." She followed it with a sad emoji. Hajin wasn't surprised. Considering how much she was bleeding, that's no shock. He thought. He typed back, "I'll be busy with my own things for a bit, so just focus on resting." Suddenly, his screen was flooded with emojis. "Stop," he messaged back, utterly exasperated. Holding his phone, he grumbled, "Why is she spamming me like this?" Just then, a voice broke his concentration. "Hajin, there is something you must know." He looked up. "What is it, Barch?" The scene changed. He was floating in a dark expanse, scratching his chin. "It's about the black magic we recently encountered." Images of deep space floated in the background. Hajin asked, "Did you remember something about it?" "No," Barch replied. "Then what's the issue?" Barch floated, hands clasped, deep in thought. "It's not merely that I've forgotten," he explained. "It feels as though a seal has been placed on my memories. Something is actively preventing me from remembering." Hajin crossed his arms, his expression serious. "What could that bastard possibly have done to interfere with you?" Bart shifted, his posture unchanged. "I could be mistaken," he mused. "But perhaps, if the second condition on that status board is fulfilled, the interference might vanish, but," he stressed, "this is purely a hypothesis." Hajin's gaze fell on the system window, a condition that could only be met. If he possessed a dagger, a second condition, he wondered. The eye of the great forest. This is just a training area reserved for knowledge assessment. He leaned back, hands behind his head. How could a hidden requirement possibly exist here? Lost in thought, students with low scores were being expelled from the academy. He scratched his head in frustration. Was he really supposed to just sit around and wait for these exams? What a colossal waste of his precious time. Snapping back to the present, he found himself at his desk, leaning back with his hands behind his head. He knew he needed time to get used to the divine dog. And now, he could finally hunt for the eye of the great forest. Just then, Leon entered the classroom. The door swung open as he told everyone to take their seats. Standing at the lectern, he scanned his students. Everyone was present. The classroom finally settled. The teacher announced that before class began, he had a small announcement to make. He looked at them all with confidence. "How much does everyone know about the interscholastic competition taking place next month?" The students began to chatter about what they'd heard, but Hayak just leaned back in his chair, a flicker of irritation on his face. Internally, he asked his companion, "Barch, is this what I think it is?" Barch confirmed that the teacher had mentioned it after the midterms. Leon, still observing his students, continued, explaining that their academy needed participants. The selection would be based on the results of the final exams. Then, his eyes locked onto Hayak. "Come to the staff room with me." Hayak was caught off guard. He lowered a hand from behind his head. "What for?" A short while later, under the bright sun, they sat in the staff room. Leon, sitting opposite Hayak, looked troubled. He sighed. The meeting place couldn't be helped. Hayak noted that he didn't have to be summoned here so often. Leon closed his eyes, still worried. "You have a point, to some extent." He decided to get straight to it. "I want to talk about your participation in the interscholastic competition." Hayak refused instantly. Leon was stunned. So many questions flooded his mind. "I haven't even explained anything yet, and you're already saying no." Hayak sat with his legs crossed, his eyes half closed. "So what are these competitions about, anyway?" Leon sighed. He'd covered this in his lectures, but decided to explain it one more time. He held up a hand. "There are 3 of the world's largest hunter training institutions. Korea's is Valhalla." He gestured around them. "The very complex we're in now. Then there's China's White Lotus, which resembles a grand ancient palace. And third is America's Heroes, a massive tower surrounded by a violet haze." Liang held up 3 fingers. "Each of these 3 schools will select their best freshmen as representatives and invite them to compete. The events included sparring, maze escapes, and much more." A bead of sweat trickled down Leon's cheek. "That's why we plan on sending those who scored the highest in the practical exams." Hayak just sat there and let out a huge yawn, right in his teacher's face. Leanne grew even more concerned. What's so uninteresting about this to you? Hayek scratched his ear.
If our academy wins first place, the participants receive a massive scholarship.
They'll be showered with money and fame for the rest of their lives. But none of that interests me in the slightest. Leon crossed his arms. He leaned forward, his voice low. Do you still want to go to the Great Forest? Those words struck Hayek like lightning. His eyes blazed with sudden focus. The eye of the Great Forest. Leon nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yes, that is where the final trial will be held. He stared intently at Hayek. The interscholastic competition is scheduled to be held at Valhalla this year. Therefore, the final task will be to enter the eye of the Great Forest. The task is nearly identical to your final exam. Pass it, and you automatically pass your finals here. Leon leaned back, looking down at his student. Of course, if you don't agree, you'll just have to take the exam the normal way. A wicked, joyful grin spread across Hayek's face. He understood perfectly. His entire being seemed to radiate with newfound purpose. I'll do it, he declared, his voice ringing with excitement. I'll participate. We are transported to the United Kingdom, to the Ventric Manor. Night had fallen. In a high tower, Sedelia Ventric stood, her arms crossed over her fur-lined cape. How are the preparations progressing? She asked. Two of her followers bowed low before her.
Everything is proceeding smoothly, my lady, but we will likely require another month. She gave them a blank, cold stare. Continue. Her servants raised their heads, meeting her gaze as she demanded her next report. Inquiring about the people of Roquel, one of his men replied that there were no abnormalities to report.
She stared him down, questioning if he understood the duty to immediately report any unusual behavior. With eyes shut, he stood before her, affirming his understanding of the protocol. He then added that, while unrelated, some disturbing news had reached their ears. She continued to look at him, unimpressed. What news, she demanded, her voice flat. His subordinate remained bowing before her, as bills began to rain down behind him. In the distance, a massive structure was rising. He explained the impossible, a building made entirely of paper money. Adelia stared at them both in disbelief. A building made from cash. What nonsense was this? The first man claimed that they believed the Black Cat was the one responsible. Instantly, particles of energy began to crackle around Adelia. She was furious. What was he scheming now? She had never ordered anything so absurd. Suddenly, a brilliant yellow window materialized before her. A command from the mask. Explain this in greater detail. Her eyes widened in alarm. It was a direct message from Mr. Constellation himself. The scene shifts to Market District Number 7. A full moon hung in the star-filled sky, a breathtaking sight against the sprawling city. Even in the dead of night, the metropolis was alive. Cranes hoisted construction materials into the air. The Black Cat stood watching from a window, gazing at the project. For the sake of his constellation, he would obey any command.
Paper bills fluttered around the active crane like bizarre confetti.
He still couldn't fathom the point of it all. Why build a tower out of money? A girl with blazing red
eyes crossed her arms, a chilling smile on her face. It's a gift for you, she declared, a hint of madness in her voice.
Back with the Black Cat, surrounded by a whirlwind of golden bills, he demanded to know why he was ordered to build this monument to wealth. A system notification flashed before him. The two-faced ruler states this is a gift. A knot of anxiety tightened in his chest. A gift. For who, a horrifying suspicion began to dawn on him. But another message from the ruler cut through his thoughts. Have you found the man who sold the ring? The Black Cat confessed he hadn't found him yet. All he had to go on were faint details of his face, his voice, and his clothes. He gestured frantically, trying to emphasize his efforts. I swear I'm doing my best. He explained he was cross-referencing all contact information from that day, using every resource to track the man down. The ruler's reply was a terrifying message box, filled over and over with a single command, hurry up!
Panic seized the Black Cat. He fumbled his words, stammering that he would get it done. We cut to the Valhalla Teacher's Lounge.
Legan sat at his desk, staring at his laptop, scratching his head in thought. Just then, Sanal strolled past.
Holding a cup of coffee, he casually asked. Finished picking your students? Legan turned, nodding.
I'm done, he confirmed. Sanal leaned in. Mind if I see the list? Legan slid the laptop over, revealing his selections. Only 5 students from Valhalla would join the interscholastic competition. Everyone except Du Junin is from my class, Legan added. Sanal took a sip of his coffee, raising an eyebrow. You even managed to convince Hayek to participate? That was genuinely impressive. Legan smirked. He wasn't interested at first. But the moment I whispered the eye of the Great Forest, he changed his tune completely. Sanal leaned back, finishing his coffee. Any normal person would be clueless if they heard about the Great Forest. Legan didn't seem to understand. Sanal glanced at the laptop, a shrewd look in his eyes. He wondered if Legan truly knew what it was, or if he just slept through every single lecture. As Sanal contemplated, a dark thought crossed his mind. A faint, chilling smile touched his lips. He suspected the academy was merely a tool for Legan's own mysterious goals. Hands in his pockets, Sanal faced Legan directly. "Could you gather these kids for me?" he asked, "for a little training session." Legan's face lit up. "Of course," he agreed enthusiastically. "I'll make sure their schedules are cleared immediately." Sanal turned to leave. "Good, then I'll be on my way." A few days later, the chosen five sat in a small classroom. There was Oak, the stern-faced blonde. Beside him, the cute purple-haired girl, Yumi, sat with her eyes peacefully closed. Choi Aaron stared out the window, lost in a daydream. Jo Jun-jin, a green-haired boy with glasses, fidgeted nervously in his seat. And finally, Kim Hayek, hands in his pockets. He radiated the cool, untouchable aura of the academy's top dog. The door slid open. Sanal entered the room, his gaze sweeping over the students. "Is everyone here?" he began. Surveying the faces before him, he noted the impressive turnout. With a textbook in one hand and a finger casually hooked in his pocket, he declared it was a pleasure to finally meet them. He acknowledged they'd surely crossed paths in the academy, halls, but now it was time for a proper introduction. He was Lee Sanal, the chief combat instructor. His gaze swept over all the students as he explained why they had been summoned. Their future hinged on their performance in the fast-approaching interscholastic competition. Sanal was here to brief them on the trials ahead. Raising 3 fingers, he announced their path would be forged through just 3 crucial tasks. First, a duel between students, he began, much like the entrance exams they had all conquered. Sohn sat listening, a hint of displeasure in her half-closed eyes. "The second challenge," he continued, "is a team battle. This would be a clash between schools, where they would fight under the banner of Valhalla." Osynek listened on, with an unreadable calm, his bandaged hands resting in his lap. Standing before a diagram, Sanal explained that all 3 teams would fight simultaneously. The key to victory wasn't just strength, but the ability to instantly assess a chaotic battlefield. "And the third test," he paused, "involves the eye of the Great Forest." At those words, Hayek's focus sharpened instantly. Sanal, with a hand on his belt, revealed that the final exam would be postponed. He couldn't share all the details, but the eye of the Great Forest was a treacherous maze. Hidden deep, within a colossal forest of razor-sharp branches, 2 formidable guards stood watch at its only entrance. Sanal added that, as its name suggested, this was no ordinary woodland. A powerful barrier protected the skies above it, designed to capture any who dared approach by air. The only way in was through the main gate. Sanal observed the students, his hand still in his pocket. From a bird's-eye view, the challenge seemed immense. He continued, explaining that each team must breach that very gate. The finer details would be revealed on the day of the competition. Finally opening the book he held, he announced they were moving on. He began to outline the specifics of the team battle. While their dungeon raid had given them some experience, this would be different. Hearing this, Hayek stared back with a deadpan expression, silently wondering what was there to explain. He leaned back in his chair, thinking to himself, if there's a barrier, why not just shatter it? But Hayek knew it couldn't possibly be that simple. As Sanal closed his book, he finished, an explanation that Hayek had completely tuned out. It was time to discuss their training schedule. He then asked if anyone had questions. Amidst the silence, only one hand shot up Hayek's. Sohn and Senak both turned to look at him. With his hand still raised, he asked if it was permissible to train alone. Sanal tucked the book under his arm, unfazed. "It matters not," he replied. "If you wish to train solo, so be it." He then scanned the room. "Does anyone else?" Another hand went up. It was Choi. "In that case, I'll train alone as well." Sanal's eyes widened slightly in surprise. To think that Choi Aaron was in the same group? "Very well," he agreed. "Anyone else?" The classroom remained utterly silent. "Then we are done for today," Sanal concluded. "I will see you all at practice." The students began to file out, but Choi and Hayek remained seated. Hayek was lost in his own world, his gaze distant. Before the competition, he had to master that new technique. He would use his mana to perfect its form, dedicating every waking moment to his training. Suddenly, Choi's voice cut through his thoughts. He snapped back to reality, his sharp gaze locking onto hers. Choi looked at him with a brilliant smile. Should I just join the general training session? She asked. Hayek shot back. Why are you asking me, aren't you going solo? Choi clutched her stomach, her gaze falling. Hayek pressed on. Didn't you say you couldn't train too hard? Her head snapped up, a fire igniting. In her eyes. A memory flashed through her mind, sitting across from Ligan, who told her he'd read an article about her condition and was worried. He felt he had to ask her in person if she truly wanted to participate in the competition. He already suspected her answer. Choi, sitting on a sofa surrounded by bookshelves, arms crossed, had only one question. Will Kim Hayek be there? Ligan was visibly stunned by her response, but confirmed that Hayek was indeed participating. Then I'll be there too, Choi declared without hesitation. Ligan was distraught, protesting that her body hadn't fully recovered, but Choi simply smiled, a determined sparkle in her eye, insisting she would be fine. Ligan could only sigh in defeat. Back in the present, Choi was in the audience. Her arms were crossed once more, but this time, sitting in a chair, her thoughts were different. She was already halfway to leading her family. A brilliant smile bloomed on Choi's face. She had a new target, and it was all thanks to Hayek. Her gaze locked onto him as he sat casually, hands in his pockets, completely oblivious to her intense stare. Choi offered a sweet, almost shy smile, and a brilliant light seemed to surround her. Her new mission was clear. She would become stronger alongside Hayek, and help him achieve his own dreams, just as he had helped her. Hayek, however, was utterly baffled. A nervous sweat beaded on his forehead as he asked what was wrong. At first, she said nothing, then paused, and erupted into a fit of terrifying laughter. Don't overdo it, Hayek warned, rising from his seat. He turned to her, his tone shifting to serious.
From now on, we focus on mana control for most of your training. During class, you'll keep all leg activity
to an absolute minimum. Choi understood completely, nodding in agreement. As Hayek walked out, leaving the office door ajar, she remained seated.
I have some things to take care of, Hayek called back, but I'll help you out a bit when I'm done.
The scene shifts to a derelict building, deep in the dead of night. A man is missing several teeth, blood streaming from his nose. The boy screams for mercy, perched on the edge of the abandoned rooftop. Pools of blood surrounded him, shirtless and bound. He faced two shadowy figures, his torturers. He pleaded for his life, begging to be set free, promising them anything they wanted. One of the assassins unsheathed a wicked knife, its edge gleaming under the moonlight. Then, without a word, he plunged it straight into the man's heart. A final, agonizing scream tore from his lips, and then silence. The killing blow was instant.
A female assassin, Samuel Al, turned to her partner. Samsil Fox, couldn't you have just finished it quickly?
But this was more fun, he replied nonchalantly. Al stood with her arms crossed, until her phone buzzed in her pocket. A new order? Fox inquired. Another target to eliminate. Holding the glowing screen, she confirmed. Yes, on her phone was a picture of Hayek. The message was simple. He was their new goal. Her eyes narrowed. She recognized him as Valhalla's new apprentice. The body of their last victim lay forgotten, a knife still buried in his chest. Fox casually yanked the blade from the corpse. Holding the blood-soaked knife, he glanced at Al. Why is Samil involved in killing a mere schoolboy? He wondered aloud. Most likely, she retorted. The client paid a very tidy sum. Fox put his hands on his hips as Al stared intently at her phone. What's the time frame? He asked. 1 month, Al stated. During the interscholastic competition, they both began to walk away from the scene, as if leaving a casual meeting, not a murder. Why not just kill Hayek now? Fox pressed. Al scoffed. The academy and dorm security is airtight. You think you can just break through their magic barriers? And assassinate one of their students. Her glare was sharp. The competition will be much easier. With so many other schools present, it provides the perfect cover. Al relayed the information she'd received from Aaliyah. As she spoke, an image of a vast forest formed in her mind. According to the client's intel, on the third day, the event takes place at the Eye of the Great Forest. It's a mysterious labyrinth. As they left the abandoned building behind, Al added, I've heard the student's task is simply to navigate that maze. Fox stared into the distance. Does that mean no instructors in the forest? No one, she confirmed. Just a small, flying observer drone. And aside from a few guards, at the maze entrance, every instructor will be watching from a distant observation room.
A confident smirk spread across Fox's face. So Aaliyah will secure the location, and we'll follow right behind her. This is
no joke at all. As they exited the building, Al stressed. Completing this task is the top priority. I know, Fox replied coolly. 1 month later, The first day of the interscholastic competition. The sun blazed down on a massive field. The stands were packed with cheering spectators watching the opening ceremony. And seated among them were Yuri and Raquel. He stared forward, a dark scowl on his face, his chin resting in his hands. The scene flashes back. We see Raquel in his home, sitting on a couch, speaking on the phone. "Father," he said coldly, "I've received your money." On the other end, his father, Eden Ventry, acknowledged his son's words. Staring into space, Raquel continued, "With the funds you provided, I've paid a commission. I've hired El Shinjo to kill Kim Hayak."
A horrified gasp came from the other end. You actually did it," Eden shouted at his son. "We see Raquel's back."
"I told you before," he replied, his voice chillingly calm. "Your decisions have no effect on me." Despite his resolve, sweat beaded on his father's brow as he heard his son's declaration. A promise to deal with the problem personally. Samsil had accepted the mission, and his father's fear only grew, because the target was protected by ILO Shinju, a legendary syndicate of assassins. This 3-person team was a name that inspired pure terror. The 2 killers and their female counterpart were infamous. His father placed a hand on his knee, begging him to stay hidden. Meanwhile, back in the arena, our hero sat on the podium, his eyes scanning the crowd for Hayek's arrival. After all, Samsil's chilling words echoed in his mind. They would make their move during the competition. Staring forward, he knew this was a trap. He had to get out. Rising from his seat, he turned to Yuri. "We're leaving." She stood without question and followed him. At the main lectern, a commanding voice filled the stadium, greeting the massive crowd. He introduced himself, a man with white hair and a dignified mustache. He was Shimdon, the esteemed chairman of the Valhalla office. He announced that before the battles began, it was time to introduce the representatives. First up, from China, the White Lotus clan. 5 students stood in their crisp uniforms, 1 warrior even wielding a deadly katana. In the second position, representing the USA, the powerhouse team known as the Heroes. They stood with unshakable pride, their hands resting on their hips.
Finally, the chairman's voice boomed with anticipation. And from Korea, the Valhalla group. Our team stood tall, led by the one and only Hayek.
A glimmer of excitement appeared in Shim's eyes. He declared the competition would last for 3 days, and today's event would be individual sparring. Before him stood the champions of all 3 nations. He then instructed the representatives to head to their waiting rooms and await the announcement of the first match. Watching them from a distance was Sanal, his arms crossed in silent judgment. He observed them with a piercing gaze, his thoughts a mystery. Suddenly, a voice called his name. He turned to see the main instructor of the Heroes, Jack Rover, striding towards him with a competitive grin, waving as he approached. "It's been too long," Jack said. As they met, Sanal fired back with a casual jab about Jack's team always taking 3rd place. Jack's smile tightened. "Don't call me that," he retorted. "Besides, Valhalla isn't the only team ranked number 1. Sanal closed his eyes, conceding the point. True enough. They both turned their gazes to their respective students.
With hands on his waist, Jack declared with absolute certainty, "This year is going to be different." Sanal glanced at him.
"This time," Jack continued, "the Heroes will absolutely claim the championship." Sanal simply asked why he was so confident. A smug smile spread across Jack's face. "Because we have the greatest contractor of them all. The one and only. You know who I'm talking about, don't you?" Sanal nodded. An image flashed in his mind. A warrior with fierce green eyes, glowing with a golden aura. A man known only as the Destroyer. His name was Logan. Jack's smile widened with immense pride.
"That's right, and his son is on my team." Sanal turned to him, his expression unreadable. Jack pointed into the crowd.
"That kid right there? The one who came as our representative. That's Logan's son, Logan Jr." A brown-haired boy with his father's intense green eyes. Sanal rubbed his chin, a flicker of interest in his eyes. "Is that so? I look forward to seeing his skills," Jack added. "He's already formed a contract with his father's legendary Constellation." At this, Sanal's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Still stroking his chin, he asked, "A contract with the All-Breaker?" He crossed his arms again, his mind racing. "Does he wield the same power of destruction as his father?" Jack admitted. "To a degree, yes, but not at his father's level." Then, Jack's expression shifted to a smirk. "Of course, I've heard rumors that Valhalla's new students are no joke either, especially that prodigy. Kim Ji-hyuk." Jack lowered a hand, his posture radiating confidence. "I heard he recently took down a villain single-handedly." Sanal calmly revealed that his other student, Choi Aaron, did something just as impressive. Jack closed his eyes, nodding. "He and Logan Jr. will make for a great rivalry then. After all, that kid can already outpace most adult contractors." Sanal thought for a moment, then gave a one-word reply. Him? Jack was stunned by the curt response. He turned back, demanding, "What kind of half-hearted reaction is that?"
Sanal's gaze was fixed on a system message that had just appeared before him. In the arena, an announcer shouted that the first round's combatants
Had been chosen, Sanal said slowly. "You'll understand my reaction after you watch this match." The message displayed a fated showdown, Kim Joo-hyuk versus Logan Jr., squaring off in the very first round. Hayek stood, facing his rival. Logan stood opposite him, hands casually in his pockets. At the microphone, Chairman Shim announced that the rules were simple and applied to all matches. He would explain them now. "The rule is brutally efficient," he declared. "Victory goes to the one who completely dominates their opponent. In other words, the moment your weapon touches the enemy's vital point, the system will declare a winner. With these rules, fatal blows are impossible. Instead, a clean strike signifies victory."
Pain is replaced by a paralyzing jolt of electricity, allowing everyone to fight without restraint. Shim confirmed no one would dare interfere. A reminder for all participants, the protection system remains active until the next team match.
The moment the command is given, the fight begins. The countdown starts. 3 Hayek stood casually, hands buried in his pockets. He eyed his opponent, questioning their use of the defense system. He'd been warned to conserve his stamina for the first 2 days, to save his strength for the demanding third trial. 2. A flicker of nervousness crossed Logan's face. 1. The fighters braced themselves, ready to unleash hell. The instant the signal dropped, "Go!" Hayek exploded forward, his fist already a blur aimed straight for Logan's face. The speed was blinding, but Hayek's eyes widened in surprise. Incredibly, Logan had caught his punch. A voice cut through the silence. "You think you're strong." A brilliant yellow aura flared to life around Logan, just like his father's. Logan held the fist captive, his gaze defiant. "Is this all your strength?" he challenged. Hayek smirked internally. "He still has a long way to go." "More humble than I expected," Logan growled, swinging his own fist. Logan launched a powerful strike, but Hayek effortlessly parried it, sending sparks flying through the air. Hayek scoffed. "Humble or just scared, it makes no difference. You're still just a kid." He began to twist Logan's trapped arm, readying his other fist. A cruel smile spread across his face. "How long can you block these?" The immense force sent Logan spinning, his face a mask of shock and disbelief.
While Logan was disoriented, Hayek drove his fist forward. A direct hit to the gut, Logan's world tilted as he was sent flying backwards.
He finally skidded to a stop, clutching his stomach. The blow was devastatingly heavy.
Hayek pointed a single fist towards him, a smirk on his face. "You're tougher than I thought," he admitted.
He truly believed that one punch would have been enough. From the sidelines, the instructors watched Logan fall to his knees. Jack's mouth fell open in horror, Sangal murmured. "To withstand Kim Ji-hyek's punch, Logan is truly strong." Jack's eyes were wide with disbelief. He stammered, "I saw Kim Ji-hyek's rating video, the one they filmed for this competition.
All the students watched it, analyzed it, but he was never this monstrous." Hayek simply stood there, one hand still in his pocket.
His fist was still extended from the punch. Suddenly, Jack realized it wasn't over. Logan hadn't even used his destruction ability yet. As if on cue, Logan pushed himself up from his knees, his magic flaring. His entire body pulsed with that yellow aura as he lunged forward. Hayek sidestepped the punch, letting it whistle past his head. But as the fist flew by, Hayek's hair was singed by the sheer energy. A flicker of real surprise crossed his face. He retaliated with a vicious kick to Logan's stomach. "What was that?" he demanded, as Logan cried out in pain. Hayek touched his smoldering hair, a thoughtful look on his face. He understood now. If that had been a normal attack, it would never have even touched him. This had to be some kind of destruction ability. Logan was thrown back again, his feet carving trenches in the ground. He clutched his stomach, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Just 2 blows to the stomach, and he was already on the verge of collapsing. Sweat poured down his face as he stared at his opponent. He knew if he couldn't land a blow of destruction, there was no point in fighting at all. But then, his eyes lit up with renewed resolve. He remembered. This wasn't the end. He had one last card to play. Logan slammed his palm into the floor, channeling his power. The ground spiderwebbed with cracks beneath his hand, spreading out across the entire arena. Bathed in the yellow glow, Hayek asked, "Why are you destroying the floor?" Logan lifted his foot and brought it down with all his might. The arena floor shattered. Huge chunks of stone erupted into the air. Logan moved with them, concealing himself behind the debris. If he can dodge any attack he sees, he thought, then I'll make one he can't see. Hidden among the floating rocks, he moved behind Hayek. Once more, He gathered the power of destruction in his hand. But Hayek had already sensed him and began to turn around. Logan froze, utter shock on his face. How could Hayek have possibly found him amidst the chaos? But it was too late to back down now. He prepared to strike. When suddenly, a chunk of rock slammed into his face. The impact left him completely disoriented. As the debris crashed back to the floor, Logan could only rub his bruised face in pain. Hayek's voice was calm. Hiding behind rocks is a good idea. But did you forget how brightly your own magic shines? The moment Logan lowered his hands from his face, Hayek's fist was already there to meet him.
A brutal impact sent Logan flying like a cannonball. He smashed into the arena wall, the force creating a powerful shockwave.
Logan slumped to the ground, head bowed in defeat. Hayek stood over him, his fist still extended. Victorious, Shim's voice roared through the stadium. The round is over. The winner is Hayek of Valhalla Academy. Jack could only stare, completely speechless. Sanal simply noted, "This is why I don't get emotional." Hayek walked calmly through the wreckage of the arena, Sanal thought to himself. That boy is an absolute monster. The next round saw Li Hui destroy his opponent with a single brutal uppercut. In another match, Li Bella faced Hayek. It ended just as quickly, with one direct blow to the face. The pink-haired girl was sent flying. And then, it was time for the final battle. Kim Hayek versus Choi Ah-rin. As they faced off, Choi gripped her katana, her eyes filled with affection.
"We both made it to the finals," she said softly. "Since we're both from Valhalla, it seems our academy's victory
is already guaranteed." Hayek just scratched his head, realizing there was no real reason to even hold this match other than to decide their final rankings. Under the bright sun, Hayek stood before Choi. His eyes closed, she added. "The winner gets a scholarship, since I don't need it." "Perhaps I should just forfeit." Hayek's eyes snapped open. "I don't care who wins. As long as you don't give up, we're already on this stage. It would be a crime to rob the audience of their show." He then pointed at her. "Besides, you need to show me how much you've grown." Hayek began to stretch, his shoulder. "Come at me with everything you've got. I'll mind your injuries." Her eyes lit up with determination. She took her stance, drawing her katana as crackling bolts of lightning erupted from the blade. Hayek simply smiled, winding up his fist. A sinister purple aura flared to life around him. And in that instant, Shim's eyes widened in horror. Jack clutched his head in disbelief. Even Sanal was utterly astonished. Si-aek and So-yin broke into a cold sweat as So-yin nervously bit her nails. With a single punch, Hayek sent Choi crashing,
face down to the floor. Her sword clattered beside her. Shim roared, "The result is clear. The winner of this year's interscholastic
individual combat competition is Kim Hayek." But Hayek himself stared down at her, a look of complete surprise on his face, his fist still extended. Even he was shocked. Bora whispered, "That was ruthless. Didn't you say?" "You'd take her injuries into account," Hayek stammered. I did hold back. I was aiming for her stomach. It was an accident," he pleaded. But Choi lay on the ground, face down, completely
and terrifyingly still. Hayek explained to Bora, recalling the moment of impact. Her blade's trajectory suddenly changed.
"It was aimed right at my stomach, so I punched it." Looking at his own hands with a grin, he realized something. "I've definitely gotten stronger." He could feel his mana pool had increased. He could now contain a much larger Chunchuri's amount of power. He glanced at Choi's motionless form. But then again, this girl has gotten a lot stronger, too. That same evening, in a small lit auditorium, Sanal stood before them with a book in his hand.
"You all performed exceptionally well today." The students were gathered together as he asked, "Is everyone feeling all right?" They all agreed.
Sanal observed them carefully. "Thanks to the protection system, no one was seriously injured, but you should all still pay a visit to the infirmary." He then continued, "Now, about tomorrow's stage." At this, Hayek's head snapped up. A fire ignited in his eyes. "This is a waste of time," he thought impatiently. "Do I really have to wait another day? Before I can see the eye of the great forest?" Sanal began to walk out of the classroom. "That will be all for today. Go get some rest." But as he turned the corner, he glanced back, as someone had called his name. It was Hayek, right behind him. Sanal turned. "What do you need?" "Kim Hayek." Hayek smiled. "I want to discuss tomorrow's team battle. Is it possible to finish it earlier and start the next test right away?" Sanal's eyes sharpened. "The eye of the great forest?" He opened his rulebook. "This has never happened before," he murmured. "I'll have to consult the regulations." He began to read from the pages. "There are 2 rules. Only 1 test is allowed per day. However, there is an exception. If a test concludes quickly, the student may proceed to the next one at the discretion of the teacher. And if the test is not ready or the student is unfit, they are given time to prepare. A slow grin spread across Hayek's face. So what you're saying is, it's up to you. Sanal paused, thinking it over. Can I move on to the next test? Hayek pressed. Sanal finally replied. If you finish early and come to the staff room. I will allow you to begin. Hayek closed his eyes and nodded. Understood.
I'll see you tomorrow. With his hands in his pockets and a confident smirk on his face, Hayek turned and walked away. As Kim strode down the hall, Barch asked if he truly intended to challenge the Eye of the Great Forest trials.
Kim's gaze remained fixed ahead. He knew of the test long ago, and his path was set. Barch considered this, then accused Kim of merely trying to draw the attention of students from other academies. Kim's eyes narrowed. Are you an idiot? He snapped. What nonsense are you spouting? Barch insisted it was just a misunderstanding. Closing his eyes for a moment, Kim stated that, regardless, he would conquer this ordeal as quickly as possible. His eyes opened, filled with unwavering confidence. The next day, inside the Valhalla arena, the crowd roared with anticipation. An announcer greeted the spectators, while Leon and Lee stood by, tablets in hand, ready to monitor the event. The announcer declared the second rule of the test. Above the crowd, a massive system screen flickered to life. He explained that today's event would be a team competition, a grand battle royale. 5 chosen representatives from each academy would fight as one unit. The battlefield, he announced, would be a treacherous mountain range. Viewers would witness the action through a network of holographic screens, fed by live drone footage. The camera pans to the students. A drone hovers above them. So-on looked around anxiously, wondering where Kim was. The competition was about to begin. Just then, Kim strolled up, offering a casual apology for his tardiness. So-on glared at him. Late? Why are you here so late? With a relaxed smile. Kim simply said he'd overslept. She fumed, reminding him he was supposed to be here 30 minutes early. Did you not listen to the instructor at all? Kim waved a dismissive hand. I was probably thinking about something more important, he said, touching his head. Now, don't make a fuss. I'll handle everything. Sohn stepped in front of him, furious. What do you mean by that?
Do you even realize this is a team test? She demanded. Kim's calm expression didn't waver. I'm well aware. She jabbed a finger at him. Because of you, every single team out there is going to be targeting us from the start. Do you want to get us all eliminated? She turned to her teammates for support, but they averted their gazes, saying nothing. Just then, Aaron stepped forward, interrupting the tense moment with an apology. So-on immediately demanded to know if she agreed with Kim. Instead, Aaron simply asked if she could follow Kim's lead. Kim glanced at her. Just stay back, he instructed. Aaron nodded obediently. Sohn was baffled by her compliance. Stop chirping and save your energy for the battle, Kim told Sohn. Chirping, she retorted, insulted. Just then, the announcer's voice boomed. The battle will commence in T-minus 10 seconds. Kim began to stretch casually. Besides, I have another test at 2 p.m. The countdown echoed through the arena. What are you talking about? Sohn asked, confused and frustrated. Kim turned his back on the group and started walking forward alone. Sohn called out his name, but he just sighed. You're too noisy. His eyes gleamed with purpose. I need to prepare for the Eye of the Great Forest. The announcer roared, Begin! Far across the battlefield, the White Lotus team spotted a lone figure. Kim had found his first prey. The girls instantly drew their weapons. It's him, the guy from Valhalla, the red-haired girl shouted. Everyone, battle formation. Kim smirked, swinging his blade. Her reaction time is better than I expected. A moment later, a system message flashed across the holographic screens. White Lotus team, eliminated. Elsewhere, Logan stared in disbelief. What just happened? He couldn't believe it. The White Lotus team was annihilated just 10 minutes into the match. His eyes widened in realization. That fool from Valhalla went straight for them. He thought he'd be the first to find a target, but Kim had moved with impossible speed. One of Logan's teammates focused his senses. I feel a powerful presence in that direction. Is it the Valhalla team? Logan asked urgently. The sensor shook his head. No, it's just one person. Logan was stunned. He pointed decisively. Luke, full defensive formation, raise the magic shield, now. His team moved as one. A mage dropped to the ground, her hands tracing a complex pattern of light. Prepare a binding circle, Logan commanded. Lee, bellow your shield, he ordered. She brought forth her massive shield, and it erupted in a brilliant green aura. It's ready, she declared. Logan stood at the center of their formation, a protective barrier shimmering around him. He spread his arms wide as his own power began to glow. A teammate looked at him, bewildered. Captain, it's only one person.
Do we really need all this? Logan's gaze was deadly serious. If it's who I think it is, this might not be enough. That kind of protection? Bella gazed forward, explaining. You just don't get it. Melissa? You've never fought him. Bella insisted that Kim's strength was on a completely different level. But Melissa, looking at Logan, scoffed. Silenus is strong too. The shield bearer, empowered by his mother's magic, suddenly shouted that the enchantment had vanished.
Did he leave? Logan demanded. He might have, the girl replied. But he returned right after crushing the White Lotus Academy.
Deep in the forest, they formed a tight defensive circle. But at that very moment, Kim was watching from the treetops. Logan felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He looked up and realized Kim was directly above them. In that instant, a blade smashed into his face. Kim's attack was so fierce it sent him crashing to the forest floor. The girls whirled around, shouting. What was that? Kim simply stared back, then plunged his sword into one's stomach. Too slow, he muttered. Melissa desperately began to channel energy into her hands, screaming Kim's name. A bolt of crimson light shot past him as he effortlessly dodged. What is this? Kim mocked, before striking Melissa and sending her flying backward. Did you really think that parlor trick could hit me? Just then, 2 students swung at him from behind, trying to take him down. But in a flash, Kim moved. He slammed his sword through one of their bodies. The impact was so immense it tore through both of them at once. They collapsed, their consciousness fading instantly. Kim stood over the students he'd defeated, who now lay unconscious on the ground. A system message then appeared before him, heroes annihilated. Kim looked at the notification. With a smirk. Now, he said, I can head to the eye of the great forest. The scene then shifts to Valhalla's observation room. A stunned Shim turned to her staff, demanding, How did this happen? People stood frozen, staring at their tablets. Shim continued, her voice filled with disbelief. Kim finished the team battle in 23 minutes. No, to be exact, 20 minutes of travel. And only 3 minutes of combat. She rested her chin in her hand. This completely ruins our schedule. This is a problem. Lee, holding his tablet, spoke up. According to my calculations of the rules, he began, if a trial ends before noon, we're permitted to begin the next one immediately. As Shin absorbed his words, Lee added, if you don't mind, I'd like to discuss this with the others. But Shin held up a hand. Tell them the discussion is over. Lee stood in stunned silence, his mind racing back to Kim. He remembered Kim asking him about this very rule. Had he planned this from the very beginning, Lee found the thought utterly terrifying. Later, we see him walking down the halls with Jack, who clapped a hand on his shoulder. I still need to speak with White Lotus, Jack said, but the Heroes faction has no objection to starting the next trial. Jack looked at Lee intently, watching that battle. I'm finally convinced. Even if we postponed, I doubt the outcome would have changed at all. Lee listened quietly as Jack continued. Now I understand why you call Kim a monster. Lee closed his eyes. Yes, he said with a faint smile. I understand. They walked on, with Lee offering to handle the talk with White Lotus. Later, in Valhalla's recreation room, the students relaxed, each lost in their own world. So-an was silently polishing her sword, her gaze distant. She glanced over at Kim, who sat resting quietly. He's insane, she thought to herself. She never imagined he would end the entire battle by himself. She could only stand there, staring into space. She recalled her teacher's words, appointing her as team leader. She was supposed to take the initiative, but she was completely powerless. Her mind drifted to Aaron. How she'd lost to her in the individual matches. She'd heard Aaron was receiving special training. Is that why, So-an wondered, clutching her chest? At this rate, I'm just going to keep falling further behind. I can't let that happen. Her eyes fell on Kim again. If I swallow my pride, could he teach me how to become stronger? Just then, a voice called for the contestants, and Kim's eyes snapped open. So-an looked up as an announcement echoed through the hall. Tomorrow's trial, the Eye of the Great Forest, will now be held today. At 1 p.m., all students, please prepare for the next test. Sitting beside Aaron, Kim smiled. It was all happening exactly as he'd predicted. Then he opened his eyes and addressed his team. Wait, before we start the next trial, there's something you all need to know. He scanned the faces of his teammates. In the Eye of the Great Forest, I'll be moving alone. From here on out, you all need to survive on your own. So-an stood there, processing his words. Kim then added, if you run into any real trouble, you can call for me. He's going solo. Again, So-an thought, clenching her fists. They'd already dominated the last 2 challenges. As long as they avoided the lowest score, they couldn't possibly lose. She looked ahead, reasoning with herself. Even if this is a survival trial in a maze, There shouldn't be that many monsters. But Kim just glanced to the side, a questioning look on his face. Standing before him was Swan. With a smirk, Kim asked if she had anything to add. Birdie? Swan asked why. Birdie, she repeated, annoyed. Why do you insist on giving me nicknames? Kim just looked at her, a knowing grin spreading across his face. He simply told her she'd just proven his point. Aaron, sitting quietly, chimed in. Birdie is a cute name, though. After that, our focus shifts. We're transported to the eye of the great forest. A massive crowd of students and guards stands assembled before a colossal gate. This was the Laban Gate. Shin stepped forward, microphone in hand, and announced the start of the final challenge. The trial survival in the maze, holographic screens flickered to life, broadcasting to anxious spectators everywhere. Shin explained that, just like the last test, the entire world would be watching their every move. Before we begin, he declared, I must explain the true nature of this maze. There is a very specific task and unique evaluation criteria. He described the Eye of the Great Forest as a massive, labyrinthine woodland, true to its name. But this maze, Shin warned, was unlike any other. It held bizarre environments, like zones where the rain never ceased. Dense vegetation choked every path. And to make matters worse, the monsters inside were surprisingly low level, posing little to no threat. Shin revealed that the relentless rain and the suffocating foliage were the real dangers. The true threat to their survival. He raised a finger. This test measures how well you are able to adapt and endure these harsh conditions. As the students entered, their physical state would be scanned. Then, in 5 hours, they would be scanned again. The closer you are to your original condition, the initial conditions determined the final score. The students knew it. They hung on his every word, while Kim let out a small yawn. Shin noted that team battles. He then looked towards the gate. Let the test begin. The ancient doors groaned open, and the teams charged into the unknown. But elsewhere, in a derelict warehouse in Valhalla, Seal and Lisa watched from the shadows. A voice cut through the silence. The students have entered the eye of the great forest. A masked figure emerged from the darkness. It was Il Shinya, leader of the Samsel Alliance, codename Alia. It's time for us to move, she commanded. She casually mentioned a magical barrier blocking the maze's entrance, but added with chilling confidence that she had 2 supporters already on the inside. Her companions smiled darkly. The man known as Fox sneered. Then we'll take care of them first. In a blinding flash of purple light, they teleported. Back at the gate, Lee stared in utter disbelief. He was staring at the holographic monitors, all of which had gone completely dead. Every single one had malfunctioned at the same time. Shin's face hardened. What is going on? He demanded. This can't be a coincidence. It's sabotage. He ordered a guard to contact the security team at the gate, but the guard's call was met with nothing but static. No one is answering, sir. A dreadful silence fell. Lee voiced everyone's fear. The students? They could be in grave danger. Something terrible must have happened in there. He suggested they enter the maze themselves, and Shin gave a grim nod of approval. They rushed to the entrance, only to stop dead in their tracks. The sight before them was a vision of pure carnage. The area in front of the gate had been obliterated. Massive stones lay crushed on top of the security team's bodies. They couldn't comprehend what had happened. Deep inside the maze, students huddled in the pouring rain. A worried voice called out, Logan? It's Bella. She doesn't look so good. The girl was trembling, her face pale, soaking wet. Bella insisted she was fine. It's nothing. The rain was just so sudden and cold. Logan shielded her with his hand, his expression serious. If you get hypothermia, you'll be eliminated from the test. He looked at his teammates. Even if we don't win, I want everyone to pass with high scores. He stood before her and offered a reassuring hand. We'll build a hut to get out of this downpour. He quickly gave orders. Melissa, gather large leaves, Dan and Luke. Find sturdy branches. The team responded immediately. Understood. As they scattered, Logan rolled up his sleeves. I'll level the ground and dig a foundation for our shelters. But as he looked up, a dark purple sphere of energy materialized before him. From within it, the figures from the warehouse emerged. They looked around, annoyed by the downpour. Why is it raining in here? One of them grumbled. But the fox silenced him. Forget the rain. We have a mission to complete. In an instant, his playful demeanor vanished, replaced by the cold, murderous gaze of a killer. He muttered their true objective. We have to kill Kim. He stood before Logan, brandishing a gleaming knife, but he quickly realized this wasn't his target. He shot an irritated look at Aaliyah. This isn't him. This is Nikim. The teleportation targeted a source of moderately strong magic, she explained calmly. It was the only signature I could find. Moderately strong, the fox scoffed. Logan stared at the hostile newcomers. His guard raised, "Who are you? And who did you say you came here to kill?" Were nothing new. But as Kim thought about it, he sensed something else. Black magic. He realized these people weren't rivals. They were the true villains. In front of them, the fox smiled with pure malice, a knife gleaming in his hand. "Leave no witnesses," Al commanded in a chilling tone. "They must all be dealt with." She assigned the task. To the fox, he simply smirked. Understood, and moved forward. But Logan scoffed, calling them fools. He began gathering energy in his palm, a sphere of bright magic crackling to life. "What the hell are you doing here?" With that, he lunged forward, unleashing his power. But the fox stood his ground, knife held ready, and met the attack. In the next instant, he was behind Logan. His blade plunged deep into his back. The fox sneered. "Did you just call me a fool?" The steel was driven straight through him. Logan looked back in utter shock. "How? Did you get behind me?"
Lesso just smiled cruelly. "You don't even understand the basics." He gestured with his head. "Look in front of you."
Logan's eyes widened. Another fox stood before him, while his perfect double held the blade that had impaled him. His mind reeled at the sight of two identical assassins. The fox before him said something, then swung his blade once more. Lesso's second blade sank into his flesh. "It's called a doppelganger," he whispered. Logan coughed up blood and collapsed face first onto the ground. Al glanced over. "Is he dead?" Logan's last words were a choked whisper, as his life slowly faded. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed through the clearing. A girl with a shield stood there, frozen in terror. She called out Logan's name. Al looked to the fox. "Get rid of any unnecessary witnesses." Lesso's smile widened. "With pleasure," he purred, ready to continue his work. "I'll take care of her." As Al turned to leave, he asked, "Can I do as I please?" Her reply was cold. "Do what you want, just finish it quickly." "Perfect," the fox declared. With a maniacal grin, he rushed the terrified girl, his knife raised high. The scene shifts. We see our main character running through a dense forest, lost in thought. He has no idea where he is. A system message flashes before his eyes. "Eye of the Great Forest of Valhalla, home of Maidgona. Warning. To complete the quest, he needed a sword with a rather obscene name." He was still pondering the location of Maidgona's house. Looking around, he wondered if a house could even exist here. "There's nothing but trees and bushes," he muttered. As he ran, he spotted a figure and skidded to a halt. It was the girl, whispering "no," before letting out a piercing scream. Before her lay the bodies of her comrades, bleeding out on the forest floor. Al put a hand to her temple in annoyance. "Another witness," the fox grumbled. "This is getting annoying. Where are they all coming from?" Then, his eyes widened in surprise as he realized the newcomer was Kim, who was now approaching the girl. A sinister smile spread across his face. Their target had come directly to them. "He must have heard the screams," the fox mused. "This is why I like to let my victims suffer for a while." Kim stared at the villains, quickly grasping the situation. They thought he was their next target. His gaze fell to the ground, seeing the students covered in blood and deep cuts. He looked to the blonde girl. "Help the wounded," he commanded calmly. "I'll deal with these enemies." Kneeling beside a student, he confirmed they were still alive. He looked up, his eyes cold. These wounds, they were stabbed deliberately to avoid an instant death. He couldn't understand why they'd be left to bleed out. Then it clicked. They were toying with them. He looked at the villains with disgust. They were nothing but wild dogs. "You've completely ruined my mood," he said, his voice dangerously low. "Since you've infiltrated this place, I'll have to get rid of you." The fox stepped forward, amused. "Get rid of us? What are you babbling about?" He smirked condescendingly. "You little brat. You have no idea what kind of situation you're in." The fox's grin was predatory. "You're trapped in this maze with us. We sealed the only entrance and shut down all surveillance drones. No one can see you, no one can help you," he sneered. "And even if the teachers notice something's wrong, they won't get here in time. We completely destroyed the entrance. It's buried under tons of rock. I'd say it'll take them at least an hour to clear it and get inside." Kim looked up, his expression unreadable. "1 hour," he repeated softly. "So you're saying, in this miserable forest, under this endless rain, I have a full hour to deal with you." Lesso's smile faltered for a second. He raised his knife. "I don't know what you're talking about," the fox hissed, recovering his composure. "You're just spouting nonsense." He lunged, swinging his blade at Kim, model. With hands casually in his pockets, his opponent urged him to simply die. He threw a devastating punch, certain it would connect. But there was nothing but air. The blow slammed into the ground where Kim once stood. Leah stared in shock. unable to comprehend where he'd vanished. Looking up the slope, they finally saw him. Kim had arrived. He declared the situation utterly foolish and pointed his sword. He aimed at one of the villains. His intent clear, he would kill them all. A fist crashed into the villain's jaw, sending him flying. Al and Aaliyah could only watch as the fox-like man crumpled to the ground. Their eyes were locked on him. In a flash, Kim leaped into the air, his blade a blur. He swung once, striking the girls. Their consciousness faded, and they fell. Together, they collapsed near the fox. Kim then turned his gaze to another girl, calling out to the blonde one. He ordered her to use every last drop of her magic. Her task, patch up the wounded bleeding out on the battlefield. If she couldn't handle it. He warned her.
She was to run west, towards the Valhalla students. The girl was stunned, but quickly sat and began
to concentrate mana in her hands, her healing light washing over the injured. She swore she would do everything in her power. The fox groaned in pain, struggling to his feet. He clutched his head, his eyes widening in confusion, as he saw the girls lying unconscious nearby. Standing before the shocked man, the fox smirked. Magnificent, he sneered, adding that his own companions were disappointingly weak. Lessa immediately rose, snatching a weapon from his grasp. Kim's eyes narrowed. Before I kill you, he stated calmly, allow me one question. He reminded the man of his earlier words. You called me a target, so tell me, who are your clients? Lassa's face was a mask of stone. Do you really think, he scoffed, I would ever tell you that? Kim just held his own head, feigning confusion. That's strange, Kim mused. Usually, people like you spill the beans right away. Lessa's expression soured. He knew this situation was bad. He'd been caught off guard for a moment, but now he would strike with his trump card. In that instant, a doppelganger cloaked in a sinister, dark blue aura materialized before Kim. It lunged with a knife, aiming for a fatal blow, but Kim sidestepped the attack with impossible ease. The doppelganger froze, clearly not expecting him to dodge. Lessa stared in absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend how it was possible. He had attacked with his double, a presence that should have been completely undetectable. Kim merely looked at him. Weapon held steady. You fight like a rat, he said, his voice dripping with contempt. Only attacking from behind. He raised his sword. You want a real fight? Suddenly, the fox brandished his own knife, but before he could move, a fist flew, straight into his face. He staggered back, clutching his bleeding nose, staring at Kim, who had struck him with a bare hand. As the man cradled his nose, Kim called him Baldy. He stepped closer. I'll ask you one last time, he warned.
Who are your clients? The fox spat back. You brat, do you still think I'm going to tell you anything?
Kim realized there was no useful information to be had. A maniacal grin spread across his face. In that case, he declared, I'll just beat you to death. A thunderous impact echoed as the man was sent flying sideways,
carving a path of colossal destruction. Meanwhile, Lee and the others, having finished their journey, rushed inside the maze.
Upon reaching their destination, they found students desperately helping other students. As they took in the chaotic scene, Jack ran
over to a battered Logan.
Are you all right? He yelled. Logan immediately called for the teachers. He struggled to move, but insisted that wasn't the biggest problem. Lee watched, trying to understand what happened. Jack's words were a wave of relief. Lee looked at them intently. What happened here? He demanded. Logan explained they were ambushed by unknown assailants who appeared out of nowhere. He said there was one man and two women. Lee's eyes sharpened. 3 of them, he murmured. He then asked Logan a critical question. Could they be from the Samsel Alliance, and where are the attackers now? Logan pointed towards a pile of rubble. Lee and the teachers followed his gaze. They're over there, Logan said, indicating several bodies lying amongst the debris. Al and the fox were both unconscious. Lee stared in shock as Logan added something that defied belief. Kim had beaten them all. Lee's mind reeled. He was beginning to understand that Kim's power was on a completely different level. He looked around and saw that the entire forest landscape had been utterly devastated. Logan looked up, continuing his tale. He explained how he fought the invaders until he blacked out. As he spoke, a healer tended to his wounds. Kim was truly incredible, Logan said, his voice filled with awe. He recalled how Kim effortlessly dismantled his foes, completely destroying them. They couldn't even lay a finger on him, Logan said. When I was fighting them,
I doubt I saw even half of his true strength. Beside him, the girl healing him remained silent, focused.
Logan closed his eyes, a bitter smile on his face. I really thought I would be the strongest one here, he confessed. But things turned out completely different. It seems my arrogance got the best of me, and everything went wrong. Lee's gaze was firm. Don't worry, he told Logan. Kim is simply an anomaly. But Logan remembered a crucial detail. You said there were 3 attackers, he pressed. So where is the other one? As if in answer, a body thudded to the ground right before them. The teachers whipped around, their eyes wide with shock. They knew who she was. Kim let her fall. I was trying to learn who's pulling the strings, he explained, and their purpose for attacking this maze. Lee saw that his friend was unharmed, a wave of relief washing over him. I'm fine, Kim confirmed. Lee closed his eyes, a small smile appearing on his face. That's good to hear. We can discuss the details when we return to the academy. Kim nodded in agreement. He then took command. The teachers will aid the injured and get them to a hospital. Valhalla students, find the White Lotus Guild and update them on the situation. Aaron and the other students listened intently to every word. Above them, rain began to fall from the maze's artificial sky, and an announcer declared that the competition was officially over. The scene shifts to a dorm room in the academy's basement. Night had already fallen. Kim stepped out of the bathroom, drying his hair. He collapsed onto the bed, arms flung back. Today was intense. He sighed, feeling utterly exhausted. As he closed his eyes, Barch's voice echoed in his mind. You expended a tremendous amount of mana dealing with them. Kim smirked. You can say that again. I used nearly everything. He opened his eyes, a satisfied look on his face. But it all went according to plan. Suddenly, a system message materialized before him. It read, Retrieve the Eye of the Great Forest from Valhalla, home of the Mago. Attention, a sword is required. The message updated, task complete. Kim reached into his pocket and retrieved a shimmering blue sphere. It was difficult, he admitted, but I managed it. His mind flashed back to how he'd subdued the 3rd attacker. Alia was on the ground, trembling with fear. My head! It hurts so much, she whimpered. Kim approached her. Get up! She slowly rose to her feet, finally seeing the man in the suit standing before her. He sat beside her, his voice calm. What are your abilities? The girl seemed completely disoriented. Kim pressed on. Where are you from? The Samsal squad, I presume. She lay on the ground, listening to his deductions. There were 2 frontline fighters, and 1 person providing support. Kim's assessment was flawless. Olia listened in shock. That means you. He stared at her. Must be the support. He leaned in closer. Now, what is your ability? He demanded an answer. The girl staggered to her feet, defiant. Forget it. I'm not going to tell you a thing. The very space around her began to warp and distort. But before she could vanish, Kim shot his hand forward. He grabbed the air itself, and Alia's power fizzled out. She stared in absolute disbelief. How could he have stopped her? Kim's voice was low. I understand now. Your ability is to create and move through space. He watched her reaction. Am I right? Alia could only stare, speechless. Kim placed a hand on her shoulder. Perfect. You're going to help me. A chilling, maniacal smile spread across his face. Cooperate, and I promise, nothing will happen to you. Back in the present. Kim lay on his bed, recalling the entire ordeal. It was thanks to her powers that he was able to obtain the sphere he now held. But Barch's voice chimed in with disapproval. You didn't keep your promise, he reminded Kim. You told that girl you wouldn't turn her in if she helped you with one task. So why did you decide to knock her out anyway? Kim's gaze drifted away. Because she never answered my last question. Who hired them? He explained. If she had just told me that, nothing would have happened to her. I would have let her go. Barch was silent, seemingly surprised. Kim continued his thoughts aloud. Now that they know one of the Samsal Alliance's own was their client. He trailed off. Rockdeal is a fool, he muttered, closing his eyes. I need to gather information as quickly as possible to make my next move. But if the Rockdeal family obstructs my path, will I have to destroy them all? He thought grimly. His eyes fell upon the sphere again. Whatever it takes, I got what I needed. From this point on, things should get much easier. Just then, another system message appeared. Take the sphere from Valhalla. Task completed. The rest of the text was censored. A new notification followed. Quest meet in a dream with lost memories. Again, the following text was completely blacked out. Kim stared at the glowing window. What the hell does that mean? He was stunned. Does it just want me to go to sleep? Barch's voice was serious. It certainly seems that way. If you can find your memories, Barch added, then perhaps my own will be returned. I also received this notification. Kim's expression sharpened. For real. He immediately got up and headed for the light switch. Then I have to try. The sphere floated down beside him. As he lay on the bed, his thoughts drifted to the memories he'd lost. Yet, he felt as if nothing was missing. Closing his eyes, he realized it didn't matter. Maybe now, he could do something about it. Suddenly, a vision consumed him, the crumbling tower from a past life. He remembered the moment. He lay wounded, helpless, as the structure began to collapse around him. It was a truly desperate situation. He sat there, watching the rocks rain down. As one fell directly towards his head, he relived the memory. But just before impact, time itself froze. The stone halted, then began to rise. Kim looked up and saw a dark, faceless entity standing before him. Its gaze locked on his. The being spoke. "Cherish your time and the names you have protected." The unknown shape began to glow with brilliant colors. With those final words, it vanished, and time resumed its flow. Kim's eyes shot open as he jolted awake. He scrambled out of bed, his mind racing. What in the world was that dream? Kim clutched his head, questioning his own sanity. Were those the memories he had truly lost? Borsky observed it all silently. Kim asked if she remembered anything. "You were a tiger," Borsky stated plainly. Kim stared, confused. "What did you say?" Borsky scratched his chin, deep in thought. "I think you were a tiger." Hayek felt a little shy and looked away, asking again what he had become. Then, an image popped into his head. He imagined a ridiculously cute, stuffed tiger cub. Borsky instantly began shouting. "I wasn't that cute," crossing his arms.
Floating in the void, Borsky added that he couldn't recall any details. When Hayek asked what the figure looked like,
Hayek realized with a chill that Borsky hadn't seen the terrifying man from his vision. That figure in black with piercing white eyes. He understood this was a burden he had to face alone. He sat cross-legged on the bed, a new thought emerging. "Maybe you'll remember if you hear my name," he suggested. But Borsky simply said, "No." Hayek closed his eyes. He lowered his head, thinking that all he'd gained were useless memories. He didn't even know his own name. Then suddenly, a notification window materialized before him, startling him. At first, there were only empty squares, but they soon formed a message. "Study of the great palace of Allah al-Farid, Johnny's secret room." But then, another sentence appeared that made Hayek jump. It challenged him, face the truth. He sat with his arms crossed, pondering the words. The great court of Allah. A truth he needed to face. He peered closer at the inscription, and a theory began to form. He decided that after his training session, he had to ask Lilia about the great palace of Allah, in Valhalla. The sun shone brightly despite the cloudy sky. We cut to the Valhalla gym, where two figures are pushing their limits. Sanok is lifting barbells. His expression remains perfectly calm, but sweat pours from his brow. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupts him. He glances over and sees Soyeon in her sports uniform, holding a bottle. She asks him pointedly, "Why are you even here?" Sanok calmly continues his reps. "I should be asking you that same question." Soyeon became a little flustered, unsure how to respond. She started rubbing her cheek and blushing. "I suppose my reason is similar to yours," she stammered. "My pride is strong, but I'm a little jealous of Kim Hayek." Sanok set the bar down. "That's not why I'm here. I've been weightlifting for a long time. My presence here has nothing to do with Kim Hayek." Soyeon was deeply embarrassed by his words. Sanok then closed his eyes and said, "The reason you're jealous of Kim Hayek is because you lost your fight against Choi Aaron." Soyeon looked at him, stunned, the sweat on her cheek suddenly feeling cold. She looked down, as if crushed, tacitly agreeing with his words. The memory of her duel with Choi flashed before her eyes. Soyeon holds her katana in one hand, while Choi's is already drawn. Soyeon attacked first, swinging her blade with blinding speed. She unleashed a flurry of attacks, sending several pink slashes flying towards Choi. But her opponent was too quick. Choi blocked them all, so Soyeon began charging her katana with mana again. She unleashed a single horizontal slash. A pink wave of mana shot towards Choi. In response, Choi swung her sword, as if to slice right through the attack. As she cut through the wave of mana, a massive blue trail appeared behind her, along with two huge impact marks. She had completely neutralized Soyeon's attack. Soyeon looked furious. She gripped her katana with both hands. "If you can cut my magic with your sword," she declared, "then I'll just use more," with a mighty swing of her katana. 3 vertical streams of mana erupted, flying straight for Choi. In response, Choi decided to activate her own skill. She drew her blade, infusing it with mana, and in a flash, struck down his mana streams. Soyeon could only stare, frozen in disbelief. Her mind reeled. How could a single slash completely neutralize 3 of her devastating blows? In a flash, Choi closed the distance, her face a mere breath away from Soyeon's. With a swift strike, her katana sliced past her vital points. Soyeon stumbled backward as Choi stood victorious. Katana held high,
Shim roared that Choi Aaron had
seized victory in this battle back in the present. Soan stood before a training dummy. Lost in thought, Choi has
grown so much stronger. She remembered seeing her at the entrance ceremony, and knew it was all because of Kim Hajin's
guidance. Soan had watched Choi from the corner of her eye, noting how she had focused solely on her magic power and swordsmanship. But Choi was doing intense strength training, something the Aaron family had never, ever taught. Soan realized that was the secret, the reason she'd developed so quickly. Senak, with his eyes closed, finished his set on the barbell, listening quietly to her story. After setting the weight down, he told her she'd be better off, asking Kim Hajin directly. A deep blush crept across her face as she looked down, utterly embarrassed. She thought to herself that he was right. She couldn't afford to wait any longer. She needed real results, a real breakthrough. No matter how confusing it was, she had to get an answer from Hajin stealing her resolve. Soan approached him as he was,
wiping the sweat from his brow. She called out his name. Hajin glanced over and asked what she wanted.
Calling her Birdie. The nickname made Soan's blood boil. How dare he call her a bird again? But she pushed her anger down. She had to ask. I know you train Choi Aaron. And I was wondering. Taking a deep breath, she placed a hand on her chest, her face turning crimson, and shouted, Could you teach me? Too. But before she could finish, she was cut off. Sangul appeared beside Hajin and asked if he was busy. Soan froze, staring at Sangul in stunned silence. Hajin replied that his training wasn't finished yet, asking what was so important. Sangul met his gaze and said that once he was done, he needed to find him. Someone wanted to see him, and this would be the only chance for a long time. His curiosity piqued. Hajin listened to Sangul's words. He rose from the exercise machine and followed him out, leaving Soan standing there, utterly confused about what just happened. Her head hung low, interrupted again, unable to say a single thing. The shame was so intense, she felt like she could just die. Suddenly, Hajin's voice called out, Hey, Birdie! Her eyes instantly lit up as she turned toward him, with his back still to her. Hajin told her that if she really wanted to train with them, she should ask Choi Aaron for the daily routine and stick to it. If she proved herself, then maybe he would start teaching her personally. Just then, an exhausted Choi walked over. Soan stood with her mouth, agape, watching Hajin walk away. Choi simply said she'd explain everything, and then called her Birdie, too. Soan finally exploded, in frustration, screaming, Don't call me that! Outside, as the sun began to set, Sangul and Hajin walked down a long corridor. Hajin finally decided to ask who was so desperate to see him. Sangul replied that the person insisted on meeting him right now. Continuing forward, Sangul said he probably already had an idea of who it was. He's waiting for you in the small hall? Hajin's mind raced, wondering who it could be. By then, they had already arrived. Sangul pushed the door open, and Hajin peered inside. There stood a half-dead rock doll and his maid. Hajin murmured, So he was the one so eager to see me. Rock doll's mouth was bone dry. He could barely speak from dehydration. His cheeks were sunken, and his whole appearance was ghastly. Rock doll collapsed to his knees, crying out for help. Behind him, his maid stood with her fingers nervously crossed. Rock doll looked like a wreck as he begged, his pleas echoing in the hall. Hajin pointed at the pathetic sight, then turned to Sangul, demanding to know what the hell was going on. Sangul asked why Hajin was playing innocent. You know exactly what you've done. Rock doll looked absolutely terrified, trembling uncontrollably. Sangul stood, with his arms crossed, stating that this wasn't just a one-time thing. The boy had tried to kill him twice. Sangul then asked, rhetorically, how the media found out. He answered his own question. Everywhere you look, they're talking about Valhalla and the assassination attempts on its students. Hajin just stared blankly. He knew this was inevitable. Hajin then turned his gaze to Rockdoll, who was still kneeling on the floor. So, the head of Ventric can come to me, make a fool of himself, and then vanish. And now you need my help. Sangul closed his eyes, his expression cold as ice. He announced that an official statement from the Ventric family had just been released. Rockdoll had already placed his hands on the floor, his head bowed low as the tension in the room thickened. Sangul delivered the final, crushing blow. In the name of their family, they have officially disowned Rockdoll. Crossing his arms, he added, and it wasn't just Rockdoll himself. Meanwhile, the banished Rockle groveled before Hayek and Sanol. Sanol looked down on the pathetic man, saying, That's why this time, he's begging for mercy in person. Hayek stared coldly at the floor, his voice devoid of emotion. He is an outcast now. A nobody. Why should I even bother saving him? Rockel's gaze remained fixed on the ground as he spoke. He pleaded that it wasn't over yet, fear dripping from him like sweat. There must be another way, he cried out desperately. Rockel finally lifted his head, his eyes locking with Hayek's. He screamed that this entire mess was because of Hayek's testimony. His pleas turned into agonizing screams. I only ask for one thing. Make this all go away. Hayek casually scratched his ear, unimpressed. I just don't feel like it, Hayek replied flatly. Scrambling up from his knees, Rockel rushed forward. But I haven't even apologized yet. He clasped his hands together as if in prayer, and began to weep like a pathetic child. I'm so sorry, I swear I'll never interfere with you again. Hayek watched the disgusting display with contempt. I don't need your apology, he stated plainly. Rockel's mind raced. You won't forgive me then. Do you need money? At this, Sanal's expression began to sour. I don't need that either, Hayek answered. Suddenly, Rockel spun around and seized someone. He grabbed Yuria by the arm, dragging her forward. Then what about her? He snarled. You need a woman, then take her. Her face was a mask of fear and shock. Rockel continued. She's from a noble house in England? A direct heir to the palace family. He began to sell her like an object. Imagine how your status will skyrocket with her by your side. A look of pure disgust crossed Hayek's face. Are you offering me a person? Are human beings just things to you? Rockel flashed a vile grin. At this moment, she absolutely belongs to me. He shoved her forward again. Just look. At her neck, a magical inscription glowed ominously. This is a branding spell, he boasted. Proof that she is mine, and mine alone. Hayek and Sanal watched in horror as Rockel grabbed her by the scruff of her neck, treating her like nothing more than livestock. So, what do you think of my offer? He sneered. Say the word, and I'll transfer ownership. Sanal's face was now a thundercloud of rage. He recognized the curse immediately. It was a seal, a powerful magical restraint. The crimson words encircling her neck were unmistakable. A seal that robbed its bearer of all free will, forcing them to obey any command. A curse nearly impossible to break. Sanal was practically vibrating with fury, but Rockel just kept on smiling that disgusting smile, while the poor girl trembled in terror. How dare he use such a forbidden art on a human being? Hayek's voice turned chillingly cold. In the old days, scum like him were everywhere. They branded people like cattle, buying and selling them without a second thought. Hayek strode toward her, reaching for the glowing curse on her neck. He clenched his hand into a fist, concentrating an immense amount of mana. Then, he began to pull the glowing words from her very skin. With a violent tug, like yanking a starter cord, the curse began to unravel. Yuria swayed, looking faint from the shock, but the magical seal around her neck started to fade, cracking and crumbling into dust. She gasped, clutching at her throat. Utterly bewildered, Rockel stared, his jaw hanging open in disbelief. Yuria's heart soared with relief. The curse was gone. Hayek turned to Sanal. Would you mind if I delicately broke a few of his ribs? He asked calmly. A wave of pure terror washed over Rockel. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. His eyes bulged with a fear beyond description. Sanal closed his eyes for a moment. As an instructor, he began, I must prevent violence between students. But then, he opened his eyes again, and his gaze fell like a guillotine on Rockel. However, if that student is a potential criminal, that changes everything. Besides, he is no longer a member of the Vendrick family. So this time, I'll look the other way. Rockel stood frozen, sweat and tears pouring down his face. Hayek placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. Did you hear that? Rockel could only stare back, his face a canvas of despair. Hayek began to wind up his fist. This will only hurt for a moment, he said. Wait, stop! Rockel shrieked in terror. But Hayek didn't stop. His fist connected with devastating force, sending Rockel flying across the room like a broken doll. Teeth flew from his mouth as he crashed headfirst into the stone floor. Yuria watched the aftermath, while Sanal simply turned away. Sometime later, as the sun began to set, Hayek was gone. He walked with his eyes closed as B spoke to he. Rockel has never been that close to death before. And I have never sensed such pure rage from you. Hayek's voice was grim. If this were 300 years ago? I would have crushed his skull without a second thought. A vein throbbed on his temple, a testament to his fury. It was because one of his own students had been treated like livestock because of that despicable seal. The girl's plight had reminded him of his own past. That was the source of his rage. As they continued down the path, Hayek admitted, the same thing happened to me once. B paused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. You mean you were also a prisoner? Just then, a voice called out from behind them. It was Yuria, running to catch up with him. After running for what felt like an eternity, she leaned over, gasping for air. Her face was flushed as she managed to speak. For a moment, she was too stunned to even open her mouth. Then, bowing her head, she offered her deepest thanks. Hayak met her gaze, scratching his head. Just accept it, he said. From now on, forget the past and live for yourself. Yuria's eyes welled up, her expression on the verge of collapsing. Then the tears came, her entire body trembling. She wept, wiping away the sorrow as Hayak turned and walked away. The next day, after class, the scene shifts to a cafe on the Valhalla campus. Lilia savors a treat with her eyes closed, murmuring, Cheon, huh? Confused, Hayak asked what she meant. Lilia simply added, The Grand Palace of Valhalla is located in Cheonha. She elegantly fixed her hair, taking another bite of pudding. That's right, the Grand Palace is in Cheonha. Bringing the spoon to her lips, she revealed, To put it simply, it's a labyrinth that belongs to the White Lotus Association. Hayak processed her words, a flicker of interest in his eyes. He then asked, Is that the same school from the competition? Lilia confirmed it was. Hayak picked up his drink, his mind racing. It seemed he'd have to deal with them after all. In this era, entering a maze without permission was strictly illegal. He took a sip, wondering why he even needed permission. But he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, people in the past also questioned why beasts could enter without any restrictions. With an indifferent face but sharp eyes, Hayak considered his options. He could simply destroy the entire maze. But he wanted nothing to do with White Lotus. At the same time, he had to get in. He turned to Lilia, asking if there was another way. She propped her head on her hand. A direct way in, I'd assume you'd need to be one of their students for that. Don't be so hasty, she began. And remember, soon you'll be able to... But before she could finish, she suddenly stopped. She covered her mouth with her hands. Are you all right? Hayak asked, concerned. She lowered her hand, muttering that her tongue should be cut out. Then she pointed a finger right at him. And what about you? Isn't it a bit selfish to just sit there and listen? Without offering anything in return? Confused, Hayak asked what she was talking about. Lilia held up 3 fingers, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Tell me 3 things, and I'll share another secret with you. Hayak simply stood up. I'll see you later, he said, turning to leave her. Lilia panicked, waving her arms. Wait, don't go. Just as Hayak was about to leave, she relented. Fine, I'll tell you for free. He turned back, sitting down at the table once more. I'm listening. Lilia leaned in to whisper. This is top secret. But in the 2nd semester, a world competition will be held in that palace. Hayak's eyes widened. Is that true? Do the teachers even know? Lilia smugly replied that they didn't. How do you know then? He pressed. She proudly crossed her arms. I have my sources. As she continued to enjoy her pudding, Hayak asked, So, it's like an inter-school competition? She nodded, pointing a finger to the sky. Her words painted a picture on a global scale. If the Korean competitions are between Korea, China, and the U.S., then the world competition involves every single academy on the planet. Hayak lowered his head. So it was just a matter of scale. A deep annoyance washed over him. He was lost in thought. Why did he have to wait so long? The 2nd semester felt like an eternity away. As Lilia popped the spoon back in her mouth, Hayak asked, Is there any way to get there earlier? She shrugged. Not that I know of. Perhaps, she mused. You should check with the Maze Owning Association to find a way. She rubbed her chin, looking at him thoughtfully. It would have to be a legal method, of course, she added, admitting she had no idea who he should even ask. Then, holding up a finger, she asked with a sly look, But, would you be willing to help me with something? Hayak glared at her, but finally agreed to hear her out. A bright smile lit up her face. Go with me to the World Monster Research Society. It's just for today, she added quickly. She promised she wouldn't bother him again. And just like that, they were transported to the north of London, to a place called Tottenham. Before them stood a colossal dome, the World Monster Research Society. The weather was beautiful, a stark contrast to Hayak's mood. This is what we came all this way for, he yelled, utterly displeased. Lilia just laughed it off. We're only here for a day, so just try to relax, she said cheerfully. Of course, it's just for the weekend. But just in case, she added slyly, I got permission to extend our tour until Monday. Hayak's eye twitched. It seems you're abusing your authority as a teacher. He deadpanned. Lilia gave him her sweetest, most innocent look, prompting him to sigh and ask what the plan was. A short while later, Hayak stands with a sword drawn, facing a monstrous boar. Researchers monitor the situation from the sidelines, recording the data. Hayak sized up the beast, and it charged. In that instant, he remembered Lilia's casual words. "It's nothing special. I just need you to help me with a little experiment." To settle a bit of paperwork, all for information to hunt down a couple of monsters, Hayek was already prepared. His sword flashed, plunging right into the center of the boar's skull. The beast let out one last squeal, and then silence. It was just a standard computer simulation, after all. But Hayek felt no satisfaction as the system announced that the validation was complete. It then ordered him to prepare for the next wave. He grunted, asking how many more were coming. An hour later, he staggered back into the room and collapsed onto the couch. "What a grind," he muttered, then glared at her. "Why do you always make me work overtime?" Lilia calmly sipped her tea, avoiding his gaze. Hayek's voice rose in frustration, reminding her of her promise. "Just 3 monsters," he growled. "But I ended up fighting more than 10. Lilia insisted she truly had no idea. Hayek eventually calmed down. Looking at her directly, he admitted, "Besides, that place was uncomfortable." The moment they had walked in, every single eye had been on her. They stared and sneered, acting like a pack of animals. He gestured dismissively, the memory of their disgusting faces flashing in his mind. "Do you know those people?" he asked. Lilia's mood soured, and she fell silent, sipping her tea. After a moment, she decided to tell him. Staring into her mug with somber eyes, she began to explain. She was, in a way, familiar with them. The problem was, they were devoted to the old ways of hunting monsters. For years, their entire world was built on that ancient manual. And then she appeared, out of nowhere, with a method that shattered their entire worldview. Hayek leaned forward, his hands on his knees. "But isn't their validation method completely outdated? And why does a hunter even need a sword these days?" Lilia explained that they believe it's the only righteous way. It's a deeply rooted tradition within the association. Hayek looked up, skeptical. "If they're so confident, why were they giving you such hostile looks?" Lilia replied wearily. "They're terrified of change. Their rigid perspectives would never evolve." "And in a way, that's fortunate," she said, picturing the building where those old fools sat. She continued, "The theory of monster hunting strategy is the ultimate way to establish power. The current order is maintained only through connections and the dead weight of the old guard." Hayek scoffed. "They sound disgusting. Why bother publishing your reports for them at all?" Lilia finished her tea. "A report without public validation is meaningless," she stated. "It doesn't matter how revolutionary it is. All they crave is the perfect monster hunting strategy." Their eyes met with a shared understanding, Lilia added. "They'll stop at nothing to get their hands on it." Hayek sighed. "Fine, I've helped you enough. Now it's your turn." A smile touched Lilia's lips. Coming here was definitely the right choice. The reason she was here. Lilia began to speak of Chairman, White Lotus. Hayek imagined her as a tall girl, but for some reason, a strangely intimidating image came to mind. Lilia cradled her mug in both hands. "I've heard," she began, "that the chairman is a frequent guest at the association. I'm sure she hasn't failed to notice you." Hayek stood up abruptly from the couch. "Seems I'm getting too much attention from everyone," he said, deciding to leave before things got complicated. But suddenly, a sharp knock echoed from the door. A voice called out, "Excuse me, are you Kim Hayek? May I have a moment?" Hayek paused. It was a woman's voice. It had to be her. "You can come in," he called out. A woman with perfectly painted lips entered, apologizing for the intrusion. She wore an elegant skirt, and Hayek stood to greet her. It was the chairwoman, a fan held gracefully in her hand. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you," she said, introducing herself as Ko Un-wol. Hayek, studying her, also gave his name. He then asked, "Is there something I can help you with?" Ko Un-wol bowed deeply, her eyes closed. "To be honest," she said, "I came here to ask a favor. I need you to take care of a certain person." Lilia's eyes widened in utter disbelief. The woman stood there, fan in hand, repeating her chilling request. Lilia quickly rose. From behind the sofa, looking at Hayek, she said, "This conversation seems to have taken a serious turn. Please continue without me." As Lilia walked out, Ko Un-wol watched her go with a faint, knowing smile. As soon as the door clicked shut, Hayek demanded, "What are you talking about? Explain yourself." Holding her fan to her face, Ko Un-wol pictured her clan's grand estate. "I may be the chairman of the White Lotus Association," she began, "but I am also a member of the Sewol family. We were the first to rise from the ashes after the Great Destruction." She locked eyes with Hayek. "We are the ones who founded White Lotus and trained countless legendary contractors. However, Our family produced one particular genius. She spoke the word with a spellbound reverence, raising the fan to her lips once more. Then she corrected herself. No, it would be more accurate to call her a natural disaster. By the tender age of 13, she had already surpassed countless experienced contractors. The girl stood on a mountain of bodies, her hand clenched in a tight fist. A blood-red aura pulsed around her. She had annihilated the members of her own family's Solon Guild. Hayek had heard the stories. He pictured her grabbing the family head by the collar. After all, Ku claimed even he was no match for this girl. Ku averted her gaze, explaining that the girl decided she had nothing left to learn from the world, and locked herself away in this family's secret training hall. Hayek raised a hand, asking what exactly taking care of her meant. With his wife's words confirmed, Hayek scratched his chin thoughtfully. It had nothing to do with him, but he still had to ask if they wanted to bring someone to their knees. Why choose him? Ku gracefully placed, her fan back in her hands, and listened. Hayek then pointed a finger at her. Judging by your aura, he said, you seem to have more than enough strength. Ku smiled, raising her fan. You are quite astute. It seems even my aura concealment magic wasn't enough. Ku met his gaze, ready to answer his true question. Hayek watched her intently, waiting. The first reason, she began, is that your fighting style is based purely on physical strength. The second is that you are also 17 years old, just like her. Hayek was visibly surprised by this. Ku had recalled all of Hayek's past battles, admitting she had observed him for some time. She was absolutely confident in her choice. After all, to be defeated by a peer would completely shatter her notorious pride. They stood facing each other, the deal hanging in the air. She was asking for a personal favor. If he hadn't come in person, she would have sent a formal letter. Hayek put his hands on the back of his neck. I get it, he said, but I don't work for you for free. Ku replied coolly. Of course, the chairman of the White Lotus would never ask a favor without a worthy reward. She then started to ask how much money he required, but Hayek stopped her with a wave of his hand. I don't need money. However, there is one place I desperately want to go, and you can help me with that. Ku tapped her fan against her palm, intrigued, and asked what kind of place it was. The scene changes. They are now in China, before the magnificent White Lotus building. The weather was bright and clear. As she stood beside him, she announced, This is the White Lotus Association? Hayek replied, that he never expected to arrive here today on a private jet. Ku turned to him with a smile, asking if he was free until Monday, showing she respected his time. That's very considerate, Hayek replied. She then explained the details of his payment. Looking him dead in the eye, she asked, You only need to enter the inner palace, don't you? Hayek confirmed it. Understood. Ku strode toward the doors. We manage this labyrinth, she said, wanting to open it for him. There should be no difficulties. She then invited him to enter. As the two passed through the courtyard, people stared, covering their mouths in utter shock. After entering, she tapped her fan against her hand. Hayek looked around at the impressive interior, then turned to her. I'm still very curious, he admitted. Ku asked what he wanted, to know as she led the way. You have no real connection to this girl's fate, he began. And yet you still want me to deal with her personally. Ku glanced down. That's a fair point, she said. But countless people have sparred with her just to test her potential, students and instructors alike. Hayek listened in silence. And that is exactly why, she continued. I want to crush this child's arrogance, once and for all. Hope blazed in her eyes. Because then, the Sai family? No, I personally will lead the White Lotus to new heights. Hayek scratched his head, saying he understood. The White Lotus was clearly in ambitious hands. She now stood before a shimmering blue ring, a portal. We're here, she announced. Gazing into the swirling energy, she explained, This magic seal will transport you to this family's secret training room. She asked him to handle it, once and for all. Hayek stepped into the portal's center. Am I standing in the right spot? He asked. Perfectly, Ku replied. As the portal began to hum with power, he asked her name. Ku closed her eyes and replied, The child's name is Yan El. He found himself before a blonde girl with bandaged fists and a powerful physique. Her sharp blue eyes locked onto him. And who are you? She sneered. Did the SA family send you to drag me out of here? Hayek had only just begun to materialize from the void when she started yelling at him to get lost. He closed his eyes and smiled. Your temper isn't very sweet, is it? He started walking toward her, then vanished in a burst of speed, swinging his fist, "You arrogant little brat," he yelled, throwing the punch with a confident smile. But she simply caught his fist with her hand. Hayek's eyes widened in genuine surprise. She gathered mana in her fist and slammed it right into his stomach. Energy particles exploded behind him from the force of the blow. Her eyes burned with fury as she stared at him. "Did you really underestimate me so much?" Hayek stood with his head bowed, silent. "Is that how you decided to start our fight?" she demanded. He slowly raised his head, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Shall we begin?" She wasn't just surprised, she was completely stunned. Amused by her audacity, he caught her attacking arm, and with his other hand, unleashed a flurry of jabs, aimed right for her face. She was startled but managed to twist away, though it was clear the move had cost her. With his other hand, he struck her arm hard. Yang Lan was in so much pain she couldn't help but cry out. Hayek simply chuckled as she leaped away from him. Yang Lan, clutching her arm, demanded to know who he really was. He beckoned her closer with a single finger, saying he was just a 17-year-old high school student who had underestimated her. Her eyes blazed with anger as she launched a devastating kick. Hayek sidestepped, her attack shattering the ground where he just stood. But she didn't stop there, unleashing a relentless series of attacks. A whirlwind of magic and fists aimed right for him. He calmly dodged every blow. Even with his eyes closed, this drove her mad after all this time. She hadn't even touched him. She stared at him, her eyes beginning to glow with power, before she jumped back, preparing to switch tactics, retreat and counterattack. Hayek saw it coming and closed the distance instantly. "And where do you think you're going?" Yang Lan was completely frozen in shock. Hayek threw a punch, a blow she knew in her soul she would never be able to dodge. Impact. The strike landed squarely in her stomach. He was smiling, but his mind was racing. In that one split second, she realized she couldn't dodge and shifted her center of gravity, instinctively lessening the force of the blow as she flew backward. She clutched her stomach, the pain obvious on her face. Hayek, however, watched her with a hopeful smile. He could feel it. Even his disciples from his past life couldn't control their bodies with such perfect instinct. Yang Lan stared back, her face a mask of silent displeasure. But then, her expression shifted. Her eyes filled with a fierce new light, the desire to win. She refused to believe a 17-year-old schoolboy could be on her level. A challenging smile returned to her face. It was motivated and bright. She knew she was leagues stronger than those old masters, and she was going to make him pay. With that, Yang Lan took a fighting stance, a grin plastered on her face. Hayek was pleased to have found such a worthy opponent. He mused that her fighting spirit was still high, so he'd just have to break it. This entire exchange was being broadcast on a screen that Seo was watching intently. Suddenly, a man appeared behind her, interrupting her viewing. He apologized for the intrusion. She asked him what was wrong. He claimed it was nothing, but then asked if that guy would be all right. With his hands behind his back, he too watched the fight, clearly doubtful that any student could stand. Against one of the White Lotus's own, Seo listened to him in silence. He tilted his head, admitting that Hayek was no fool, but that it wouldn't be enough to defeat Yang Lan. He glanced at Seo, who was still fixated on the fight. "I sincerely apologize for my tactlessness," he began. "But didn't you lose to her yourself?" He stood with his head bowed, adding, "Of course, that was because you didn't use your magic power, cheat, and relied only on your physical strength." Without missing a beat, Seo replied, "You are correct. I once lost to her." As he approached her, she added, "But even if I had used my magic power, I still would have lost." He looked at her, his glasses reflecting the battle on screen. Seo added that back then, the difference in their magic power was barely noticeable. She held a fan to her face, remarking that was several years ago, and Yang Lan had certainly not gotten any weaker. The guard spread his arms. "Then why is this young man risking his life when he couldn't even come close to defeating you?" Seo tilted her head, putting her fan to her face. "Do you really think so?" she asked. "Because that ordinary student, Kim Ju Hayek, is capable of incredible things." "Isn't he the one who won first place in the interscholastic competition by a wide margin?" she asked. She looked at the screen with a piercing gaze. "He will not give in to her so easily. After all, my goal does not depend on his victory." On the screen, Yang Lan launched another attack. "And now, we return to the battle, no longer through the screen." Her claws extended as she rushed toward him. Yang Lan swung them at Hayek, but he ducked underneath. Then, a knee flew straight into his face. A direct hit, Yang Lan began to smile, mischievously, thinking she had finally caught him. But in the next moment, fear gripped her as she leaped away. "My knee!" she screamed in agony. Hayek just squatted there, a calm smile on his face as he looked up at her. She smiled maliciously, shouting that his head was made of rock. Hayek simply replied that she would know best. Rubbing her knee, she winced as Hayek explained her own attack came so suddenly. He had no choice but to slam his own power against it. How could his forehead be harder than her fragile knuckles? Yonglan was seething, glaring at him as he effortlessly blocked her every move. She couldn't find a single opening and began to stare, wondering how he was physically stronger than her. Was he trying to humiliate her? Hayek stood casually, before her, hands in his pockets. She demanded to know why he wasn't using his magic. Hayek simply asked if she didn't prefer this kind of fight. Yonglan had enough. "Stop it," she declared, a crimson aura bursting to life around her body. "Now, I'm fighting for real." A smirk crept across Hayek's face as he watched. So, she was finally unleashing her magic. He couldn't help but tease her, saying she was cute when she was angry. But in the next instant, his entire body erupted in a brilliant blue aura. His eyes glowed with an azure light as he declared, "It's time to shatter that pride of yours." Yonglan felt the immense pressure of his aura, and her eyes widened in shock. But then, a smile spread across her face. She would break through his power head-on, no more tricks. She would end this in a single devastating blow. With a furious roar, she shot towards Hayek like a thunderbolt, mana condensing violently in her fist, ready to strike, closing the distance in a flash. She aimed a punch straight for his face, a torrent of fire erupting from her knuckles. Her fist stopped just a centimeter from its target. A triumphant smile appeared on her face. She thought she'd finally landed a hit. But she was wrong. Hayek had simply tilted his head back, dodging the full force of the attack. Yonglan's confidence shattered. Still leaning back, Hayek thanked her for the warm-up. But now, the games were over. He drew back his fist, then slammed it into her stomach with overwhelming force, the impact echoing like a thunderclap. Behind her, Yonglan's eyes went white from the sheer agony of the blow. "You monster!" she gasped. Hayek just stood there, watching her crumple to the ground. Seol was completely horrified, her eyes wide with disbelief, while the guard's jaw hung open, in shock. Hayek grabbed the defeated Yonglan by the scruff of her neck and dragged her directly to Seol, announcing that he'd won the duel. She was unconscious, battered and bruised. Hayek stated that, as requested, he had taken her outside. Seol. And the guard could only stare in amazement as he held her limp form. Seol, clutching her fan, was still in a state of disbelief. She couldn't believe he had actually done it. She looked at Hayek and asked if he was hurt. "I'm fine," he replied, "but I'm not so sure about her." Seol, still studying him, asked curiously if it was a difficult fight. Hayek casually tossed Yonglan to the floor. "She wasn't the weakest I've faced," he admitted. "But honestly, I was disappointed." The impact woke Yonglan, and she rubbed her aching head. But then she saw Seol, and pure rage ignited in her eyes as she screamed her name. Seol looked down at her coldly. "How do you like the fresh air?" she taunted, closing her eyes. "As I recall, we had a deal." Turning her gaze to Hayek, she asked why he was so interested in the Valhalla Palace. "I am," Hayek confirmed. Seol smiled. "Then you may enter now. Is this arrangement to your satisfaction?" Hayek's face lit up. "Perfect," he said. "I'll head there right now." Yonglan glared daggers as the two of them walked away. Then, without a word, she turned her back, causing the guards to worry. They asked if she was injured and offered to provide medical attention. Yonglan just stared after Seol and Hayek, then asked the guard, "What was his name, the man who defeated me?" "His name is Kim Hayek," the guard replied. She repeated his name softly, a strange, joyful smile spreading across her face. "He's definitely one of the strongest people alive in this world," she declared. She looked in his direction with eyes full of adoration, thinking to herself that she would absolutely fight him again. At that moment, a hell demon sat with its arms crossed, muttering, "The strongest." A short while later, Hayek stood inside the legendary maze, looking around. "So this is it," he mused. All around him were suits of armor, and before him, a glowing door. This was the grand palace of Valhalla. He immediately recalled Seol's words. She had told him the Valhalla Palace was a vast labyrinth at the very base of the castle's foundation. Pointing her fan towards the armor, she had explained that he wouldn't run into living armor, so exploring the maze should be a simple task. Hayek then stood before Seol and asked how much time he would have. She had replied, "About 5 o'clock. If that's not enough, you can always come back tomorrow." Hayek, now walking through the maze, began to stretch his shoulders. 5 whole hours, he said to himself. He glanced ahead and saw it, a massive horde of living armor. So, he muttered. I have to avoid running into them, huh? One of the living armors immediately charged, swinging its massive sword. But Hayek simply grabbed a nearby metal pipe and swung back. He effortlessly smashed the armor to pieces, watching as it crumbled into nothing. Model. His overwhelming blows. Hayek closed his eyes and lowered his weapon. A calm sigh escaped his lips. It seemed he had defeated everyone. He stood upon a mountain of broken armor. Now, the real task began the exploration. He couldn't make sense of this maze. He'd already searched more than 20 identical rooms, and his frustration was growing. His mind raced back to the mission, find the secret room in Alfredi Johnny's office. Hayek scanned his surroundings again. The rooms were all the same, all completely empty. Suddenly, Barch's voice echoed in his mind. Look to your right. Hayek turned his head to see a grand double door. This had to be it. Taking a deep breath, he pushed it open and saw a portrait of a bearded man hanging directly over a large desk. Hayek felt a surge of confidence. He was on the right track. Approaching the desk, he wondered if this office truly belonged to Alri, or if perhaps it had a different owner entirely. Hayek looked down, but Barch confirmed his theory. You were not mistaken. The owner is the same. He pointed to a signature on the painting. It was in an unknown language, but Barch deciphered it instantly. He announced the painting was signed with the name Alfredi Johnny. As the spectral being hovered with his arms crossed, Hayek asked how he was able to read it. Barch replied that it was difficult to explain. He compared it to a script transmitted directly into his mind. Barch suggested that it might be a piece of his own lost memories. Hayek placed his hand on the table, his gaze sweeping the room. I need to search this place. I have to find the secret room. He raised his fist, realizing it would take far too long to inspect every little thing. He decided on a much simpler method. With a grin, he unleashed his full power, smashing his fist straight into the desk. The table exploded into 1,000 pieces. And there, revealed beneath the wreckage, Hayek saw it. A secret trapdoor. It was hidden under the desk the whole time. Is this what we need? Barch guessed this was most likely it. Hayek began to open the heavy door, revealing a path down into a basement. He descended, closing the hatch behind him. He was plunged into absolute darkness. I can't see a thing, he muttered. This must be the road to hell. Just then, a quest message appeared. It reminded him to find the secret room. But then the text suddenly shifted. The quest condition was met. Hayek was baffled. As his eyes adjusted, he saw a girl sitting at a table, illuminated by 2 lone candles. Hayek stared at her. What is this dreary place and who are you? The girl, with vibrant red hair and a large hat, simply smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said. I can answer all of your questions, so please. Sit down, don't be shy. Hayek took a seat directly across from her, his face an unreadable mask. The girl continued to smile. Allow me to introduce myself, she began. You may call me a guide. A guide. Hayek's eyes narrowed with suspicion. That is my role, for now. A hint of sadness touched her voice. My real name, she confessed, was taken from me. Hayek's blood ran cold. He remembered the dark figure's chilling words. That name is now mine. He stared at her. Your name was also taken. It's true, she confirmed. Hayek admitted he never thought it was truly possible to have one's name stolen. He didn't understand what it meant. How can you even take a name? Is it some kind of object? The girl closed her eyes. Names hold incredible power. She began to speak, painting a picture of a soul walking through a golden space. A creature's life, she explained, is built upon the very foundation of the name it is given. Talents, hobbies, achievements. All of these are the merit of the name. Whether a person becomes good or evil is... The name helps decide their fate. A name, when combined with great destiny, can grant a person unbelievable strength. The girl said that the shadowy figure steals such powerful names, and when he takes the name, he also takes away the power they contain. Hayek leaned forward, placing his hand on the table. What happens to a person when their name is stolen? The girl looked him dead in the eyes. I am sure you are already familiar with such people. She paused, letting her words sink in. Such people become constellations. Hayek was utterly stunned by her words. The nameless? They become constellations. Placing her hands together with a sad smile, she replied, That is correct. She stared at him intently. However, she added, perhaps you are the exception, due to your reincarnation. Hayek froze. How could she know everything? Just like Barch. A wicked smile played on her lips. Do you still doubt me? After all, it was I who allowed you to be reborn. I even sent you those precious notification windows myself. Then she laughed softly. Just kidding. The notification confirmed his worst fears. He glanced over, asking if she saw it too, before leaning back in his chair.
And cutting straight to the point, "What kind of monster?" he growled, dared to tarnish his name.
The guide gestured to the dark figure, revealing him as the master of the labyrinth. His goal to drag the Tower of Destruction into his domain and feast on the power of high-level names. The master of the labyrinth? Hayek questioned, his hand gripping the chair. The girl confirmed he was one of the few whose actions truly deserved that title. Hayek's gaze sharpened. How can a mere labyrinth master move the entire Tower of Destruction? He should only rule the labyrinth. As he questioned her, a horrifying realization dawned on his face. The girl simply closed her eyes. I thought you would have figured it out sooner. Behind Hayek, an image of Earth materialized.
"The world you call Earth," she declared, "is the labyrinth?" A tremor of unease shot through Hayek.
And you expect me to believe that, he scoffed. She offered a faint smile. I'm not forcing you to.
But this is not a truth I would lie about. Hayek leaned forward. So this master moved the tower here?
To his labyrinth, to feed on the named. Her eyes seemed to glow. Precisely. A crisis of destruction is the perfect breeding ground for karma. Whether by defeating monsters, saving a village, or exploiting the chaos for personal gain. A storm of rage began brewing inside Hayek as he listened. She continued, not everyone becomes a constellation when their name is stolen. Karma is the only true measure. It is the only thing that can elevate a mortal's existence. Hayek's thoughts raced. Could his students also become constellations? They had accumulated more than enough karma, he was sure of it. Leaning back, he absorbed the staggering truth.
Does this mean this labyrinth master is omnipotent? The guide raised a single finger. Not quite.
In fact, your very rebirth was an unforeseen variable in his grand design.
Which means you might be the only one with a chance to beat him at his own game. Hayek's mind spun.
He slammed his hands on the table. He not only knew about my return, but he also arranged this meeting. Through system windows, as a warning, how can I possibly outplay a creature like that? You've misunderstood, the guide replied, shaking her head. The one who turned back time for you, the one who brought us together, was not the master of the labyrinth. The revelation struck Hayek like a thunderbolt. Then who was it? He demanded. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. That, I don't know. But since you were reborn because of them, you must share some connection? Hayek stared, his mind racing. As he pondered, a brilliant light began to form in the guide's hands. In any case, an opportunity like this cannot be wasted. From the light, a ring materialized between her fingers. She offered it to him. Take this. What is this? He asked. She smiled enigmatically. Our time is short. This ring will play a critical role in our retribution.
Holding the ring, Hayek pressed, "Time is short. You can't tell me more now." Her expression grew serious.
Even after sharing all this, I am still being hunted by the master. Hayek examined the ring as she spoke. Don't worry, she said. The reason we lack time now is because we've fulfilled the condition for our first meeting. From now on, we can see each other more often. She brought her fingers together, poised to snap. We'll meet again in a couple of days. And whatever you do not lose this ring. With a sharp snap, a crimson aura exploded around them. Hayek could only stare as the world dissolved. In an instant, he was back in the cave. How abrupt, he muttered. His gaze hardened. The main culprit? Who moved the tower? Who stole his name? And who shattered his comfortable life? Was the master of the labyrinth. A surge of fury coursed through him. His jaw clenched, a vein pulsing on his temple. He started walking, his eyes fixed on the ring in his hand. He didn't know its power, but it was a key to getting stronger. His thoughts turned to his remaining assets, the 2 floating storage stones. It was time to absorb every last drop of their magical power. He would use the final nutrient stones. As he headed for the cave's exit, one thought consumed him. Even though he hadn't fully recovered, these stones would be enough to restore him to his former glory. The scene shifts to a remote island in the North Pacific, where the ocean glittered under a clear sky. A man in an expensive suit sat on a sofa, his eyes glued to a tablet displaying the latest news. The entire Samsul model, his entire group, crushed by a single high school student named Kim Joo-hyuk. The man's hands began to tremble, not with fear, but with pure rage. With a snarl, he shattered the tablet screen into 1,000 pieces and hurled it to the floor. This was the leader of the Il Shinjo group, also known as the Dragon King, Hannibal. A terrifying grin spread across his face, born from absolute fury. He'd been watching Kim Joo-hyuk closely after hearing about the Constellations. But to find out he was the one who defeated Choi Jingikis, a hunter who had already secured a pre-contract with a constellation. His vision turned red, his eyes burning with an uncontrollable rage. He couldn't believe it. When that whelp from the Ventric family ordered the hit on the boy, he had sent 3 of his best assassins, just to ensure there were no mistakes. He took a breath, forcing himself down, and slumped onto the sofa. Clutching his head, he felt utterly humiliated. An entire squad of elite hitmen couldn't handle one high schooler. "You seem troubled." A calm voice suddenly cut through the silence. Hannibal's eyes snapped up, his gaze filled with killing intent. But the intruder was Jorg, leader of the enigmatic Privileged, a man shrouded in a coat and hat. "You should learn to knock," Hannibal growled. Jorg simply smiled. "If I had waited, your fury might have burned this entire building to the ground." Hannibal leaned forward menacingly. Jorg asked, "Is this all because of Kim Joo-hyuk?" When Hannibal confirmed it, Jorg began to laugh. He relaxed into the sofa. "So, not only did the boy make us lose a valuable chess piece in our little game," before he could finish, Hannibal interrupted. "What are you talking about? It was Derer who brought me that job." "Indeed," Jorg said, crossing his legs coolly. "He didn't report it to the organization. It was a personal request. A request he failed spectacularly by spilling everything to that same high school student." Jorg met Hannibal's glare. "Derer was an informant for the Ventric family. I wanted to drop the matter. But a potential information leak had to be contained. So, Derer was sent to the prison tower." Jorg's words reminded Hannibal of how he'd introduced his crew to Samsel, then asked if Jorg could get rid of the 3 loose ends, the ones who were tied up. Jorg had simply replied, "If it's your order, consider it done." Hannibal stroked his chin, his mind returning to the true problem. "Kim Joo-hyuk?" Jorg's tone became serious. "I'm warning you, do not go near him right now." Hannibal demanded to know why. "Because," Jorg explained, "he's become the target of the first cult. Those same hooded demons?" A chill ran down Hannibal's spine. What did that boy do to attract lunatics like them? Jorg's expression was grim. "It's true," he said. "We may not call ourselves decent, but even we have a code." "The cult has no such principles. No one knows what truly drives them." Jorg then revealed a chilling fact. They were the ones who wiped out Logan's entire squad. Hannibal leaned forward. "I heard the rumors." He let out a dark chuckle. "What a relief. This mess is no longer our problem." Jorg agreed. "If we were to interfere now, we would undoubtedly become their next target." Hannibal's face hardened. "In that case, we can only wait." A manic, furious laugh escaped his lips. The scene shifts to Kim Joo-hyuk, standing calmly amidst a circle of mysterious figures, all clad in dark, concealing hoods. Joo-hyuk scanned their ranks, his eyes landing on their apparent leader. "And who are you all supposed to be?" His voice was steady. "You do realize this is a Valhalla dormitory, right? Are you fearless or just plain stupid?" The hooded leader simply stared back, an unnerving silence hanging in the air. Suddenly, we're pulled into a flashback, to a time when this same man stood unhooded before the matriarch of the Ventric family. Adelia. "I am ready for the mission," he declared. She eyed him with a cold smile. "You could have been prepared sooner." He bowed his head low in response. "My apologies," he murmured, eyes closed. "But since the target is Kim Joo-hyuk, our preparations had to be flawless." Adelia watched him. "And the contractors? The ones who can create a subspace?" He replied that they had been found. "We have gathered several who can generate such a distortion. Every member was handpicked by the Ventric family. There is zero chance of this leaking to the press." After hearing his report, Adelia seemed satisfied. "Excellent." But her expression instantly turned to ice as her eyes narrowed. "And what of the other matter I tasked you with?" His gaze fell to the floor. "It has been handled." An image of shimmering crystals flashed through his mind. "We've prepared the special storage stone for Sanctu," he explained. "It contains a bottomless well of magic." Adelia closed her eyes. "Good," she stated simply, before opening them again, her gaze sharp. "Then it is your turn," she said, addressing the man by his name, Deacon, model. He was to stay in the contact group and lead the elimination team after conquering the subspace. He acknowledged the orders with a solemn nod. His gaze then shifted, locking onto Adelia as they walked. "You were preparing to give birth to a new constellation, weren't you?" Adelia declared, her gaze unwavering. Deacon's face tightened with anger. "Did you truly think that was necessary?" he demanded. She crossed her legs with a sultry look, asking what the big deal was. But her mood soured instantly as a brilliant golden aura erupted. From her body, she demanded to know if he thought she was afraid of a mere high school student. Startled, Deacon insisted that wasn't it at all. Calming herself with a sigh, she explained it was just a precaution, telling him not to worry. Deacon agreed, but then her eyes gleamed as she stared into the distance. A constellation, long silent, had finally responded. A system window materialized behind Deacon, notifying him that the beaked mask was requesting more information. Adelia confessed this made her uneasy, but then a smile graced her lips. If they could summon that constellation, she would seize the chance to ask it a few questions herself. The scene shifts, back to Deacon's forces, who now have Hayek completely surrounded. He stood there, wondering why such a dormant power would suddenly speak up. Shaking off his doubts, he roared for the contact group to prepare for a spatial distortion. Most of the hooded
Figures dropped to a knee, placing their hands on the earth to channel their distortion magic.
A shimmering yellow dome formed around Hayek. He turned, calmly asking what this subspace was. Deacon just stared at him as Hayek remarked that anyone watching would laugh at their pathetic display. He taunted them, asking just how long.
They had been brewing this little plan. Deacon remained silent. Hayek grinned, pressing on, wanting to know whose brilliant idea this was.
He guessed it must have been the head of the Ventric family. The name sent a jolt of fear through Deacon, but Hayek just stood there, asking how he figured it out. With his hands shoved in his pockets, Hayek replied, "Isn't it obvious as..." He shrugged off his backpack. He laid out the facts. Among their enemies, 2 used black magic, and only 1 did not. Tossing his bag aside, he mocked them openly. If it's not Ventric, who could it be? The Pope? Defeated, Deacon pulled off his hood, telling the others there was no point in hiding anymore. He'd figured it all out. With cold resolve, he ordered the elimination team to be called in. A bandit behind him confirmed the order. Would be executed. One by one, they all removed their hoods, revealing the elimination squad, weapons already drawn, and ready for battle. Each of them flared with a yellow aura, some with crackling fists, others with long spears. Hayek was encircled, with armed men before him, and 3 more martial artists behind him. Slowly, Hayek pulled his hands from his pockets. "Aren't you ashamed?" he asked, "calling this whole mob just to handle 1 high school student?" A smirk played on his lips. Deacon raised, his sword, his face grim. "It doesn't matter," he declared. "We are merely following the orders of our leader." Closing his eyes, Hayek stretched his shoulders. "Is that so?" he mused. "Then I suppose she's the one with no shame or conscience." Deacon roared to the squad. "Get rid of him!" The bandits surged forward at once, a wave of steel aimed at the lone student. Hayek met the assault, driving a fist into one man's gut before spinning. To prepare his next move, he slammed his back into the others with explosive force, erupting in a blast of purple flame. The mob of bandits was sent flying in every direction, crying out in pain. Suddenly, Deacon lunged, swinging his sword. Hayek dodged effortlessly, calling the attack pathetic. At the same time, he drew his own weapon, asking if Deacon had ever been taught how to properly wield a saber. 2 more bandits leaped at Hayek from above, their spear and sword clashing with a shower of sparks. But Hayek simply danced away from their strikes, his leg lashing out in a vicious kick to their faces. Planting his foot on one bandit's chest, he told them to follow the proper technique, because he wasn't even out of breath yet. Enraged, Deacon's sinister purple aura flared to life as he prepared to strike again. He leaped forward, aiming his saber straight for the back of Hayek's head. But Hayek sensed it, sidestepping as the blade whistled past. Deacon was horrified, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes wide. What kind of monster was he fighting? He decided if a direct hit wouldn't work, he'd use a sword slash. But Hayek dodged again, simply ducking beneath it. Picking up his weapon, he sighed that they were starting to bore him. He leveled it at Deacon, making him flinch, before striking the back of the weapon with all his might. A wicked smile spread across his face, his eyes devoid of emotion. It was a blow so powerful it left an afterimage, as if it had pierced straight through Deacon's body. The world went blank as his eyes glazed over, filled with absolute terror. All that preparation, and it still wasn't enough. He swore to himself that next time he would be more thorough. Deacon fell backward, blood spilling from his lips as he mentally apologized to his leader. Hayek stood over him, weapon in hand, as Deacon collapsed. But behind him, a new figure appeared, staring directly at Hayek. With a grin, Hayek said, so she had decided to crawl out of the woodwork after all. The head of the Ventric family stood in the heart of the crowd. Adelia? Her cold gaze fell upon Deacon, a silent, heavy judgment. Her thoughts were swirling, not just about Deacon. The elimination team was on another level, far stronger than any seasoned contractor. She knew something. Unthinkable had occurred in this place. Adelia decided this farce was over. She summoned a dagger that began to glow, with a brilliant golden light. Gripping it tight, she declared, "You should feel honored. Not many get to witness the sacred relic of my family before they perish." Hayek just smirked, replying, "Proud of that. Steak knife. Are we? Do you even grasp the meaning of pride?" Enraged, Adelia lunged, dagger first, screaming, "You are nothing." But just then, a storage crystal near Deacon started to vibrate. In an instant, it transformed, turning a brilliant gold. It shone so intensely it radiated its own light. All across the battlefield, everyone holding a similar stone watched in utter shock as theirs changed in a second. Adelia whirled around, demanding answers about the storage stones. And that's when her own sword began to pulse with that same golden luminescence. Fear crept into her eyes as she prayed. "No, it can't be." Her blade erupted in a blinding flash. Then a single glowing notification appeared before them all. "Teacher, every single person holding a golden stone was frozen solid, unable to move a muscle, not even the hulking brutes with their massive axes, or Adelia herself." Hayek watched, one eyebrow raised in mild curiosity. The entire army was paralyzed, all except for him. Adelia struggled against the invisible force, her mind racing. She realized with horror that this was the involuntary activation of Sanctuary. She desperately scanned her squad members. While her own mind was still free, she could tell that, unlike her, every last member of the elimination group was frozen, mind and body. Adelia's terrified gaze snapped back to Hayek. Why? Why was he completely unaffected? Hayek casually walked over, reaching out to touch her sacred dagger. The moment his finger made contact, a notification shimmered into existence right before his eyes. It simply read, "Teacher." Hayek frowned, wondering who it could be. Suddenly, particles of light began to coalesce out of thin air. A figure took shape. A small girl, dressed in a sharp suit and a face mask. As she lowered it, her expression was anxious. It was the blonde girl who called Hayek teacher. Hayek's eyes widened in disbelief. But as recognition dawned, a rare, genuine smile spread across his face. She was overjoyed to see him. And with that, we're pulled into her past, where a much younger girl, chained and feral, bared her teeth at the world. Hayek, then known as Kim Hayano, looked down at her.
"Well, look at you," he said with a wry tone. She glared back with pure venom. "Those eyes," Hayek noted. "They look like they hate the entire world."
"Don't pretend you know anything about me," she snarled. "What could you possibly understand about me?" Hayek's gaze was steady. "I may not know everything, but I do know one thing. I was a prisoner once, too." Her eyes widened in shock. "What are you talking about?" And so, Hayek began his story. How, in his youth, he was too weak to fight back and was abducted by human traffickers. And just like her, he lived the life of a slave, bound by shackles and restraints. She listened, captivated. And then he asked, "Don't you want to be free?" Her face hardened. "Didn't you just say you were a prisoner?" "I was." Hayek agreed. Her composure shattered. She clawed at the chain around her neck, screaming in frustration. "Then why ask such a cruel question? This thing, it won't even let me dream of freedom." Then, her rage spent, she slumped. "Just get out of my sight," she whispered. "I don't know how you got in here, but the trafficker will be back soon." Hayek simply smiled, closing his eyes. "The paradoxical thing about these limiters, neat, is that they can only be removed in two ways. One, upon the death of the owner, or two, by the owner's own will. However, the first method isn't foolproof, and it seems you were unlucky." She listened, hanging on his every word. Hayek casually scratched his ear. "That scoundrel is already dead." Her hope crumbled. "Then I'll never be able to find my freedom." Hayek's smile returned. "And what if I told you that you can, in a flash?" He gripped the collar. A vibrant blue aura flared around his hand. "I'm imitating the magic components," he explained with a grin. "By reconstructing the limiter's signature, I can dissolve it from the inside out." A spark of hope ignited in her eyes. "This kind of precise control isn't my specialty," he continued. "But breaking a single limiter, that's no problem at all." He met her gaze, his own filled with chilling determination. "I hope that one day, I'll be able to gut every last human trafficker on this earth." Cracks spiderwebbed across the collar's surface. With a final snap, it crumbled to dust. She stared down at her hands. In utter disbelief, tears welled in her eyes. Her trembling hand reached for the broken chain, for the thing that had finally broken. The thing that had tormented her for so long. Hayek stood up. "Now, the rest is up to you." She looked up at him, her expression blank. He stood before her, a towering presence. "So, what will you do now that you have found this freedom you've always wanted?" Hayek watched her, waiting, Her voice was barely a whisper. I don't know. She was utterly alone, her life and family stolen by a human trafficker. Seeing her despair, Hayek made an offer. He was about to embark on a journey of vengeance, and he declared that he would eliminate anyone who believed themselves superior to others. The fate he had planned for that scoundrel would be 1,000 times worse for the rest. He asked if she would join him on this path, clutching her throat. Her eyes filled with a desperate hope, then fell, as if lost in doubt. But in that moment, her resolve hardened. She would go with him. A smile touched Hayek's lips as he offered his hand. From now on, he told her, you will call me teacher. As confusion clouded her face, Hayek clarified. He expected a true connection, not empty formalities. She nodded, declaring that she understood completely. As he began to walk away, calling for her to follow, she raised her hand, her eyes wide with newfound courage. She called out his name. He turned back to face her. She had to know who she was following. Hayek introduced himself by his name from a past life, Kim Hayon. A bittersweet smile bloomed on her face, tears welling in her eyes. She whispered his name, and then finally spoke her own. And now, the scene shifts. That very same girl stands before Hayek once more. He looks at her with a knowing smile, the memories flooding back. He knew her destiny all along. He knew she was fated to become a mighty constellation. He felt he knew her better than the Ventric girl. Yet for some reason, he couldn't recall her actual name, only her nickname. In that instant, the guide's cryptic words finally made sense. Closing his eyes, he accepted there was nothing to be done. He had only ever called her by her moniker. As she smiled at him, Hayek finally broke the silence. It's been a long time. Adelia looked on, utterly stunned that he would speak so casually, to a living constellation. The girl he called Birdie turned to Hayek, asking what she should do next. Before their reunion could properly begin, she glided forward, effortlessly plucking the dagger from Adelia's horrified hands. Adelia's mind reeled. A constellation had just touched the sacred relic. Birdie lifted the blade, and with a flick of her wrist, Adelia's body convulsed before falling limp, her eyes completely vacant. All around them, bodies lay scattered on the ground. Still holding the dagger, Birdie tilted her head at Hayek. What shall I do with this one? Should I end her? Hayek simply scratched his chin. I have a much better idea. The very next day, at Valhalla, Leon was in a state of absolute shock. His eyes were so wide they looked ready to pop from his skull. On his laptop, a single headline blazed, Ventric announces sponsorship. Legan was aghast, thinking Hayek must have finally lost his mind. Then he saw the details of the sponsorship to their academy. In the sponsor column, the Ventric family. In the amount column, a staggering 5 billion won. And in the details, personal sponsorship for student Kim Hayon. Legan was speechless at what he was seeing.
He buried his head in his hands, completely dumbfounded. 5 billion won, spent just to personally sponsor Kim. Lee approached him with coffee. I figured you'd have seen it by now. He walked over and started to calmly sip his drink.
It's certainly strange, he remarked. A 5 billion won donation, appearing right at this moment. Legan asked if it was because of Raquel. Didn't they just send 3 assassins to kill Kim last week? He questioned. Lee considered it. Are they trying to cover it up with money? How foolish.
Lee looked off into the distance. When Kim was attacked by Desire, they didn't send a sponsorship to shut him up.
This is obviously a move to preserve the Ventric family's image, he said. But the family had already disowned Raquel, Lee finished, looking to the side. If they hadn't, there would have been a massive public outcry. They could have forced Raquel out, but did nothing. As Legan absorbed this, Lee wondered about the real motive. Why would the Ventric family sponsor Kim's side now? Legan then pointed out the biggest uncertainty. What's more, we don't even know if Kim will even accept their sponsorship. Legan was certain he would refuse. Lee took another sip. I guess we'll find out the answer. When you ask him in person? Legan knew he was right. The scene shifts to the meeting room. Kim looked ahead with a brilliant smile. I would be happy to see him. Legan was completely taken aback by his response. Seeing his surprise, Kim held up a hand. What I mean is, there's no reason to turn down free money. Especially 5 billion won. Legan had to admit he had a point. Kim sat down. Now that I've accepted the sponsorship. But about the entire sponsorship deal. Liang raised a hand, stopping Kim. Wait a moment, he said, his eyes fixed ahead. It's not just you who secured the sponsorship. The academy has as well. Liang explained that by the academy's rules, he can move into a premium class dormitory. Legan asked what he thought of the offer. Kim just smiled and replied,
I'm perfectly fine where I am now. Perhaps I'll take you up on that generous opportunity a little later.
He stood and left, leaving Leon to sit on the sofa in absolute silence. Leon stared blankly, unable to process what had just happened. What was this nonsense? He had personally rejected Adelia when she came to him, but now he suddenly decided to accept. He looked toward the door, a realization dawning. Since their academy had nothing to lose, they would simply ignore his wishes entirely. The scene shifts, showing him striding down the hall, hands buried in his pockets. He opened his eyes. Recalling the tense situation, the girl had asked, "How shall I deal with these fools? Should I simply erase them?" Kim had merely glanced ahead. "They're not worth the effort of killing. I have a better idea." Adelia was now on her knees, shaking like a leaf. Kim leaned down, his voice a low whisper. "Adelia!" She responded in a heartbeat. He gestured behind him, saying his companion wouldn't bat an eye if he did something to her. "So tell me," he purred, "what should I do with you?" She replied that the Ventric family was created for the sole purpose of serving her. They could do whatever they wished with her. "I see," Kim said. Adelia looked away and offered a desperate apology to the Constellation. She mentioned the family motto, "All for one, passed down from generation to generation." The Constellation's aura turned menacing. "That phrase," she hissed, "was meant for my teacher. How could you be so foolish not to understand?" The powerful being wondered aloud as the Constellation donned a mask. Adelia stammered. "Then, this student, Kim, he's truly the teacher." "Precisely," the Constellation confirmed. "His appearance may have changed, but I would always recognize my master's magical power." Kim watched the trembling Adelia with a slight smirk. "Stop asking questions about me. Shouldn't you be more concerned about yourself?" he asked, his gaze full of confidence. "To be honest, when I think about how much these fools have irritated me, I feel like trying something different." A dark thought crossed Kim's mind. He realized that merely killing them wasn't nearly enough. "They possess power and influence," he mused. "To live a comfortable life, I must make them entirely mine, but controlling them will be difficult." He looked down at Adelia again. "Tell me, do you manage your family well?" She looked up, her voice steady. "Though my official title is only Vice Patriarch, it has been 4 years since I effectively took control as the family head. In those 4 years, I have restored our family's strength, making us one of the most powerful houses." "Well done," Kim said dismissively. "Then continue managing them." Adelia was floored by this command. She couldn't fathom what he truly wanted from her. Kim's lips curved into a chilling smile. "You will support me, and don't ask why." He pointed a single, threatening finger at the Constellation. "If anything goes wrong, you know exactly what will happen to you." The masked Constellation bowed her head. "If the teacher places his trust in me, I will personally guarantee such a thing never happens." Kim nodded. "Excellent." After that, the Constellation's form began to break apart into glowing particles. Kim stood as she spoke. "It is time for me to leave." Kim watched her fade. "Where are you going?" Her form began to shine brightly. "To manifest in this space," she explained, "consumes a colossal amount of magical power, which I am running out of." Kim raised an eyebrow. "Seriously?" The Constellation affirmed it. "One would need dozens of stones filled with mana to remain here." Kim nodded. "So that's why they had so many magic stones." He watched her disintegrating form as she continued. "With my magic power vanishing and my abilities exhausted, it is imperative that I rest." Kim looked on, intrigued. "Even a Constellation like you has such crippling limitations." The Constellation removed her mask, her expression softening. "This is quite normal," she said with a kind smile. "Being able to witness my master's reincarnation is more than enough." "For me," Kim smiled back. "What are you talking about?" "Go and rest." Just as she was about to vanish, the Constellation put her mask back on. "I almost forgot to tell you," her voice echoed. "It seems that besides me, another of your disciples has also become a Constellation. You will meet him soon." With that final cryptic warning, she disappeared completely, leaving behind a shimmering trail of light. Kim and Adelia watched it fade into nothing. The scene changes to him walking down a corridor, lost in thought over the Constellation's words. So, another one of his students had ascended to become a Constellation. Kim admitted he'd half expected it, but he still couldn't grasp how it all happened. A powerful being had promised he would meet them soon. He could only wonder how that reunion would unfold. Looking back, he realized he'd already met 2 of them, Creon Borsch and one of his former pupils. He strolled onward, hands casually tucked in his pockets. His meeting with Borsch was destined, thanks to the system window. But stumbling upon his student, that was pure chance. And as he walked, a new thought struck him. There were countless Constellations in the world now. It was impossible and pointless to meet every single one. He glanced to his side, noticing Borsch had been oddly quiet ever since they met the guide. "Kim?" Borsch finally said. Kim questioned his long silence. "I was sorting through my thoughts," Borsch replied. That's why he hadn't spoken. He then revealed that his consciousness had been completely severed. The moment he entered that secret room, Kim pressed on. "Severed? You mean completely knocked out?" Borsch put a hand to his chin, confirming it. He sensed the mysterious man had vanished from the room. The very instant Borsch himself entered, and for a fleeting moment, his memories returned to him. Kim was stunned by this revelation. "You remember how weak you were back then?" he asked. Borsch explained that he had just grasped the true concept of a name, something he should have known all along. And the mazes. Lord was the one who bestowed upon him the name Borsch, the very same person who appeared when rocks were about to crush Kim. Later, we see Kim enter his office. He sinks into his chair, lost in a labyrinth of thought. He pieced it together. The one who stole his real name and gave it to Borsch was the Lord of the Maze. Borsch confirmed it. He was the one who granted him both name and power in a single moment. The power to become master of the Tower of Destruction. Kim looked away, wondering aloud if such power could corrupt a person's soul. Borsch answered with a simple yes. He explained that when he previously owned the tower, the influence he received wasn't enough to make him overwhelmingly violent. But now, it was drawing him closer to his original nature. Kim asked how the Lord could give and take power so easily. Borsch admitted he didn't know, but an idea sparked in Kim's mind. A terrifying suggestion. If this entire world is a maze, he theorized, then its master can grant and revoke names at will. Borsch demanded to know more. He folded his arms, asking Kim what he meant by saying this world was a complete maze. And why wouldn't Borsch himself know something so fundamental? The scene then shifts to evening at the Valhalla Academy. Kim walked to class, hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on the floor. Borsch asked if his theory was true. "It's the blatant truth," Kim confirmed. "As sad as it is, it's real." He looked ahead, remembering the guide's words. That an opportunity for a counterattack would present itself. Their only choice was to hold their ground and wait. The next day, we are transported to a candlelit room where a girl in a sharp hat and suit sits waiting. Her crimson eyes gleam. 2 candles flickered on the table. Kim strode forward, demanding to know what was going on. He stood before a silent girl holding a tray. She pointed a finger. "And what is that shiny, silver thing?" A vein pulsed on Kim's forehead. "It's a food tray," he snapped, repeating himself. "I know we were set to meet in 2 days, but does that give you the right to interrupt my lunch?" The girl simply watched Kim sit down. Her expression softened. "My apologies. I wasn't paying attention." "Just forget it," Kim grumbled. She held her hands near her face. "Do you have the ring?" Kim produced it. "Of course I do." He looked at her, peering through the ring's center. "Good," she said with a knowing smile. "It's time to use it." Kim held the ring in his palm, noting it didn't affect his stats at all. "How is this supposed to help us against him?" The girl's smile widened. "It's quite simple, really. Put it on, and enter the maze." Kim stared at her, the ring feeling heavy in his hand. "Just enter the maze. Is that all?" He clutched it tighter. "There are no natural mazes left. The only ones that exist are controlled by them." "Am I wrong?" he demanded. The girl nodded. "You are absolutely correct. There are no natural mazes right now." She held her hands together with a playful glint in her eyes. "However, the Maze Lord will soon create new ones, and that will trigger what is known as a dungeon break. A disaster." Kim's mind reeled at the words. Dungeon break. His thoughts flashed back to the monsters of the past. He realized with chilling certainty, the moment the mazes appear, the monsters will follow, would erupt, unleashing chaos upon the surrounding land. He stared ahead, recalling his past life, a time when there were no safe havens, when the entire world had become a hunting ground for monsters. But after his reincarnation, a fragile peace had settled, making life deceptively pleasant. He focused on the girl. Where and when will it appear, and how big will it be? She simply smiled. A catastrophe was on the horizon, set to occur in just 3 months. While she was still gauging its scale, she knew one thing for certain. The disaster would manifest in the country of Korea. Kim pointed out that if they knew the exact location, they could prevent it, especially since he lived there. A faint smile touched his lips as he raised his hand. But her knowledge was limited only to the country. She explained that some information was deliberately hidden from the Maze Lord himself. Kim understood. The girl then posed a question. If their planet was a grand maze, then what were the smaller mazes that appeared inside of it? She answered her own question. They were all born from the will of the Maze Lord. Kim looked at her, asking if he was meant to just conquer these things and take names again. She confirmed it was exactly that. The time had finally come. The Maze Lord was preparing humanity for the coming of the Tower of Destruction. The realization struck Kim. His mission was clear. He had to wear the ring and annihilate the maze destined to appear in Korea. The girl affirmed his conclusion. As Kim held the ring, she asked him a curious question. How did he destroy
The mazes in the past, Kim paused, recalling his old methods. Dealing with the boss was always a hassle.
So he would just ignore them completely, focusing instead on destroying the maze core hidden within. Once he shattered the core, the entire dungeon would simply collapse and vanish. The girl nodded, acknowledging it was the fastest and surest method. But this time, his approach had to be completely different. He looked at her, asking what she meant. She pointed a finger at the ring in his hand and gave a new command. He must kill the boss of the maze while wearing that ring. Kim's eyes narrowed. He asked if there was a specific reason for this change of plans. She confirmed there was a critical reason for it. A smile played on her lips as she explained. Even though his world was a maze created by a cosmic being, things like the Tower of Destruction dungeon were not easy to create. Everything, she said, was founded upon the power that comes from a name. In simple terms, the maze itself was an engine that forged the power of these names. She closed her eyes, continuing the explanation. Among all the components that made up such a maze, the boss was the core, the very heart of its power. If he could slay the boss while wearing this ring, he could absorb the very name bestowed by the Maze Lord. Placing her hands on the table, she declared that this would be the starting point of their grand counterattack.
Kim looked down at the ring, but he had one more question. The number of names the Maze Lord possessed was astronomical.
He looked at her seriously and asked how they could possibly hope to counterattack with the power of just a single name. She praised his sharp insight. With a knowing smile, she explained the Maze Lord would never even notice the loss of one among countless names. But his current goal, as she said before, was to adapt humanity for the tower. Kim listened intently, sensing the depth of her plan. She revealed that the essence of their strategy wasn't just to steal one name, it was to clear the maze with blinding speed and slay the boss before the adaptation was complete. Kim was stunned by the sheer audacity of it. The girl explained that once the Maze Lord realized the dungeon vanished prematurely, he would be forced to resort to other measures. He would start recklessly scattering numerous names throughout the world, causing widespread incidents. That chaotic moment would be their chance for a massive absorption of names. Those absorbed names would become the strength to protect their future. Kim stood up, processing the information. So, he would seize names and convert them into power. A new question formed in his mind. He looked ahead with resolve and asked, if they were stealing names like him, how are they any different from the Maze Lord? The girl looked at him, amazed. She never thought he was interested in such moral quandaries. Kim simply stated that he needed a proper justification, to act without hesitation. She began by revealing their fundamental principle: they do not harm innocent people. By absorbing names. Kim listened, his gaze fixed forward. The girl explained that when the Maze Lord takes a name, its owner either becomes a constellation or a lost soul, unable to be reborn. No matter what happened, their essence would be trapped forever. Her head lowered slightly as she spoke.
But if he used this power to absorb those stolen names, the very restrictions placed upon those long-lost souls
would finally be lifted. She looked at Kim, adding that if it truly bothered his conscience, they could find another way. After all, he was the sole owner of the names he would claim, and the only one who would know their history. Hearing her words, Kim's determination solidified. He slid the ring onto his finger with a confident smile. Now, all they had to do was wait for the dungeon to appear. The girl confirmed it. That was enough. And she would let him know the exact moment. The location and date will be revealed when the time is right. Kim pressed on. So I just need to kill the boss and destroy the maze. She raised a delicate hand, poised to snap her fingers. Once the maze is shattered, the monsters inside perish. But any that have already escaped, they will remain, she smirked. I assume you'll need a team to track them all down.
I'll see you later, she said, and with a sharp snap, a blinding light consumed his vision.
Kim's eyes flew open. He was back on the street, sitting in a diner, the world outside hazy and surreal. Evening had already fallen. He walked down the street, cursing his situation under his breath. That woman could have at least given him a warning before kicking him out. But then he remembered her last words. A team? Before his return, he always led his disciples. He knew from bitter experience that tackling this kind of threat alone required far too much time. Did this mean he had to train students all over again? As the thought crossed his mind, his eyes narrowed. A silhouette materialized from the shadows before him. It was her. Kim looked at the girl he had defeated. Why are you here? She met his gaze, her eyes sharp. I've been thinking about why I lost to you. She raised a single finger. And now, I finally understand what I was missing. Stepping closer, she declared, "You are overwhelmingly stronger than me. That is why I lost." Kim stared back blankly. "And it took you
All this time to figure that out." Her expression didn't waver. "I think, in a way, we are very similar."
What makes you think that?" he asked, unimpressed. She continued, "A person who has dazzled everyone with pure talent, without ever experiencing a crushing defeat, is a massive rarity among adults." He touched his neck with a wry grin. "If you believe I'm like you in that aspect, you're completely mistaken. I thought you were someone who actually makes an effort." She clasped her hands together. "I used to believe that was true, but not anymore." A memory flashed in her eyes.
"Your movements during our fight, they weren't just the result of talent. They were something more."
Those were the motions of a warrior who has endured endless, brutal training. Kim stood still, listening intently. "I was furious when I lost," she admitted. "But after I calmed down, I realized the true reason for my defeat. It was my complete and utter lack of experience." She held out a hand, clenching it into a determined fist. "I understand that now. And because of the experience of fighting you, I've already become stronger." A fierce smile lit up her face. "That's why I want to continue fighting you." She pointed her index finger straight at his heart. "I will defeat you one day." Kim stood there in disbelief, her logic making absolutely no sense to him. He turned to leave, but she pointed to herself and declared, "Let's fight again." He looked back, his voice cold. "Don't bother me with your strange logic. It's time for me to go." But as he walked away, she caught up. Her hand landed on his shoulder. "What about our battles? I came all the way from China just to fight you." Kim didn't even turn around. "I'm not interested. Instead of pestering me, go learn your own family's martial arts." She fell silent. "I don't know them." Kim paused. "What do you mean by that?" Her gaze fell to the ground. "I received proper training until I was 6 years old. After that, I surpassed the pen itself. And then you defeated me in the Lunar Year competition." Kim's expression hardened. "The Lunar Year? Was that before it gained control of the contractors?" She looked up, her eyes clear. "That's right. At first, I enjoyed it because it meant I could fight my own way." She recalled those moments from her past. "My family forbade me from training, so I demanded sparring partners to hone my skills. In the end, they sent adult contractors to fight me." Kim stood and absorbed her story. "And I defeated every single one with ease. I was just lucky there weren't more of them." His mind reeled. He now realized that the version of events she just told him and the story he heard from the head of her family were completely different. He looked at Lon, a prodigy with incredible talent and a deep love for battle. But her own clan saw her as nothing more than a monster fighting anyone in sight. He asked, "So you have to stay in the White Lotus courtyard?" "That's not quite right," she corrected, lowering her head. "I'm stuck there. Because to them, I'm just a headache." She had defied her family, but it meant nothing. She was stronger than anyone who dared to challenge her. Her hand clenched. "From this moment on," she vowed, "everything changes." She pointed a finger directly at Kim. "I found him," she announced. "Someone far stronger than I am." Kim simply raised an eyebrow. "And what's wrong with that?" A fierce smile spread across Lan's face. "By fighting you, I can finally become stronger." Stronger, without her family's help. Kim simply stared. "I never agreed to this." But then, Lan started grabbing his arm, her eyes pleading for a fight. A cold unease crept over him. This was all too strange. He studied her desperate expression. If she was an outcast, she should be confined within the White Lotus Palace. But his mission was to get her out. None of it added up. He stood in silence, watching her, unable to grasp the full story, but he knew the palace was safer. He raised a hand. "Let go," Lan asked. "So you'll fight me," seeing her excitement. Kim sighed. "Fighting here would be idiotic," he said. "Follow me." Soon, they arrived at the gym, buzzing with training students. He led Lan inside, telling her to wait for him while he went to change. Just then, Erin rushed over. "Kim," she called out. "Who is this girl?" "Just some crazy girl from the White Lotus," he explained. "She followed me here demanding a fight." Erin's eyes narrowed, studying the stranger. To come all this way just to fight him, a storm of anger and suspicion brewed within her. Lan, confused by the sudden tension, stepped up to face her. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she demanded. Erin scoffed. "Don't even bother speaking to me." Soan watched from the side, pondering. That hair color. She might be related. To come all the way from China just for a battle with Kim. This was getting interesting. Moments later, Lan stood before him, an audience of students gathering to watch. Kim closed his eyes in frustration. "I distinctly remember saying This was a battle between us, he yelled, motioning to the crowd. So what is all this? Aaron stepped forward. I'm just making sure she doesn't pull any tricks, Sohan added. I came to watch the show. Sanok told them to pay no mind, but Kim wasn't buying any of their excuses. Suddenly, Lan cracked her neck, a grin spreading across her face. I've been waiting for this.
You'll find I'm much stronger than last time, she declared. Kim began stretching his arm. Is that so?
He smirked. If that's true, then I won't have to hold back. His gaze sharpened, remembering the interpreter's words. That she might need a command. You want to get stronger, don't you? He asked. More than anything, she replied. A sly smile formed on Kim's face. All right then. If I win, you become my student. Lan stared, bewildered. But the only reason I want to become stronger is to defeat you. Kim clenched his fist. And you'll achieve that. After you become my student. He motioned to begin, and they took their fighting stances. I hate having teachers, Lan seethed.
Which means I have to win. She lunged, slamming an elbow into his arm. Kim simply smiled. You really have.
Gotten stronger? Lan smirked, and then unleashed a powerful aura. Something was holding me back before, but it won't stop me this time. An immense amount of energy began to pour from her body. The students recoiled, shielding their faces from the pressure. What kind of terrifying magic power was this? They were, shocked, to think such a terrifying monster was hiding in the White Lotus. Sanok watched with the others, his eyes wide. That huge amount of mana? It's astounding. The concentration is even higher than Kim's during the competition. Lan channeled the massive wave of energy and charged forward, her confidence absolute. She was certain that just one clean hit, powered by her maximum strength, would be enough. To defeat him, even if he blocked it, the sheer magical force of the blow would cause devastating damage. But then she hesitated, noticing that Kim was standing in the exact same stance as her. He met her gaze with a confident smile. I enjoy meeting a challenge head-on. In an instant, fists collided with the force of a thunderclap. Their hands locked in a brutal test of strength. As her arms trembled, Lan realized the horrifying truth. She had put everything she had into that blow. But he was still pushing her back. His magic wasn't overwhelming, but he was far stronger. Than before, she stared at Kim, who remained completely calm. Was this the same technique he used back then? He looked at her. That was just my defense. Lan didn't understand. Kim pulled his arm back. Now, it's my turn to attack. He swung his fist. Lan's face twisted with displeasure as she realized. She had failed to land a single good hit. The punch connected, and Kim looked down at the figure on the ground. He smiled. Excellent. Looks like I have a new student. Lan lay motionless, her eyes shut. Then, they snapped open. She staggered to her feet, gasping for breath. Kim sat watching her. So, you're awake. She clutched her stomach, the sting of defeat still fresh. I lost. Again. Kim observed her. You're surprisingly tough. I thought you'd be out cold until tomorrow, he admitted. But you recovered quickly. Lan glared. Is that a compliment, or are you mocking me? He just smiled. It doesn't matter. From now on, you're my student. Her eyes lit up. I was going to challenge you again, with only our fists. No magic. But I suspect the outcome would be the same. She stood tall. I will become your disciple. Lan pointed to herself with pride. That makes me your official first disciple. But Kim shook his head. That's not it. Her smile faltered. What I'm not, she pressed on. Did you take students back? When you were in high school, Kim replied. Incorrect again. Aaron stepped in. Kim is right, you know. He started teaching me long before you showed up, she said with a smirk. That makes me his first student. Kim sighed inwardly. He knew that, in truth, even Aaron wasn't his first. But now was not the time to bring that up. Lan shot a furious glare to the side. Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Aaron feigned innocence. Why so angry? Lan? Lan's jaw dropped as she stepped in front of her. Don't you dare give me strange nicknames. Aaron tilted her head. Why not? I think it's a very cute nickname. Kim just watched the scene unfold. The word cute made Lan blush with embarrassment. It's a great nickname, Aaron insisted. Anyway, it's time for us to head home. Kim watched their argument in silence, a hand on his chin. A curious thought surfaced. As the girls bickered, a strange wave of nostalgia washed over him. He smiled faintly, realizing that even before his reincarnation, leading his disciples had felt exactly like this. Aaron then called out to Lan, cooing, meow, meow. Lan spun around. What did you just call me? Kim looked forward, a firm tone in his voice. Erin began her training. Before you did. That makes her your senior. You can't be rude. He then turned to Erin. And now that you have a junior, you must treat her with the respect she deserves. A triumphant aura practically radiated from Erin. She was now a Seijo. The fact that Kim had acknowledged her as his first student filled her with joy. She beamed. That's right, I'm the Sajo now. Lan's hand balled into a fist as her anger began to boil over. Kim intervened. Considering you both sparred today, I think it's best you go home and rest. But Lan looked at him, undeterred. I'm not that tired. Lan then asked, So, where am I staying tonight? Kim was taken aback. You haven't found a place to live. I didn't find one, no. I came here for one reason to fight you. She paused, thinking. When I asked Seilong how I could challenge you again, she just told me to go to Valhalla Academy in Korea. Kim put a hand to his forehead. And you came straight here after hearing that without a single other thought. Kim sighed and looked at Erin. The academy provides me with a dorm room. She can stay there. Erin shot a mischievous look at Lan. Are you sure you're okay with that? Kitty. Lan's anger flared once more at the nickname. Later that evening, Kim walked alone down the street. He reflected that because of Lan and Erin's rivalry, his own training was left unfinished. He considered his current students. In any case, he now had two. Soan was still focused on basic physical conditioning, far from wielding a sword. And as for Siak, he showed little interest, preferring to train on his own. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, knowing that right now, only two people could truly help prevent the coming disaster. The screen read, Adelia Ventra. He answered the call. From her desk, Adelia's voice came through. Kim?
I'm calling about the donation funds you requested, she said professionally. I'm currently finalizing several other matters, including your request, so I wanted to give you a heads up.
I checked the donation records this morning. Do you have any other questions for me? Kim's reply was chillingly calm. Contact the
contractors? Adelia was stunned into silence when Kim added, A disaster will strike. In 3 months?
She asked how he knew of the coming disaster. Kim simply warned her not to question the source.
While he didn't know the exact scale, he was certain something terrible was about to unfold here. Adelia asked if this catastrophe would strike Korea. Kim confirmed it. In response, Adelia pledged to contact valuable contractors from Ventric
and the various guilds in Korea. Kim stressed that this information must remain an absolute secret. Adelia then called his name, and he listened. In silence as she made a request, she asked that when the constellation finally awakens, he respond favorably to her efforts. Adelia's gaze drifted to the seal, and Kim asked if the being was still asleep. She confessed that she'd tried to make contact, but there was no answer. A memory surfaced in Kim's mind. She had said she needed rest after using her power, but he knew, deep down, that a single day wasn't nearly enough to recover from such an immense strain. Continuing down the street, he promised he would tell her. The scene then shifts to the Valhalla gym the following day. Kim was pushing his limits on the treadmill. Not far behind, Erin kept pace with him, while Lan looked completely drained. After finishing his run, Kim exhaled sharply. He glanced over and saw Lan collapsed on the floor, a victim of Erin's intense training regimen. She pleaded for them to let her rest, feeling like she was on the verge of death. She looked up at Kim, gasping that she'd almost died. He just coolly replied that she seemed fine. Lan sat up, listening as Kim continued. He admitted she had held out far better than he'd anticipated. He honestly expected her to quit at the very beginning. Lan retorted that she was always diligent with her training. Kim looked at hers, with a slight smile, a thought crossing his mind. Her stamina was surprisingly decent, but he wondered if they had perhaps gone a little too easy on her. Just then, a new voice greeted them. He turned to see a girl asking if Lan was there. Kim and Erin stood together, confused. Who was she? And why did she bear such a striking resemblance to both Lan and Solemn? The girl's eyes found her target. Spotting Lan on the ground, she remarked that she came all this way without telling her mother. Lan looked up, her expression filled with irritation as she called out the newcomer's name. Kim turned to her, asking if that was Lan's mother. He had always assumed Sol was her mother. Lan averted her gaze, asking if Kim had brought the woman here. The girl stepped forward, ready to introduce herself. She declared her name was Song Hwa, the current head of the family, and the new mother to young Lan. Kim's mind raced. He remembered what Sol had told him, that the head of the White Lotus was her younger sister. Song Hwa lowered her head slightly and admitted the situation was rather strange. Lan glared, her displeasure obvious. Song Hwa said she'd promised to make contact when Lan left the White Lotus, yet she vanished without a word and ended up here.
Songhua stated they would discuss that matter later.
She called out to Lan, extending a hand to her. It was time, she announced, to return to the White Lotus Palace. Lan became a pillar of defiance, declaring that after everything that had happened, she would never go back with her. She told her to leave immediately and to stop treating her like a daughter, because the act was utterly infuriating. Songhua's face hardened. She reminded Lan that everything that happened to her was by order of the Constellation. And wasn't she? The one who started it all, Lan fired back, revealing she'd only recently learned the truth. And from a maid, no less, not from her supposed mother. Songhua reached out again, dismissing her anger. It didn't matter, since she knew everything now. The Constellation, she said, had ordered her to bring Lan back. Her eyes burned with a serious light. This could be Lan's chance to finally be recognized by the Constellations. She pleaded, "Don't bring shame upon your mother." Lan looked at her, completely stunned. Was she really being asked to return now, simply because the Constellation commanded it? Lan's body trembled as she stood before Solon, but her voice was firm. She refused. Solon was shocked to hear such a clear rejection. As Kim watched the entire drama unfold, Lan declared that students were training here.
She told Songhua to get out of the way and not interfere. This was not the White Lotus, she warned, so don't even think
about causing trouble. Songhua's eyes narrowed. Did she know why she had come here without any guards? Her eyes snapped open. She came to retrieve her quietly. Then she raised her hand and began to gather a swirling vortex of magic energy. She aimed it directly at Lan, who leaped away in the nick of time. Sol blocked the blast, demanding to know what she was doing. With her hand still outstretched, Songhua asked, "Isn't it obvious?" Her voice was laced with ice. "I won't be holding back." Lan stared back, her face a mask of fury. Did she really think that would work? Because she wasn't going to hold back anymore either. She charged forward, roaring a defiant question. "Have you forgotten who I am?" Convinced she could never win, she exploded upwards, swinging her arm for a decisive blow, but Son simply reached out and grabbed it. Effortlessly halting the attack, she realized her opponent was on a completely different level. This wasn't just some friendly spar. "This isn't some game we're playing," Lan roared, unleashing a fierce two-handed assault. "I train relentlessly, every single day." Son simply tightened her grip, her voice cold. "Then perhaps you should return to your basic training." With a single, fluid motion, she flipped Lan completely over, dazed. Lan couldn't comprehend what just happened, finally realizing the vast gap in their skills.
Her power was overwhelming. Lan planted her feet, launching herself into a desperate kick, but Son evaded it with fluid grace. What is this thoughtless attack? Lan charged forward again, screaming, "Shut up! All that matters is victory."
Aaron called out to Kim, his voice laced with concern. "Should we call the instructors to stop them?" He glanced at Aaron, his eyes glued to the unfolding battle, and asked her what would happen if they reported this to the instructors. Aaron grimaced, saying it would turn into a huge mess. Kim's expression hardened. He stated flatly that no matter the reason, he despised that woman. Aaron agreed completely. To abandon her daughter, only to drag her back now for some selfish necessity. She looked up at her daughter, who was fighting for her life, and sighed. The disappointment was written all over her face. Lan launched a powerful strike, but her mother effortlessly dodged it. "Enough of this struggle," Solon commanded. "Just come with me." Lan leaped back, steadying herself. "You really think I'd ever agree to that?" she shot back, her voice filled with defiance. A smirk played on Solan's lips. She had put serious power into that last blow. Even if Lan had blocked it, the damage would have been immense. But then, a sudden chill. She looked down, her foot now encased in solid ice. Solan closed the distance, her voice dripping with condescension. "You've seen this before, haven't you?" She towered over her daughter, declaring, "This is the power of our patron, the king of the snowy depths." Lan stood trapped as Solan continued her manipulative speech. "Return to the family, and you'll have the incredible chance to wield this power yourself." Lan glared. "So that's it," she scoffed. "I was wondering why you felt so much stronger than before."
"You're just mindlessly borrowing the power of a constellation." Solan's face twisted in anger. "Mindless? What's so mindless about it?"
She declared, "This is the reality of our world as a member of a family blessed by a constellation. I can do whatever I want with this power." Lan's eyes blazed with pure, unadulterated rage. Her mother sneered. "Did you really think I'd only use my physical strength against you?" She then offered a final warning. Holding out a hand, she asked, "I'll ask one last time. Will you come back?" Lan's glare was her only answer as she screamed, "I'm never going back." Solan's eyes closed. "I understand." But in the next moment, she was right beside her daughter, her voice a cold whisper. "Then don't even dream of leaving here in one piece." Lan's eyes widened in shock. Realizing her frozen leg made it impossible to react, Solon raised her hand. I will freeze, and then shatter your hand?
Let's see how you resist me then. Just as she was about to strike, Kim let out a sigh. He truly hoped that these arrogant Constellation families would finally learn to leave him alone. In a flash, he moved between them. A swift, powerful kick sent Solan's arm flying, shattering her attack.